Simon & Schuster Audio and Grove Atlantic present Black Soldiers, White Laws. The Tragedy of the 24th Infantry in 1917 Houston. By John Haymond. Read by Leon Nixon. Forward. Once again, we are standing at the crossroads of our collective history, viewing a treatise that represents the convergence of the old and the new. This is a story of the past that is told in such a way that the reader cannot help but see its impact and relevance for today. As a direct descendant of Private First Class Thomas Coleman Hawkins, a member of the 24th Infantry Regiment who was one of the first 13 men unjustly hung by the Army on that fateful day of December 11th, 1917, this story is dear to me. This book not only reveals the forgotten military history of this case, but also delves into the personal stories of some of the soldiers of the 24th Infantry. It tells of the slow cadence of their families' journey to justice. It took 106 years to loosen the grip of denied justice effectuated by the tightening of the hangman's rope for those executed, and the clanging of iron prison gates for those men condemned to rot in confinement. Yet the journey would not be complete until the soldiers who were in life, the 24th Infantry, finally had their honor restored and received their long-overdue justice in November 2023. How the story is told is related to how we see our nation and our hopes and dreams for the future. It is a testament to where we stand when our faith is tested and whether we could accept the audacity of the dishonor unjustly foisted upon the 24th Infantry. The legacy of these soldiers, their patriotism, and their service to our nation, protecting freedoms that they themselves could not enjoy in that era of racial segregation, must be told in an unabashed fashion. As the life of PFC Hawkins personified, the body can be taken, but the eternal spirit shall forever rise. We stand on their shoulders, on their sacrifice, on their suffering, and revel in the poetic justice revealed in the pages of this book, knowing that our belief in brighter tomorrows has been immortalized. And yes, it is the culmination of decades of work by many individuals, families, and organizations. Folks who may have taken different approaches, from advocacy under the Military Code of Justice and in our civilian courts, to just plain grassroots activism. Read this American story of injustice, hope, and redemption. Return to 1917 through the eyes of today and embrace the timeless impact of this tragic point in our history. Judge the stark reality for yourself. Now rise. Jason Holt, Esquire, East Orange, New Jersey. A note on language and terminology. In writing a book dealing with the racism of the early 20th century and using primary sources to tell the story, it is impossible to avoid the highly offensive language that litters the historical record. In 1917, racial slurs appeared in newspaper articles, in court transcripts and official records, and in the sworn statements of witnesses and participants. It might soothe our modern sensibilities to censor the problematic language of the past and modify every quoted passage where an offensive word appears, especially that one particularly loathsome slur, nigger. As a historian, I believe that doing so would be an injustice to the men whose story this is. History, if it is to be effective and honest, must confront the full range of offenses and injustices exactly as they occurred, and truth is poorly served by censorship, even if it is well intended. The African American soldiers in Houston in the summer of 1917 were not offended by white Southerners' use of impolite euphemisms. They were infuriated by the blatant racism and deliberate insult of that specific word, the bigotry it represented, and the physical abuse that often accompanied it. If we today attempt to sanitize the record, we will lose the full picture of the verbal abuse and violent oppression those men endured. If we want to understand them and try to explain their actions, we must first understand what they experienced because that was at the heart of their justifiable outrage. The racism of their time was the core of it all, and so the pages ahead contain the words spoken and written in 1917 exactly as they were used at that time. While the current stylistic preference in the 21st century is to capitalize the word black when referring to African American people, the word appears here in lowercase, when that was how it was originally written in direct quotations or excerpts. It is interesting to note that the word Negro in 1917 was almost always capitalized when used by African American writers, and almost always written in lowercase when used by white writers. The word colored, which was then commonly used by both African American and white commentators, seems to have been much less consistently used as a proper noun by everyone. Some black writers capitalized it, and some did not. The phrase, the race, often appeared in black newspapers to refer to African Americans broadly. The stylistic rules for how to refer to American military units and soldiers' ranks in writing have also changed repeatedly in the century since this story began. But one rule is constant. Infantry units are always referred to by both their battalion number and their regiment, never solely by the battalion. Thus, the infantry unit at the center of the story, the 3rd Battalion of the 24th Infantry Regiment, should properly be referred to by that full designation or by the shortened descriptor 324 Infantry. Infantrymen who speak a common language would say 3rd of the 24th in conversation with each other. Its sister battalion, the 1st Battalion of the 24th Infantry Regiment, would be 124 Infantry or 1st of the 24th. The problem is that using the abbreviated forms can be confusing to some readers, and the full designation quickly becomes tedious and repetitious even to readers familiar with the Army's peculiar language. To simplify the narrative in the pages ahead, the 3rd Battalion of the 24th Infantry Regiment will most often be referred to simply as 3rd Battalion and its sister unit as 1st Battalion, without the regimental designation. When units of other regiments occasionally appear in the story, they will be referred to by their full conventional designations to distinguish them from elements of the 24th Infantry. For clarity's sake, the 4 rifle companies in 3rd Battalion will be referred to by their modern phonetic forms: India Company for Company I, Kilo Company for Company K, Lima Company for Company L, and Mike Company for Company M. The terms used for military installations convey specific meanings and are not freely interchangeable. A fort is a permanent military installation, as in Fort Sam Houston, while a camp is temporary, even if it exists for decades. But all Army installations can be referred to as posts. It is also common to refer to military property as a reservation, which in that context has no connection to Native American territories. Military ranks also have their own protocols, and the abbreviations used by civilian commentators in 1917 varied greatly. So in this text, military ranks will usually be written out in full to avoid confusion and needless jargon. Additionally, while the Army today is meticulous in distinguishing between the different non-commissioned officer ranks, especially the senior grades of Sergeant First Class, First Sergeant, and Sergeant Major, such distinctions were not always observed at that time. So, in the primary sources, one often sees NCOs of all grades referred to as simply sergeant or corporal. Those designations are repeated here when they appear in quotations, even though they might appear incorrect to any reader familiar with modern military customs. Finally, during that era of military segregation, the U.S. Army had 4 all-black regiments, the 9th and 10th Cavalries, and 2 infantry regiments, the 24th and 25th. In the infantry units, all the enlisted men, soldiers and non-commissioned officers, were African American, and all the commissioned officers, lieutenants, captains, and so on, were white. Thus, whenever soldiers or NCOs of 3rd Battalion are mentioned in this text, it should always be understood that those are black men. The men at the center of this story were soldiers of the U.S. Army, just as I was for more than 20 years, and I approached my study of this case from a soldier's perspective. Relegated as they so often are to the role of pawns in a game in which they are not always valued as individuals, soldiers have a keen sense of fair play, and perhaps no one feels more keenly the wrongs done to a soldier than does another soldier. For that reason, and because of the respect in which I hold the men of 324 Infantry, this book is a direct, unflinching discussion of a disturbing history that should still haunt us a century after it occurred. Preface. Fort Sam Houston is a U.S. Army post situated on a low hill, completely surrounded by the modern urban sprawl of San Antonio, Texas. These days, the installation serves as the training center for all soldiers who serve in the Army's medical field and is home to the headquarters of U.S. Army South and U.S. Army North. It is a small post by modern standards, small enough that a person can walk around the main post area in less than an hour if they keep to an infantryman's pace of 4 miles an hour. On the northern section of the post, downhill from the big Spanish-style buildings, with their red-tiled roofs that form the old infantry and cavalry post parts of the military cantonment, the much newer expanse of the post golf course wraps itself around the lower perimeter of the Fort Sam Houston National Cemetery. Golfers playing their rounds tee off at regular intervals from the 15th tee box, just a couple of 100 yards down Nursery Road from the Fort Sam Houston Elementary School. If you stand on the 15th tee today, nothing tells you that on that spot, in the pre-dawn darkness of December 11th, 1917, 13 black men were hanged there on a single gallows. It was the largest mass execution of American soldiers in the Army's history. On the other side of Nursery Road, a narrow path disappears down into the thick brush that grows up along the banks of Salado Creek, and nothing in that thicket, with its sand spurs and ticks, indicates that until 1936, 19 men were buried there. The 13 hanged on that cold December morning in 1917, and another 6 who were hanged at the same spot in September 1918. That former burial plot, now overgrown by the Texas brush, and the nearly forgotten spot where gallows once marred the carefully manicured flat of the 15th tee box, were the tragic culminations of a night of violence in Houston in August 1917. 3 trials followed that incident, the first of which was the largest murder trial in American history. It was an episode of appalling injustice, provoked and compounded by a culture of malevolent racism. On the sweltering, rainy night of August 23, 1917, more than 100 African-American soldiers of the 3rd Battalion, 24th Infantry Regiment took their weapons and marched into the San Felipe district of the city of Houston under the leadership of their company NCOs. By dawn the next morning, 16 people were dead. Over the next few days, 4 more people died of wounds sustained in the chaos. It was the most serious incident of violence between American soldiers and civilians during the First World War. Allegations of injustice inflamed public debate about the incident and its aftermath, especially after the Army court-martialed 118 black soldiers in trials that were tainted by procedural irregularities and racial bias. The 1917 Houston incident and the military courts-martial that followed it are a story of systemic racism, oppression, abuses of power, police brutality, and a legal process marred by a rush to judgment and a lack of due process. This is much more than just a military history. It is the story of a failure of justice that transcends the years, even though for decades it was largely unknown outside of the immediate region where those events took place. It is important to understand this event in its wider historical context. The Houston incident was preceded and to some degree influenced by clashes between white civilians and black soldiers in other Texas towns, such as El Paso, Brownsville, Del Rio, and Waco. It occurred just weeks after one of the worst race riots in American history, when more than 100 African-American citizens were murdered by white mobs in East St. Louis. And it foreshadows the Red Summer of 1919, when black soldiers returning from service in France were the targets of racist violence in cities across America. In many respects, the Houston incident and its aftermath were unique, but it was not an isolated incident. Something terrible happened in Texas a little over a century ago. the lives forever impacted by this event, the individual stories nearly lost to history, and the account of a long struggle to achieve some measure of restorative justice are what this book is all about. 1. Haymond's Slough. They came for Jesse Ball in the dark hours before dawn on a cold December morning in 1917. His mother, home in West Feliciana Parish, Louisiana, had a dreadful premonition that something like this would happen to him. African-American mothers in southern states knew this fear all too well as they watched their sons grow to manhood and venture out into a dangerous world. Young black men in a society where Jim Crow overshadowed every aspect of their lives. A black man could be lynched for the slightest reason or for no reason at all, and parents could do little to protect their sons from that peril. Jesse's mother told him she had dreamed something terrible would happen to him if he left home for another hitch in the army. Somewhere out there, she feared, something dreadful was lying in wait for her boy. However, Jesse loved being a soldier because he had already been one. At 17, he had enlisted in the 24th Infantry Regiment, one of the U.S. Army's Buffalo Soldier regiments of black soldiers in that era of a racially segregated military. Serving in that famous unit with its proud history gave him a sense of purpose and new opportunities and sent him farther away from the cotton fields of East Louisiana than he had ever thought he could go. He traveled by train out west, sailed across the Pacific, and served 3 years in the Philippines. When that first enlistment was up, he took his discharge and went back home. But like many other young men, he soon realized that home had lost much of its appeal. Home was still the same, but he was different. He had seen the world beyond Jim Crow's oppressive shadow. He missed the adventure and rough camaraderie of Army life. When Jesse announced his intention to re-enlist, his mother begged him not to do it. She told him about her premonition, but nothing she said could change his mind. Jesse loved his mother just as fiercely as she loved him, but he knew his own mind. All the same, he could not bring himself to defy her directly, so in the end he re-enlisted without telling her. He used his uncle's surname and signed the enlistment papers as Jesse Moore, re-entering the Army under a name his mother never gave him so that she could not petition the government to send him home. Now, here he was in Texas, far from home, and white men with guns had come out of the night and laid their hands on him. At least he was not alone. 12 other young black men were hemmed in with him in a feebly lit room. William Nesbitt, Charles Baltimore, Thomas Hawkins, and the others. Jesse knew them like brothers, had soldiered and fought and risked everything with them. They were shackled with chains on their wrists and ankles and taken out into the cold darkness. Their captors lifted them up into the back of trucks and drove them away into the night. Texas in 1917 had a reputation for horrific racist violence. Lynch mobs terrorized African-American citizens in almost every county in the state, and a gathering of armed white men in the night usually meant only one thing. With that in mind, one might naturally have assumed that the activity a few miles outside of San Antonio in the pre-dawn darkness that December morning was another lynching in progress. After all, many of the elements familiar to Texas lynchings were evident. A crowd was assembled, though most of them were invisible in the darkness. From the clinking of bridle chains and the stamping of horse hooves, it was apparent that the place was surrounded by a cordon of mounted men. Light from a large bonfire glinted on the rifles held by men gathered around a hastily erected wooden scaffold 100 yards from Salado Creek. Anyone standing at the right spot could see the outline of a row of 13 nooses draped over a crossbar, silhouetted against the lesser darkness of the eastern horizon. The clandestine nature of it all, especially the darkness of the hour and the remote location, suggested that the perpetrators wanted to keep what was happening from public view. But other things about this scene did not fit the familiar script of a lynch mob in action. For one thing, all the armed men who ringed the scaffold wore khaki. An orderliness marked this event that one never saw at a lynching. There were no shouts, no confusion. None of these men looked angry, and no one was drunk. A grim solemnity overshadowed the scene. As the sky tinted with the first hues of the approaching dawn, a faint glow of electric headlights appeared in the distance. The trucks carrying Jesse Ball and his companions bounced and rattled over the rough dirt track that led out to this desolate spot near an old bridge spanning Salado Creek. This was no motley cavalcade of vehicles, as was usually used by hastily assembled lynch mobs. These trucks were all identical, new model Packards, all painted the same dull green color. The trucks pulled up a short distance from the bonfire-lit scaffold, and the armed men closed in around them. Jesse and his 12 companions were lifted down from the truck's cargo beds. They could not climb down by themselves with their hands manacled behind them, and the shackles hobbled them, so they could only manage short, halting steps as they were led to the waiting gallows. Jesse's friend, William Nesbitt, had always been a leader in this group. Now he led them one last time. "Not a word out of any of you men now," Nesbitt said. There would be no pleas for mercy, no protestations of innocence, no displays of fear as they faced the rope. Whatever had brought them to this end, these men were determined to die with their dignity intact. Clearly, this was not the work of night riders or whitecaps. A purpose-built gallows stood there, not a looming live oak chosen as an expedient hanging tree. The spectators gathered were not a disorderly mob, and the arrival of the men who were about to die did not prompt shouts or jeers from the armed men who surrounded them. The social forces of law and church were also present. Several men in civilian clothes wearing silver stars on their coats stood off to one side, along with a black clergyman. The minister with his Bible approached the condemned men, but the lawmen remained apart, watching. They had no authority in this affair, other than as silent witnesses. If this proceeding was a matter of law, then it was a law in which they were not a part. Jesse and the other 12 men were taken up the steps of the gallows. 13 chairs were arranged on the long trap door, 6 on one side and 7 on the other. And there they were seated. A uniformed chaplain mounted the scaffold to stand by them. As the nooses were adjusted around their necks, the condemned men began to sing a hymn, quietly but without a tremor in their voices. From his position below the scaffold, the man in charge looked at his watch, then at the eastern sky, where the horizon was tinted saffron with the approaching dawn. He spoke to the prisoners, who sat noosed and waiting, and they got to their feet in a jangle of chains. The chairs were removed from the scaffold. "Goodbye, boys of Company C," one of the doomed men said. He was speaking not to his companions, but to the white men who had brought him to his death. According to the almanac of that year, 7:17 a.m. will be the exact moment of sunrise. The officer below the scaffold, whose uniform epaulets bore the silver eagles of a colonel's insignia, kept his eyes on the face of his watch. In the stillness of the early morning, the men surrounding the scaffold could hear the chaplain praying quietly, his appeal to the Almighty, punctuated by the songs of early rising mockingbirds and the snorting of restless horses. The colonel raised his arm, held it for several seconds, then dropped it. The long trap fell open with a crash, and all 13 men dropped simultaneously. One witness later claimed that he clearly heard the snapping sound as the nooses broke their necks. After nearly 30 long, silent minutes, a medical officer examined each of the hanged men for signs of life. They were all dead. Their bodies were taken down from the gallows. Then an unexpected delay interrupted the grim process. Several of the hangmen's knots had locked tight from the force of the drop. Nearly 20 minutes of effort were needed to work the nooses loose before the bodies could be placed in rough-sawn pine coffins. Slips of paper written with each man's name and the phrase, "Died December 11, 1917, at Fort Sam Houston," were placed inside glass soda bottles that were laid on their corpses before the lids of the coffins were nailed shut. The caskets were loaded onto wagons and taken down the slope to a wooded spot a few yards from the creek bank, where they were lowered into 13 waiting graves dug in a single row. Jesse Ball was buried as Jesse Moore, the alias he carried to his death. He was 27 years old, a long way from home, and his mother was never able to learn where her boy was buried. As a crew of Mexican laborers began shoveling dirt into the graves, the sounds of hammers and crowbars sounded through the morning. The gallows were disassembled, and the timbers were piled into trucks and carried back to Fort Sam Houston. By noon, nothing but mounds of ashes and hoof marks in the grass remained to mark the spot where 13 men had died. Just as the hanging was carried out under the cover of darkness and secrecy, all evidence of the act was quickly erased from the site as soon as the execution was over. Down by Salado Creek, however, a row of 13 mounds of freshly turned dirt remained in view. In other cases, the graves of executed men had been despoiled by people seeking to add a personal measure of vengeance to the punishment of death, or by macabre souvenir hunters. A rumor spread that some local people were talking of digging up the bodies of the hanged men and burning them. That sort of desecration would not be tolerated here. An armed guard was placed at the graves day and night for several weeks, until the morbidly curious lost interest and sought other diversions. In the long, dark hours of the winter nights, alone at their posts among the new graves, the soldiers whose duty it was to keep that vigil later admitted they were unsettled by the graves of the 13 men whom they had seen die at the first light of dawn. They called the burial ground Haymond's Slough, and they did not like going there. The hanging that morning was not an extrajudicial lynching, no matter how many incidental similarities it might seem to have shared with the long list of racial murders that stained Texas's collective soul in that era. It was a formal military execution, and Jesse Ball and the other men hanged that morning were soldiers of the U.S. Army who were tried and convicted by a military court-martial on a charge of mutiny after an outbreak of violence in Houston, Texas on the night of August 23, 1917. It was and remains the largest mass execution of American soldiers ever conducted by the U.S. Army in its entire history. 2 additional trials over the next 4 months sent another 6 black soldiers to their deaths at that same desolate spot, adding 6 more graves to the 13 that the grass was slowly covering down by Salado Creek. Despite the veneer of legal propriety in those proceedings, however, the execution of these 19 men and the trials that condemned them are a lingering, festering canker in America's troubled history of racism and judicial inequality. The trials are also a disturbing reminder that the U.S. military's application of law and punishment has too often fallen short of fairness or equal protection of law. Sometimes the law itself has been the source of the worst injustice. For generations, Jim Crow segregation sought to use the force of law to restrict and oppress an entire race. This was also true of official military policies that, for almost 90 years, segregated and separated American soldiers based on the color of their skin, demonstrating that black soldiers were not regarded as equal when they stood accused before the law. Civil authorities in Texas called the Houston incident a riot. The Army called it mutiny. Neither description is completely accurate, but what is certain is that the causes of the tragedy run much deeper than the incident itself. This is a story of concentric rings. Houston lies at the center of it all, with Texas beyond it. It is surrounded by the American South, and still further beyond that, by America as a country during the First World War. It is the story of a city, a state, and a nation all riven by racism. It is a story of laws and the points at which justice begins and ends, or never even existed at all. It is a story of individual men and the converging paths that brought them to a point of fatal collision on a sweltering, stormy night in the city on the bayou. For more than a century, neither the people who died in the violence that August night, nor the men who were punished for their alleged part in it, received any redress or resolution. Nor did the descendants, who still remembered their names. No measure of restorative justice would come until November 2023. 100 years and more after this incident, it is clear that the men who were convicted by the 3 courts-martial at Fort Sam Houston were denied the due process of law. The executions that followed their trials were not the culmination of justice. The Army charged them with joining in a mutiny, and nearly every commentator since then, even those who passionately defend those soldiers' actions and criticize the flawed legal process that sent 19 of them to the gallows and 91 others to prison, has assumed that a mutiny actually occurred. But newly discovered evidence and a deeper examination of the historical record leads to a surprising, disturbing conclusion. There was never a mutiny in Houston that hot summer night in 1917. Something else occurred, an altogether different crime, and the story of that tragedy has never been told before. 2. Lynch mobs and night riders. Texas was born in violence. There's nothing unique in that. Most countries have their origins in struggles for independence or wars of revolution. Just as many nations have had to repeatedly fight for their continued survival. In Texas, however, a grim thread runs through the historical violence that is an indelible part of the state's creation and maturation. Texas fought itself into existence as an independent republic during the Texas Revolution of 1836, when it tore itself away from Mexico. Though Mexico had explicitly abolished slavery when it gained its independence from Spain in 1821, the new Texas Republic not only specifically wrote legal slavery into its constitution, but also barred Africans, the descendants of Africans, and Indians from ever becoming citizens in the new country. Throughout the frontier period, Texans were both victims and aggressors in conflict with the Comanche, Kiowa, Kickapoo, Apache, and other Indian tribes whose traditional territories covered parts of the region. Texas was a sovereign nation for nearly 10 years before it joined the United States of America in 1845 as the 28th state, only to attempt to divorce itself from that union during the conflagration of the Civil War. The defeat of the Confederacy and occupation of the state by federal troops during Reconstruction saw the emergence of a new strain of racial violence as Texas resisted every effort to make it repent of its slaveholding past or reform its secessionist soul. Before the Civil War had fairly ended, one historian noted in 1910, incidents occurred indicating that, if freedom came to Negroes as a result of the war, it would be resisted by Southern whites, who would advocate a return to compulsory labor which will make the Negro useful to society and subordinate to the white race. For hardline Southern segregationists determined to keep African Americans in a state of tightly controlled subordination, that goal was suddenly made easier by political machinations at the national level. The presidential election of 1876 ended with the Republican candidate, Rutherford B. Hayes, and the Democratic contender, Samuel J. Tilden, locked in a virtual tie. Amid contested electoral votes and instances of fraud by both parties, the vote tallies from 3 southern states, Florida, Louisiana, and South Carolina, hung in the balance. Republican and Democratic Party leadership agreed to a politically expedient compromise. The Democrats conceded the election to Hayes in exchange for a promise that the new administration would remove federal troops from the South, and the federal government would no longer prevent the election of Democratic governments in the unredeemed states of the former Confederacy. It marked the beginning of the end of Reconstruction. To secure the presidency, the party of Abraham Lincoln betrayed black Southerners whose freedom had been won by blood. All that was lacking to mark the ignominy of the deed was an exchange of 30 pieces of silver, the traditional price of betrayal. Hayes took the oath of office as President of the United States on March 3, 1877. Before the end of April, he ordered U.S. Army units posted in southern states to withdraw from their civil enforcement role. 6 years later, the last vestiges of Reconstruction died when the United States Supreme Court, in an 8-1 decision, declared key elements of the Civil Rights Bill of 1875 unconstitutional. The federal government essentially stepped away from involvement in racial issues, and as a consequence left the South free to enforce its own racist policies. This completed the federal government's abandonment of black Southerners, leaving them to suffer under a system of legalized oppression that would persist for almost another 90 years. With removal of federal and military restraint, the racial violence that had festered since 1865 took on a new, more overtly vicious form. Lynching was perhaps the most savage expression of that violence, and the incidence of this crime increased sharply, particularly during the 1890s. Lynching was not a new problem in America. It had marred the Republic since its founding. But in the post-Reconstruction South, it began to change in both its targets and its methods. During the earlier frontier periods, people of all races were lynched when communities resorted to vigilante justice. And in areas without formal law enforcement, a white man accused of murder was just as likely to be lynched as was a black man accused of the same crime. After Reconstruction, however, lynching changed into an undeniably racial crime that almost exclusively targeted African Americans and became indelibly associated with the South. The implication was that things were different in the North, as undoubtedly they were, one social historian notes. Between 1889 and 1918, 96% of the 2,522 African Americans killed by lynch mobs died in the former Confederate states. In Texas, a political majority of white citizens was determined to keep control over every aspect of society in the state, and lynching was a brutally effective weapon in that campaign. Masked bands of marauding night riders known as whitecaps for the hoods they wore terrorized black citizens and targeted anyone who transgressed the unwritten social strictures that governed all matters of race. Homes were attacked, farmsteads burned out, schools, churches, and businesses destroyed. Black men and women were murdered on the spot or abducted to be later found shot to death or hanged from a tree. If local authorities ever bothered to investigate these crimes, the inquest was invariably cursory. County coroners could usually be counted on to quickly return the expected verdict that the victim had died at the hands of persons unknown, and there the matter would end as far as the authorities were concerned. The purpose of lynching was brutally simple and straightforward: to teach the Negro that in the South he has no rights that the law will enforce, as Ida B. Wells Barnett wrote in 1900. African American people in the South lived under an ever-present threat of violence, never for a moment forgetting the risks they endured as people of color. The writer Richard Wright recalled of his childhood, "The white brutality that I had not seen was a more effective control of my behavior than that which I knew. The actual experience would have let me see the realistic outlines of what was really happening. It remained something terrible and yet remote, something whose horror and blood might descend upon me at any moment." As a black Southerner of the Jim Crow era recalled, "In those days it was kill a mule, buy another, kill a nigger, hire another. You had to have a license to kill anything but a nigger. We was always in season." Around the turn of the century, existing traditions of racial segregation were increasingly codified into legal statutes as the social doctrines of white supremacy gained a new foothold in formal law. Across the South, pulpit-thumping preachers and campaigning politicians declared that just as man was created by God to have dominion over the beasts of the earth, so too was the white man placed upon the earth to have dominion over all other races. Many of the white folks sitting in the pews or crowded together in public meeting places fervently agreed. The federal government had not been able to force them to change their attitudes during Reconstruction, no matter how many blue-coated soldiers or Yankee carpetbaggers came south, and no social crusaders in the North would make them change now. This was how Jim Crow segregation was conceived and born, founded upon the false mythologies of a lost cause that existed only in romanticized memory. It was nurtured in the paranoia and hostility of a citizenry that feared the transformations of a new emerging social order. It was confirmed by the bastardization of Scripture, invoked by those whose actions were the very antithesis of Christian charity. In the years between 1895 and 1917, racial terrorism in Texas metastasized into its full malignancy. In 1919, the recently formed National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, released a carefully researched report on lynching in a booklet titled 30 Years of Lynching, 1889 to 1918. This study listed 3,395 verifiable lynchings committed in the United States during that 30-year period. Of the lynchings tallied, 2,834 of those crimes occurred in the South. The North, the West, and separate territories such as Alaska combined to account for the remaining 561 cases. The vast majority of the victims, 2,650 men and women, were identified as persons of color. Texas ranked third in terms of total number of lynchings, with 335. Georgia was first with 386. Mississippi came next with 373. What set Texas apart on that ledger of murder, however, was the sheer savagery that characterized lynchings in the Lone Star State. In the majority of lynchings between 1890 and 1918, the victim was accused of murder. If the victim was formally charged or convicted by a court, the lynching occurred when that person was forcibly taken from the custody of law enforcement and put to death by a mob. Sometimes local sheriffs or marshals resisted the mob and attempted to protect their prisoners. Too often, they did not. Besides a charge of murder, other alleged crimes for which people were lynched included rape, alleged or proven, assault, larceny, arson, and murderous assault. In the western states during these years, the offenses usually cited in lynching cases were murder, the stealing of horses or cattle, or acts such as train wrecking, and people of all races were victims. In the southern states, however, the alleged offenses that provoked lynchings were often far more trivial, such as enticing a servant away from an employer, Georgia, 1894, disobeying ferry regulations, Louisiana, 1897, and disorderly conduct, Florida, 1896. Hundreds of other cases were undeniably racial in nature. A black man named John Brown was lynched in Alabama in 1891 for testifying against whites. J.M. Alexander was lynched for protecting a Negro, Alabama, 1895. An unnamed Negro was lynched for bringing a lawsuit against a white man, Louisiana, 1909. And Charles Shipman was lynched for disagreement with a white man, Texas, 1918. In the small town of Sale City, Georgia in 1917, Collins Johnson and D.C. Johnson were lynched for disputing the word of a white man. All of these alleged offenses were what historian Leon Litwack was describing when he wrote in 1998. The initial shocks of racial awareness laid the groundwork for learning the necessary rituals of subservience and subordination. Some of them were prescribed in law. Most of them existed by habits and customs that were enforced no less ruthlessly than the law. Another thing that characterized lynch mob violence in the South was that it posed a very real danger not only to those accused of crimes, but also to anyone else who happened to be associated with the offense, however remotely, or who simply happened to be black and unfortunate enough to cross a lynch mob's path when it was out for blood. John Hayden was lynched in Alabama in 1898 because he was mistaken for another black man. reporting on a 1903 lynching in Georgia. A writer for New York Tribune wrote, "A mob formed near Liberty County pursued through 7 counties a Negro, supposed to be Ed Klaus, who had assaulted Susie Johnson, a young white woman, and lynched him, hanging him and shooting him full of holes. After he was lynched, it was found he was not Klaus." When lynch mobs failed to lay hands on the person they were hunting, they sometimes expended their violence on friends or family of the accused. In Rome, Tennessee in 1901, an African-American woman named Bailey Crutchfield was lynched by a mob because her brother was accused of stealing a purse. The mob took Crutchfield from the custody of the sheriff and started with him for the place of execution when he broke from them and escaped, the NAACP report stated. This so enraged the mob, a contemporary newspaper account reported, that they suspected Crutchfield's sister of being implicated in the theft, and last night's work was the culmination of that suspicion. The coroner's jury returned the usual verdict, that the woman came to her death at the hands of parties unknown. All across the South in the first decades of the 20th century, for black people there was rarely any recourse to law or official authority that could be relied upon to protect them from the mob or to prosecute their murderers after they were hanged, shot, or burned alive. For most of that era, lynching was a national crisis, not a regional one, though it was always concentrated in the South. Through it all, the federal government chose not to involve itself in crimes committed in the individual states, at least not when the overwhelming majority of the victims of those crimes were black. When Woodrow Wilson was elected president in 1912, many African Americans initially hoped that with his reputation as a progressive academic, he might finally exert the power of the U.S. government to protect them from the scourge of racist violence. In an open letter published on March 13, 1912, shortly after Wilson's inauguration, W.E.B. Du Bois, a founder of the NAACP and a leading African American activist, challenged the president to act against the injustices that black Americans endured on a daily basis. "We want to be treated as men," Du Bois wrote to Wilson. "We want to vote. We want our children educated. We want lynching stopped. We want no longer to be herded as cattle on streetcars and railroads. We want the right to earn a living, to own our own property, and to spend our income unhindered and uncursed. Your power is limited? We know that. But the power of the American people is unlimited. Today you embody that power. You typify its ideals." Du Bois was hopeful, but he would be disappointed. Wilson was a Southerner, born in Virginia and raised in Georgia. His earlier academic career had indicated his stance on racial issues. As president of Princeton University from 1902 to 1910, Wilson had enacted policies specifically designed to prevent black students from enrollment. Within a few months after his inauguration, any early hopes that he would take a stand against the oppression of African American citizens increasingly gave way to frustration, as it became clear he was not an ally in the struggle for civil rights. Du Bois was never a man to back down from a fight. 6 months after his first letter to Wilson, he published another. Confronting the president on his lack of action on the problem of racial violence, Du Bois declared, "It is no exaggeration to say that every enemy of the Negro race is greatly encouraged, that every man who dreams of making the Negro race a group of menials and pariahs is alert and hopeful. They and others are assuming this because not a single act and not a single word of yours since election has given anyone reason to infer that you have the slightest interest in the colored people or desire to elevate their intolerable position." Wilson was unmoved by this criticism, just as he remained impervious to every other voice that implored him to do something to alleviate the suffering of African American citizens. 6 more years passed before the president would even consent to publicly criticize the crime of lynching, and in that time, 325 more people were lynched in the United States. 264 of those victims were black. The moral complicity of Wilson's stubborn silence became even more critical as the nation moved closer to involvement in the war then raging in Europe. James Weldon Johnson, the African-American activist who was an important figure in the nascent NAACP, pointed this out in an article he wrote 2 years before the Houston incident. It is worthwhile to think about the hypocrisy of this country. Here we are holding up our hands in horror at German atrocities, at what is being done in Belgium and what is being done on the high seas, while the wholesale murder of American citizens on American soil by bloodthirsty American mobs hardly brings forth a word of comment. We have a president who still continues to talk about humanity, about bringing peace and righteousness to all the nations of the earth, but who has yet to utter one word against this outraging of humanity within the territory over which he presides. Americans, in their smug hypocrisy, look upon the Turks for their treatment of the Armenians as cruel barbarians. But the American lynching record makes the Turkish treatment of Armenians look like deeds of mercy. It is our duty to ourselves and to those who come after us to cry out against lynching and every other form of wrong that is practiced against us. Lynchings increasingly became macabre spectator events and were often commemorated by the collecting of souvenirs and publication of photographs celebrating the incident. After a mass lynching of 5 African Americans on June 15, 1918, in Sabine County, Texas, the Hawk Rider Drug Company published a postcard photo of the murder. The photograph showed 5 victims hanging from a tree, with the caption that read, "The Dogwood Tree. This is the only branch of a dogwood tree, an emblem of white supremacy, a lesson once taught in the pioneers' school, that this is a land of white man's rule. The red man once in an early day was told by the whites to mend his way. The Negro now, by eternal grace, must learn to stay in the Negro's place. In the sunny South, the land of the free, let the white supreme forever be. Let this warning to all Negroes be, or they'll suffer the fate of the dogwood tree." Lynching was a national plague, but in Texas it took on an especially brutal aspect. While lynching murders decreased in most southern states in 1915 and 1916, they increased in Texas as something already terrible transformed into an abomination of racist violence. It was as if some sort of communal malevolence existed in the cultural and societal makeup of the Lone Star State at that time, a malice that turned lynchings into scenes of unparalleled sadism. The punishment of death was no longer enough to satisfy the crowds that gathered to watch these public murders. Increasingly, prolonged torture and unrestrained viciousness became the hallmarks of Texas lynchings. The most infamous spectacle in lynching in Texas occurred on May 15, 1916, when nearly 15,000 white citizens crowded into the city of Waco to watch the maiming, torture, and burning of 16-year-old Jesse Washington, accused of raping and murdering a white woman named Lucy Fryer. The perpetrators sold his teeth as souvenirs for $5 each. The chain used to suspend him in the fire went for 25 cents a link. That murder quickly became known across the nation as the Waco Horror. 7 years later, when the Houston Informer, an African-American newspaper, referred to Waco as Barbecueville, it did not need to explain to its readers what event inspired that name. Within the state, Texas's own newspapers responded to lynchings in a variety of ways. When the Waco Semi-Weekly Tribune reported on the lynching of Jesse Washington, it stated, "Not all approved, but they looked on because they had never seen anything of the kind." In the next sentence, however, the writer underscored the moral responsibility of everyone who witnessed that murder, including those who may have privately disapproved of it. No hand was raised to stop the movement, the reporter wrote. No word spoken to halt the progress of those who carried the Negro to his death. By not speaking out against the crime, every spectator was morally complicit in the act. 2 days after Washington's murder, the San Antonio Express declared, "The Waco disgrace is the disgrace of Texas." Even the Houston Post, which a year later would promulgate unsubstantiated rumors and a call for racist reprisals after the violence involving the soldiers of the 24th Infantry in that city, said of the Waco lynching, "From no angle viewed can there be the least excuse, much less justification." Ida B. Wells, the anti-lynching activist, was only one of many commentators who pointed out the hypocrisy of white American society when it came to the issue of racist violence. "American Christians," she wrote, "are too busy saving the souls of white Christians from burning in hellfire to save the lives of black ones from present burning in fires kindled by white Christians." Not all white Southerners condoned this savagery. One witness to the 1916 Waco lynching wrote, "I am a white man, but today is one day that I am certainly sorry that I am one. I am disgusted with my country." The voices in white society that condemned racial violence, however, were never as numerous as those that cheered on the lynch mobs or condoned them by remaining silent about the crimes. And those who spoke out against the mobs after the fact seldom did anything to stop a lynching in progress. Polite Southern society was likely to pronounce lynching distasteful and to see lynching as the work of poor whites, Herbert Shapiro says in his study of racial violence. But the leaders of society did nothing to put a stop to the practice, and in actuality tended to see lynching as most regrettable but justifiable. The other distinct form of racial violence that terrorized black citizens in that era was mob violence targeting not just an individual, but entire communities. In the 14 years before the 1917 Houston incident, race riots in 4 major cities struck at African American populations. Only one of these incidents occurred in a southern state. In July 1903, a mob in Evansville, Indiana, attacked the city's black community and burned it out. 12 people were killed, more than 40 were injured, and 2,000 African American citizens were forced to flee their homes. 3 years later, another mob in Atlanta, Georgia, murdered 25 black people, injured more than 90 others, and destroyed most of the city's African American-owned homes and businesses. In August 1908, a race mob in Springfield, Illinois, famous for its association with Abraham Lincoln, murdered at least 9 black citizens, burned out the largest African American neighborhood in the city, and turned more than 2,000 black residents into refugees. The Springfield mob was particularly mindless in its violence. At least 7 of its own perpetrators, all white men, were themselves killed in the rioting by other mob members or the militia. Those 3 incidents, terrible as they were minor in comparison to what happened in another Illinois city, East St. Louis, in 1917. On July 1st through 3rd, just 7 weeks before the events unfolded in Houston, as many as 200 African American citizens were murdered and hundreds more were injured when labor disputes and racial animosity erupted into a massive race riot. Eyewitnesses described the indiscriminate killing of black people by mobs of white rioters, and a reporter from the St. Louis Post-Dispatch wrote an explicit account of what he saw during the riot. "For an hour and a half last evening, I saw the massacre of helpless Negroes at Broadway and 4th Street in downtown East St. Louis, where a black skin was a death warrant. I saw man after man, with hands raised, pleading for his life, surrounded by groups of men who had never seen him before and knew nothing about him except that he was black, and saw them administer the historic sentence of intolerance, death by stoning. I saw one of these men, almost dead from a savage shower of stones, hanged with a clothesline. Within a few paces of the pole from which he was suspended, 4 other Negroes lay dead or dying, another having been removed, dead a short time before. 'Get a nigger' was the slogan, and it was varied by the recurrent cry, 'Get another.' The sheds in the rear of Negroes' houses on 4th Street had been ignited to drive out the Negro occupants of the houses, and the slayers were waiting for them to come out. It was stay in and be roasted, or come out and be slaughtered. The East St. Louis race riot would be the worst such crime in American history, until eclipsed by the violence that destroyed the black community of Greenwood in Tulsa, Oklahoma in 1921. At least 300 buildings in East St. Louis, most of them owned by African American residents, were destroyed. Property damage was estimated to be nearly $8 million in today's dollars, a staggering blow to an already economically disadvantaged community. Nearly 6,000 black residents fled the city to escape the rampaging mobs, and later census reports indicated that years passed before the city's African-American population returned to its pre-1917 levels. The violence in East St. Louis could not just be blamed on the actions of racist mobs, however, because the institutions of law and order that should have put down the riot were culpable either by omission or by commission. The city police completely failed to protect black neighborhoods, and in fact were ordered not to use force against the mobs. When Governor Frank Loudon sent the Illinois National Guard into the city to restore order, the guardsmen either stood by as black people were attacked, or in several instances, actually joined in as participants and perpetrators of the violence. A local newspaper reported, "All the impartial witnesses agree that the police were either indifferent or encouraged the barbarities, and that the major part of the National Guard was indifferent or inactive. No organized effort was made to protect the Negroes or disperse the murdering groups. 10 determined officers could have prevented most of the outrages. 100 men acting with authority and vigor might have prevented any outrage." This was not just the personal opinion of one journalist, as the federal government's official investigation later showed. The congressional report concluded in its condemnation of the East St. Louis police by saying, "Instead of being guardians of the peace, they became a part of the mob by countenancing the assaulting and shooting down of defenseless Negroes and adding to the terrifying scenes of rapine and slaughter." In spite of this clear determination of both complicity and cooperation in a crime of horrific proportions, no meaningful legal action was ever taken against the East St. Louis Police Department or the members of the Illinois National Guard who abetted and participated in the massacre. For the black soldiers of the 24th Infantry posted to Houston in the summer of 1917, race riots such as these were not just remote newspaper accounts of shocking occurrences in distant places. Many of those men came from states where this mob violence occurred. Some of them had grown up in those very cities. As the history of that era repeatedly showed, no African American community could be truly confident of its safety, no matter how far north of the Mason-Dixon line they lived. "The fact is," one black educator wrote in 1915, "that lynching has gone on for so long in many parts of our country that it is somewhat difficult to draw at this time a sharp line marking off distinctly the point where the lynching spirit stops and the spirit of legal procedure commences. You cannot tell what the most peaceable community will do at any moment under certain circumstances. To live under such a reality was to live under constant fear. On top of this communal threat, black soldiers serving in the South were acutely aware of the personal risks they faced from racism in states firmly in the grip of Jim Crow laws. In Texas alone, 5 serious incidents of violence against black troops had occurred since 1900. Every report of a race riot or lynch mob anywhere in the country reinforced a truth that was an inescapable part of these soldiers' lives. Their families, friends, and hometowns were never truly safe from the threat of racial violence, even while they themselves were serving in the military, defending a nation that refused to accept them as fully enfranchised citizens. The racism the soldiers of the 24th Infantry encountered in Texas was not subtle, restrained, or concealed in any way. Nor was it mere intimidation. Recent history has made it painfully clear what could happen to black soldiers in Texas. And President Wilson's repeated refusal to condemn lynching, along with the War Department's refusal to use its economic power to insist that its soldiers be given the respect and decent treatment they deserved, made it all but certain that it was only a matter of time before another outburst of racial violence would claim more lives. 3. Semper Paratus. Black men had fought for the United States during the Civil War and at the nation's founding in the American Revolution. But the creation of 6 all-black regiments in 1866 marked the first time African American soldiers were ever included in the peacetime establishment of the regular army. Those units were the 9th and 10th Cavalry and the 38th, 39th, 40th, and 41st Infantry, each designated as a colored regiment in the parlance of the time. The soldiers in those regiments were all black, under the command of white officers. But as Congress gave, it could also take away. In 1869, cuts to the military budget resulted in the consolidation of the 4 black infantry regiments into just 2, the 24th and the 25th Infantry. Throughout the Indian Wars era, those units served with distinction at posts all over the frontier as well as in Cuba, the Philippines, and Mexico. Along the way, they acquired their famous nickname of Buffalo Soldiers, and the 24th Infantry Regiment earned the motto that still appears on its crest today: Semper Paratus, or Always Ready. The soldiers of the 324 Infantry were a diverse group of men in a regiment sharply delineated by the racial segregation policies of that era. All the commissioned officers, the lieutenants, captains, and so on, were white men. All the enlisted men, including the non-commissioned officers, the corporals and sergeants, were black. Considering a sample of 110 of the enlisted men, they came from all parts of the country. 67 of them were born in southern states. 20 came from border states, such as Kentucky, Missouri, and Maryland. The other 23 were northerners. Their average age was 24, which was normal in an army where the largest proportion of soldiers in any unit were always young men on their first or second enlistments. The NCOs among them were generally a bit older, usually men in their mid-20s to late 30s. Almost all of them were unmarried, which was also normal in all Army units of that era, regardless of their racial makeup, because junior enlisted soldiers needed their commander's permission to marry, and few men could support a wife on a private's pay. According to their service records, only 4 men in that group were married at the time of the Houston incident, though a few may have been secretly married. That, too, was common in many units. A few of these men were comparatively well educated, but most had only finished school up to the middle grades. Before enlisting in the Army, most of them worked as farmhands, porters, cooks, store clerks, waiters, or freight handlers, or in similar jobs. For African American communities in the early 20th century, black soldiers such as these men were the living embodiment of black pride. Each of them, whether veteran or new recruit, was the direct heir of the famed Buffalo Soldiers of the frontier era. They were men who had managed to step at least a pace or two beyond the limitations placed on them by a racially biased society. Their detractors, however, were never willing to consider them as individuals, even before the Houston incident, and those denigrations went back decades before most of those men were even born. Racist stereotypes had always littered segregationists' objections to African American men serving in the military. It was a decidedly risky experiment to attempt making soldiers of such people. A man named W. Thornton Parker wrote in the North American Review in 1899, "Recruited from the most dangerous and shiftless of the freed Negroes, they were naturally lazy and disinclined to do the work required of them. They spent all their leisure time in gambling, drinking, and quarreling." The historical evidence shows, however, that the disciplinary records and desertion rates of black units were better, proportionately, than those of contemporary white regiments. Black soldiers could get into trouble, especially if alcohol was involved, and their rosters always contained a few men whom their sergeants regarded as unrepentant troublemakers or loudmouthed hotheads, the same as in any other Army unit. But black regiments during the frontier period had far lower desertion rates than were reported in white regiments, and that trend still held in 1917. American society castigated black soldiers much more severely than white soldiers for the same sorts of misbehavior, and held them to an unfairly higher standard of conduct than was expected of other men. One more instance of the inequality of their situation. Some white commentators who spoke up to support African American men's rights to serve in the Army were apparently only willing to praise the black regiments so long as they were posted somewhere else, preferably far away. The hypocrisy in this sort of thinking was apparent to anyone who cared to notice. Whenever, by the routine of the War Department, a colored troop or a colored company was assigned for duty in a New England post, one Army officer wrote in 1907. The representatives in Congress of the threatened state have intervened, and the unwelcome orders have been canceled. The senior senator from Vermont, Redfield Proctor, admitted that the most arduous struggle of his whole career was the one during the Cleveland administration to keep Negro troops out of Fort Ethan Allen. This attitude of "let them serve, but not near me" was all too common in the decades between the Civil War and the First World War. New Englanders have always peculiarly loved the Negro, an Army officer named Matthew Steele wrote in an article published in 1906. But they do not love him in their midst. They prefer him away in Georgia or Louisiana, whither they can send him their sympathy by mail. In addition to criticizing those attitudes, Steele also confronted the policy of racial segregation within the military. "Is it not time to do away with the color line in the Army of the United States?" Steele asked. He pointed out that the 9th and 10th Regiments of Cavalry and the 24th and 25th of Infantry are the four upon which the ban of color has been laid. By implication, colored men are and always have been excluded from the ranks of all other regiments. Such a policy might be the law, but Steele argued it was unjust. This law is today the only one upon the statute books of the national government which treats the Negro citizens as a class apart, which sets up a Jim Crow car for them, as it were, and requires them to ride in it or none. He wrote, "No more exclusive law can be found in the codes of Alabama or Mississippi." Speaking as a combat veteran himself, Steele distilled his argument down to the only point that ultimately mattered to a soldier. The soldiers of the regular army, white and black, have always given a good account of themselves in campaign and battle, he wrote. In a fight, the color of a man's face cuts no figure, so long as it be not pale. When war with Spain broke out in 1898, patriotic spirit touched African American communities just as strong as it did the rest of the nation. But for black citizens, it also carried with it a real dilemma. Should they volunteer to fight for a country that treated them so abysmally? As one writer for the Colored American, an African American newspaper in the nation's capital, wrote in March 1898, "While the air is filled with war clouds and sanguinary talk, the colored man is in a quandary. Why should he desire to take up arms against any foreign government when the United States, his adopted country, offers him such little protection?" It was a legitimate question, one for which there were no simple answers. In another editorial, the same newspaper declared, "We want for ourselves every right and privilege accorded to any other American citizen, and will be satisfied with nothing short of it. We are not more anxious to be shot at or killed than any other class. But the principle of military and civilian recognition is at stake, and we wish to be called on equally with our fellow countrymen to bear the nation's burdens as well as to share her joys. We want colored troops with colored officers. We have the brains, the courage, and the strength. Give us the opportunity. All we desire and all we expect is an equal chance and fair play." That was no more than what black soldiers themselves had asked for from the moment they first took their place in the Army's ranks. It was the very thing for which they were willing to risk their lives. They wanted to serve their nation, and they expected the nation to respect them for it. Anyone who hoped that a war against a foreign enemy would ease domestic racial animosities and lead to new, enlightened feelings of patriotic brotherhood that transcended the color line was quickly disappointed. The military buildup of troops in southern states in preparation for the invasion of Cuba and Puerto Rico brought large concentrations of black troops into close contact with hostile Southerners to a greater degree than had happened since the end of the Reconstruction era. It was like applying a proverbial match to gunpowder. "It would seem," wrote an editor of the Richmond Planet, "that a war would tend to allay race prejudice and bring closer together the races in the South. It has had an opposite tendency, for the number of lynchings has been steadily on the increase." As one historian notes, the reason for the increased violence against African Americans was simple. White Americans resented the sight of blacks with weapons, even, or perhaps especially, if the blacks were in the uniform of the U.S. Army. Also, black Americans with guns and in uniform had a disquieting tendency to insist on their civil rights. This was especially true of the veteran soldiers in the regular Army's 4 black regiments. They had paid their dues in the tough service of the frontier garrisons. They had earned the right to be recognized as fighting men of proven ability, and they were not about to quietly submit to the prejudices of bigoted civilians who objected to their presence. As the editor of one newspaper wrote, the members of the 25th Infantry were so long in Montana that when they came into contact with the laws of Tennessee, compelling the whites and Afro-Americans to ride in separate cars, they strenuously objected, declaring that their uniforms entitled them to sit in any car on a train. That refusal to accept segregated seating in Southern Railway cars was a harbinger of what would happen 19 years later in Houston. Southern society was outraged by the idea that any black man might behave as if they were the social equals of white people. In 1898, the Commercial Appeal in Memphis expressed the opinions of many Southerners when it declared, "The colored soldier must not permit himself to be betrayed into the assumption that he has changed or benefited his social condition by wearing a blue coat and carrying a gun. If he forgets himself, he will soon be reminded of his delinquency in a convincing manner." A writer for the Tampa Morning Tribune told his readers, "The colored infantrymen have made themselves very offensive to the people of the city. The men insist upon being treated as white men are treated, and the citizens will not make any distinction between the colored troops and the colored citizens." African American newspapers did not let that sort of insult stand without rebuttal. The editors of the Colored American, writing in August 1898, declared, "The trouble between the Negroes and whites at Tampa, Chattanooga, New Orleans, and other points is due almost without exception to the fact that narrow-minded cads and short-sighted shopkeepers insisted upon making a difference in the treatment of United States soldiers. Fair play would have prevented all the turmoil that has disgraced Uncle Sam's army in the South since the war began." Fair play was precisely what many people absolutely refused to give black soldiers. An 1898 editorial in the Washington Post stated, "This is a white man's country, and the whites are not willing and cannot be compelled to accept the Negro on equal terms in any relation of life." Local officials made similar statements. When a black soldier was put on trial in Macon, Georgia, the city prosecutor declared in his opening statement to the court, "I'm going to show a nigger soldier that he is the same as any other nigger." The Spanish-American War thoroughly disenchanted black citizens who hoped they might gain a measure of acceptance and equality through military service. A teenager during those years, Ned Cobb never forgot what the experience taught him. He did not have much formal education, but he was a keen observer of the world around him. "I've had white people tell me, 'This is a white man's country.' White man's country," he recalled. "They don't sing that to the colored man when it comes to war. Then it's all our country. Go fight for the country. Go over there and risk his life for the country and come back. He ain't a bit more thought of than he was before he left. After the battle is fought and the victory is won, I'm forced to say it, it all goes over to the whites." It was a bitter lesson, and Cobb saw it play out over and over. The colored man going over there fighting, the white man going over there fighting. Well, the white man holds his ground over here when he comes back. He's the same. Nigger come back, he ain't recognized more than a dog, he said. As William Calvin Chase, the fiery, eloquent editor of the African American newspaper The Washington Bee, declared in an editorial, "There is no inducement for the Negro to fight for the independence of Cuba, when his own brothers, fathers, mothers, and indeed his children are shot down as if they were dogs and cattle." For black soldiers, at least one small change for the better occurred by the time of the Spanish-American War. The Army finally began to commission a few African-American officers to serve in the black regiments. It was a tentative movement toward recognition of their abilities, not just as followers, but also as leaders. Even that, however, was a hesitant step out of the darkness of a racially tainted system that kept African American soldiers separate, differentiated, and disadvantaged. Captain Steele deplored the policy of military segregation, which he felt cost the Army the services of well-qualified men. Of a truth, the law which places the mark of color on 4 of our regiments is out of date now, if ever it was timely, he wrote. It is contrary to the spirit of the 14th and 15th Amendments to the Constitution, and to the good sense of the 20th century. There is no reason why blacks or whites should be excluded by the law of the land from any troop, battery, or company in the service. Recruiting officers should enlist the best men to be had, without distinction of color, and each man should be assigned to a regiment according to his choice and the best interests of the service. 4. The Ghosts of Brownsville. Lieutenant Colonel William Newman was a worried man, worried enough that in July 1917 he lodged a formal protest against the orders he had just received from the War Department, directing him to take 324 Infantry, the battalion of which he had assumed command just a day earlier, from Columbus, New Mexico, to Houston, to guard the construction of a new military training facility named Camp Logan. Newman had more than 25 years' service in the Army by that point in his career, and had been with the regiment for 2 years. He had experience as an officer of black soldiers, and within a year of joining the regiment he learned just how dangerous Jim Crow Texas could be for those men. In April 1916, Mexico was in the chaos of a revolution. Occasionally, the violence spilled across to the U.S. side of the international border, and in March of that year, Pancho Villa attacked Columbus, New Mexico in a bloody raid, provoking the United States government to send General John Pershing into Mexico with some 10,000 troops, with orders to capture Villa, or at least reduce his ability to mount further attacks on American territory. The Army garrisoned towns all along the border from Arizona to Texas with soldiers from the regular Army and the National Guard. And as part of that tactical alignment, Newman, who was then serving with 124 Infantry, took 2 companies of that battalion to Camp Del Rio, a temporary post just outside the small Texas border town of the same name. White Texans may have worried about what was happening south of the border, but apparently the idea of being protected by black soldiers instead of white troops upset their narrow sensibilities even more than the thought of being raided by Mexican revolutionaries. On the night of April 8th, several soldiers tried to enter the Green Top, one of Del Rio's several brothels. They were refused entry, and racist insults were thrown at them, along with a few punches from the establishment's bouncers. What happened next depends upon whose version of the story one believes, but an altercation ensued that brought law enforcement to the scene. At some point in the uproar, a soldier named John Wade was shot and killed by a Texas Ranger. The police report claimed he was shot while resisting arrest. A separate military investigation, however, revealed that Private Wade was shot in the back multiple times, evidence that clearly contradicted the police version of events. Del Rio police officers claimed that soldiers initiated the violence and did all the shooting that night, but the Army insisted the police fired first, not the soldiers. Wade's killing provoked some of his fellow soldiers to seek their own measure of vengeance. When word spread through the unit that he was dead, 2 soldiers armed themselves from their company's rifle racks and headed back into town to get some payback of their own. They shot up the brothel where the trouble had started, and it was only through sheer luck that no one else was killed. Lieutenant Alexander Chilton was the 1st Battalion's duty officer that night, and his quick, effective leadership was probably the one thing that prevented the kind of large-scale outbreak of violence that overtook its sister battalion, 324 Infantry, 16 months later in Houston. As soon as Chilton realized some men had gone into town without authorization, he mustered the entire battalion and locked down the unit's weapons. Within a few minutes he knew exactly which soldiers were absent from camp. An ammunition count revealed 24 rounds unaccounted for, precisely the number the 2 soldiers later admitted to firing during their unsanctioned raid. Lieutenant Chilton then personally went into town and conducted a fast but efficient investigation of the scene. Another crucial factor that kept the Del Rio incident from escalating into widespread violence was that Chilton could rely completely on the corporals and sergeants in his battalion. Professional, non-commissioned officers knew their business. They kept military discipline intact among their platoons and squads while their officers tried to keep the situation from blowing up around them. By dawn, the two miscreant soldiers were apprehended and back in Army custody, and greater trouble was averted. Depictions of this incident in some local newspapers were predictable and predictably exaggerated. According to those accounts, the actions of two hot-headed privates were tantamount to a full mutiny by the entire garrison, and the soldiers were supposedly bent on murdering any white person they might encounter. The Army quickly transferred the two companies of black soldiers away from Camp Del Rio at the demand of the local populace and the political machinations of the district's fiercely racist congressman, Representative John Nance Garner. The two soldiers who fired their weapons in town were court-martialed for their part in the incident. But the Army failed to demand federal prosecution of the civilian law enforcement officer who killed Private Wade. Del Rio was only one in a series of incidents in Texas's history of violence against black soldiers. The first serious large-scale clash between Texans and black soldiers had occurred 16 years earlier, in 1900, in another border town. El Paso did not have a history of the sort of lynch mob violence that marred East Texas, and it had a long, mutually beneficial relationship with the Army. On the night of February 7th, a small group of soldiers from 125 Infantry hatched an impulsive, ill-considered plan to storm the town jail in an attempt to free from custody one of their comrades, who had earlier been arrested for public intoxication. Both the soldiers and local lawmen were armed, and in the short fight that followed, a policeman, Officer Newton Stewart, and a soldier, Corporal James Hull, were killed. There was no question that the soldiers who attacked the city jail were guilty of violating both civil and military law. The Army's investigation declared that the indicted soldiers were guilty of unlawful violence that night, and 6 soldiers were convicted for their part in it. But it also determined that racist behavior toward African American soldiers had been on the rise in El Paso before the incident. Local law enforcement officers and customs officials who manned the border crossing points frequently targeted black soldiers with both verbal and physical abuse, and the town itself was as rigidly segregated as other Southern communities. The Army concluded that this unrelenting and increasing bigotry contributed to the soldiers' growing anger, a festering canker of resentment that culminated in an outbreak of violence that killed 2 men and sent 6 others to prison. If anyone needed confirmation of that, it was only necessary to read the statements of local officials. El Paso's city attorney attributed the violence to the inherent meanness of African Americans and declared that a black man was not fit to be a soldier and should never be allowed to have a gun in his hands. The Negro is the same wherever you find him, the local collector of customs claimed. Put him in a uniform and he thinks he can run things to suit himself. The most infamous incident in the list of civilian military violence in the state had occurred in August 1906 in southeastern Texas. In late July, the 1st Battalion of the 25th Infantry Regiment, minus its Alpha Company, arrived to garrison Fort Brown, a small military installation adjacent to the border town of Brownsville. The unit arrived from a previous assignment at Fort Niobrara, Nebraska, where they had enjoyed good relations with the local civilian community. Texas, as they quickly discovered, was an entirely different social landscape. The obvious problem was that Brownsville was a Jim Crow town that rigidly enforced segregation etiquette and had no interest in welcoming the black troopers, one historian notes. One black soldier recalled years later that the town park featured a sign announcing, "No niggers and no dogs allowed." At around midnight on August 12th, someone shot up the town, firing several hundred rounds at businesses and lighted areas. A white bartender, Frank Natus, was killed by a bullet that came through a window of a saloon, and a Latino policeman, Joe Dominguez, was wounded. No one could identify the perpetrators, nor even say how many men were firing in the darkness. But the citizens of Brownsville immediately insisted that soldiers from Fort Brown were involved. The officers of 125 Infantry vehemently denied this, with good reason. As soon as the battalion commander, Major Charles Penrose, heard the fusillade of gunfire in town that night, he ordered an immediate stand-to and mustered his entire battalion. His company officers and NCOs reported all their personnel accounted for. No soldiers were out of ranks, and just as importantly, no weapons were missing from the arms racks. Penrose then ordered an inspection of every rifle and determined that they were all clean and unfired. Residents of Brownsville disregarded that evidence and insisted the unidentified shooters were soldiers from the garrison. Their primary evidence was a handful of .30 caliber shell casings allegedly found in the town's streets. But Major Penrose insisted that all his ordnance stocks appeared to be intact, while supposedly incriminating spent brass found in the streets were indeed cartridges of a type issued with the Army's new M1903 Springfield rifles. That caliber and type of ammunition was also widely available for civilian purchase. The War Department sent the Southwestern Division's Assistant Inspector General, Major Augustus Blockson, down to Brownsville as its primary investigator. His mind was apparently made up before he even got off the train. He accepted without question civilian accusations against the soldiers at almost every turn, claiming that 9 to 15 soldiers had raided the town, and he thought the racial climate in the town offered all the probable cause he needed to place the blame on the men of 125 Infantry. Causes of disturbance are racial, Blockson wrote in his report. People did not desire colored troops here, and show they thought them inferior socially by certain slights and denial of privileges at public bars, etc. Soldiers resented this. I consider it necessary to remove the colored troops. The sooner the better. Brownsville police arrested 12 soldiers on suspicion of shooting up the town. But even in a Texas court, the evidence against them was insufficient to sustain the charges, and they were released to the Army's custody. Blockson was convinced that someone in the battalion was guilty, so the dozen men were held in close confinement at Fort Sam Houston in San Antonio, while the government proceeded in its investigation against them and every other soldier who was in Brownsville that night. President Theodore Roosevelt ordered the Army's Inspector General, Brigadier General Ernest Garlington, to endeavor to secure information that will lead to the apprehension and punishment of the men of the 25th Infantry. The wording of that statement made it very clear that Roosevelt, like Blockson, had already made up his mind about the situation. Garlington quickly decided the Buffalo soldiers were maintaining a conspiracy of silence, and Roosevelt was all too ready to agree with him. If the individuals responsible for the Brownsville incident could not be identified, the president wrote, orders will be immediately issued from the War Department discharging every man in companies B, C, and D without honor. Determined to keep the African American vote firmly in the Republican pocket in that year's midterm elections, he issued his order the day after the congressional elections that November. There were no trials, no reviews, and no appeals. Even in an era of officially sanctioned racism, Roosevelt's action seemed an egregiously unfair judgment of men against whom an offense was alleged but never proven. For Black Americans, Roosevelt's treatment of the soldiers of 125 Infantry was an outright betrayal of their previous support for him and the Republican Party. William Calvin Chase's editorial ferocity had not diminished since his condemnation of American racism during the Spanish-American War. Now, writing about Roosevelt's treatment of the men of 125 Infantry, he was absolutely incensed. Negroes are not fools, at least not all of them, Chase wrote in the Bee, and this after-election order is well understood by them. Black newspaper editors, community leaders, and clergymen used their various platforms to protest the government's treatment of 125 Infantry. But another crisis that same year quickly eclipsed the trouble in Texas, at least for several months. 6 weeks after the shooting in Brownsville, a 2-day rampage by race mobs in Atlanta killed more than 30 black citizens, injured hundreds more, and destroyed property in the black neighborhoods of the city. This cataclysmic event, a mid-century article declared, made Brownsville seem pale in comparison. The lives of the soldiers of the 25th were not in jeopardy, and the dead in Atlanta were a more important issue. By the time the activists could finally turn their attention back to Brownsville, Roosevelt and the Republican Party had used the intervening time to shift public perceptions on the matter. It seems most likely that the attack on the town was staged by civilian perpetrators who were never identified. The officers of 125 Infantry certainly believed that was what happened. The sentiment in Texas is so hostile against colored troops, one officer reported, that there is always the danger of serious trouble between the citizens and soldiers whenever they are brought into contact. Most historians today accept the idea that the entire incident was concocted to discredit the 25th Infantry and force the Army to transfer them away from Brownsville and its hostile population. If there was indeed such a scheme, it succeeded. The 3rd Battalion of the 24th Infantry arrived in Houston that summer in 1917 because of a chain of events set in motion 3 years earlier, far away in the Balkans. On a Sunday morning in June 1914, a Serbian nationalist named Gavrilo Princip assassinated Austrian Archduke Franz Ferdinand and his wife Sophie, setting in motion the train wreck of treaty alliances and irrational militarism that propelled Europe into the First World War in a precipitous rush to mutual mass destruction. The United States stayed out of the war for nearly 3 years while the nations of Europe fought each other to a bloody standstill, but American involvement was perhaps inevitable. Finally, after a German submarine sank yet another ship in a series of attacks on American associated vessels, the U.S. Congress formally declared war on Germany on April 6, 1917. At that time, the United States was simply not prepared to fight a modern war on the scale of the fighting then being waged in Europe. In 1916, the regular U.S. Army had an end strength of about 100,000 men on active duty, the largest peacetime army the United States had ever maintained. It was a small but professional military force, and it had gained valuable experience in recent low-intensity conflicts such as the Philippine-American War and the punitive expedition into Mexico. The massive, industrialized conflict then raging in Europe was an entirely different kind of challenge, though. In the campaigns of Ypres, the Somme, and Verdun on the Western Front, the British, French, and German armies had lost as many men in a matter of months as the U.S. Army's entire strength. In that meat grinder of a war, the diminutive U.S. Army would likely fight itself out of existence within 6 months. Before any American troop ships set sail for France, the nation needed to create a huge new force as quickly as possible. 19 years earlier, the U.S. government had learned a hard lesson about how not to expand the Army in time of need. The declaration of war against Spain in April 1898 prompted a massive outpouring of public support and martial spirit that produced a wave of volunteers for military service in numbers the War Department was simply not equipped to handle. Thousands of National Guardsmen volunteered for active service. Thousands more civilians who were not yet on the muster roll of any state's militia unit also rushed to join the ranks. Around 200,000 volunteers enlisted for that war, and at least 136,000 of them spent their entire time in uniform inside the United States. The combined factors of a war that was much shorter than anyone expected, a logistics and transportation system that was woefully inadequate for the task at hand, and a National Guard force whose average level of training and readiness for deployment was nothing less than abysmal, created a situation that practically guaranteed most of the volunteers would spend the war in frustration and inactivity and never get near a battlefield. The amended Militia Act of 1792 had originally provided for the existence of the National Guard in the form of state militias, but the outdated restrictions of that law completely obstructed the process of activating the Guard to augment the regular Army when it was needed. By law, In time of national need, the president could only request the service of the militia. The War Department then had to specify how many troops were to come from each individual state, and state governors would then call on their National Guard companies to step forward for federal service on a strictly voluntary basis. There was no legal requirement for guardsmen to volunteer for overseas service, though, and consequently, many did not come forward to answer the call. As a result, rather than the ready legions of trained volunteers the War Department expected, what it actually got were thousands of eager volunteers straight from civilian life who had no more experience of military service than what their overly enthusiastic imaginations provided. Of those guardsmen who did volunteer, it quickly became apparent that their training in all aspects of military operations was, for the most part, grossly inadequate for the demands of active duty and extended field operations. The debacle of 1898 would not repeat itself in 1917. This time, the Army was not going to depend on reluctant state militias or poorly trained National Guard units to round out its manpower. It would create and train a professional force from the boots up, and those troops would not embark for France before they were trained to at least the basic standards of military proficiency. 6 weeks after the declaration of war against Germany, the groundswell of patriotic fervor had not yet gathered its full momentum, and only about 70,000 men had volunteered for enlistment, not nearly enough for the immediate need. Conscription was the only other option by which to fill the ranks. President Wilson, somewhat reluctantly, ordered the Selective Service Act into effect on May 8, 1917. This initially required all men fit for military service, aged 21 to 30, to register for the draft. By the time the war ended 18 months later, conscription had brought some 2.8 million men into the military. For the first time in the nation's history, African American men were included in nationwide conscription, but the cloud of segregation still hung over them. The registration forms of black men were marked by having a corner torn off, so their race was clearly indicated. The vast majority of African Americans thus inducted were assigned to non-combat roles, such as labor battalions or stevedore units, relegated to rear echelon drudgery rather than front-line combat battalions. Just as during the Spanish-American War, the prospect of fighting for a country with such an abysmal record of racial injustice presented African American citizens with a serious dilemma. Patriotism ran high in black communities, but so did criticism of their nation's social flaws. A Presbyterian minister named Francis J. Grimke expressed the feelings of many black citizens when he said, "A government that is so blinded by prejudice, so lacking in sense of justice, is not worth serving. Let them fight their own battles and go to the devil." The month the Selective Service Act took effect, the NAACP hosted a conference at Howard University to debate the matter. After stating their concerns and reluctance, the delegates decided their duty as citizens was to support the nation in the war, even as they acknowledged the problem of racial segregation in the military. They promised the government the loyalty and patriotism of its black citizens, but pledged to continue their struggle for racial justice once the national crisis was past. Black Americans were ready to do their part for their nation, but they expected the nation to honor its obligations to them in turn, as it never had in times past. This was clearly expressed in the resolutions published after the Washington Conference that year. The delegates declared, "We earnestly urge our colored fellow citizens to join heartily in this fight for eventual world liberty. We urge them to enlist in the Army. Let us, however, never forget that this country belongs to us even more than to those who lynch, disfranchise, and segregate. As our country, it rightly demands our wholehearted defense. Absolute loyalty in arms and in civil duties need not for a moment lead us to abate our just complaints and just demands." It was one thing to conscript an army. It was another thing altogether to train it to a standard of combat readiness. Regular Army posts, such as Fort Sill in Oklahoma and Fort Riley in Kansas, could only handle training cohorts of several thousand men each year, nowhere near the numbers that conscription was bringing in. The quickest solution was to construct temporary military training camps around the country, situated near cities served by major railroad lines necessary for the movement of regular troop trains. Military training camps promised an infusion of millions of dollars of federal funds into the coffers of any city lucky enough to host one. And if that temporary training camp should eventually be designated a permanent military installation, with the coveted designation of fort instead of camp, then the money would just keep coming. In Texas, the cities of El Paso and San Antonio had long enjoyed the economic benefits of their relationships with the major army posts of Fort Bliss and Fort Sam Houston, respectively, and other cities looked at that economic security with envy. A scramble for a place at the federal trough ensued as more than a dozen towns across the state nominated themselves as locations for new military camps and waited to see if fortune and the War Department would favor their applications. Fort Worth, Waco, and Houston were big winners of the military lottery when the War Department chose them in June as the sites for the construction of Camp Bowie, Camp MacArthur, and Camp Logan, respectively. San Antonio's good luck continued when open acreage next to Fort Sam Houston was designated as the location for an enlarged training cantonment to be called Camp Travis. The news thrilled Houston's city government, but their enthusiasm dimmed when they learned the Army was sending black soldiers to the city to guard government property during the camp's construction. That did not sit well with white Houstonians committed to maintaining the strictures of Jim Crow segregation, and the Chamber of Commerce inquired about the availability of other troops for the Guard force. The War Department tersely replied that the only regular Army units available to undertake the duty were black infantrymen of the 24th Infantry Regiment. The regiment's 1st Battalion would go to Waco to guard Camp MacArthur. 3rd Battalion would entrain for Houston. The Guard force would only be posted in the city until construction of Camp Logan was completed, about 7 weeks at the most. Unstated in the War Department's telegram, but clearly implied, was a warning. Houston should stop complaining and count its blessings. If not, the Army could very easily look for another city to host the training camp. That this was the message both implied and inferred was made very clear after 3rd Battalion arrived in the city. A member of the Chamber of Commerce told Lieutenant Colonel Newman he thought black soldiers should never have been sent to Houston. "Well, why didn't you tell the department commander so?" Newman demanded. "Well, we couldn't make any other reply," was the answer. Newman said he gathered from that statement that the city government feared it would lose Camp Logan if it complained or protested any further. Joseph Cullinan, president of the Houston Chamber of Commerce, assured the government that, in a spirit of patriotism, the colored soldiers would be treated all right. Another member of the chamber told Major General James Parker, commander of the Southwestern Department, headquartered at Fort Sam Houston, "The Negro soldiers will be properly received and their comfort will be given due consideration. You need anticipate no trouble as long as they comport themselves as soldiers should." What he meant was that Houston expected the soldiers of 324 Infantry to submit to the restrictions of Jim Crow segregation. Thus, blithe assurances were made and empty promises rendered, all so that Houston might not lose the cash cow represented by Camp Logan. Complicating matters, the city was in the middle of political upheaval that summer. The popular chief of police, Ben Davidson, had just been fired by Mayor Ben Campbell. In his place, the head of the city's Parks Department, Clarence Brock, was appointed to the office of chief of police, though he had no law enforcement experience. Perhaps worse, Brock did not have much support within the police department, and many of the officers on the force still thought of Davidson as their boss. The mayor then died of a heart attack in July, leaving a city official named Dan Moody to act as mayor pro tem until a mayoral election could be held later that year. All of these facts would have a direct impact on the Army's ability to engage with the local government that summer. On August 13th, C.F. Richardson, the editor of the Houston Observer, sent a letter to the Secretary of War asking that the 8th Illinois Infantry, a National Guard regiment that included a battalion of black soldiers, be sent to Camp Logan for their training. To make the case for this request, Richardson wrote, "We possess one of the best white communities in this country, regardless of section, and in view of the cordial spirit that is existing between the 3rd Battalion of the 24th Infantry now in our midst and the white citizens. We do not anticipate any trouble between the garrison and the citizens." Events would reveal the error in that statement, either deliberately or unintentionally ironic. 5. A Nest of Prejudice. Early on the morning of July 26, 1917, the troop train carrying 654 men of the 24th Infantry Regiment's 3rd Battalion pulled into Houston. The soldiers on the train that morning had widely differing expectations of what the assignment might mean for them. Some of the long-service veterans in the battalion, the men who knew Texas's reputation for racial violence, were quietly apprehensive. Other soldiers, looking out the train windows that morning, however, were excited at the new posting. They were coming off hard service in remote, dusty border encampments along the Mexican border, and many of them had endured the rigors of the tough campaign into Mexico as part of the punitive expedition against Pancho Villa that concluded 5 months earlier. They were eager to experience a bit of city life, with its attractions of female companionship, dance halls, and restaurants that offered better fare than army rations. Their anticipation was also heightened by the fact that Houston was home to a sizable and dynamic African-American community nearly 30,000 strong, concentrated in the city's 4th Ward, which encompassed the historic Freeman's neighborhoods of the San Felipe district. Houston had a reputation as an island of relative calm in the storm of Texas's racial violence, and the city proudly represented itself as a shining example of the New South. Its public face was that of a growing metropolis, free of the violent extremism that infected other southern cities. Beneath that carefully maintained veneer, however, the truth of Houston's race relations was more complicated and less pleasant. White Houstonians frequently pointed out that their city had not seen a lynching since the end of the Civil War. But that fact alone did not tell the full story of what it meant to be a black citizen in the city on the bayou. A correspondent for the NAACP, Martha Gruning, described Houston as a hustling and progressive southern city, and as southern cities go, a fairly liberal one. She followed that positive note with a caveat. It is, however, a southern city, and the presence of the Negro troops inevitably stirred its Negrophobe element to protest. Racial harmony in the city was a scale that tilted only one way, with a system in which white citizens held all the power, influence, and control. One mid-century historian described it as a tenuous situation that required the patience of blacks to accept the 100 forms of insult and humiliation which most of them were daily required to endure, and upon the discretion of whites not to push the Negroes too far. Official policies and long-standing customs were used to keep black citizens firmly in their prescribed place. Many white Houstonians agreed with Benjamin Riley, a prominent Texas temperance campaigner, who declared in 1906, "The dominant characteristic of the Negro is that of submission and tractableness." For black citizens, their ability to live unmolested in a society dominated by white supremacists often came down to how convincingly and consistently they could conform to that denigrating image. Just how widely this view permeated white society in that era was demonstrated in 1909 by a survey of Southern University students who were asked by a professor to write essays describing their personal views on African Americans in their respective states. One student wrote, "The Negro of today is insolent, ungrateful, and even brutish in his attitude toward the white people." One of his classmates declared, "No man with a drop of Southern blood in his veins will stoop so low as to associate with the black man, no matter how highly educated he may be." Another respondent wrote, "The Negro is more like a mule than anything I can think of. It is said of a mule that he will carry you 99 times to kill you the 100th. So it is with the Negro. He will prove faithful for many years, and at the last kill you and all your family. You cannot get the brute out of the Negro, therefore he must be kept under subjection. For black Houstonians in 1917, that attitude was already the reality of their daily lives. Houston might have been free of mob violence and lynchings, but its African-American residents were required to defer to white people in nearly every public space and personal interaction. Black men were expected to remove their hats when speaking to white people. Any black pedestrian who failed to yield the sidewalk to a white person would be lucky if he was just shoved off into the gutter. The usual outcome was that he might be assaulted and arrested. Most white-owned businesses were off-limits to African Americans. If black citizens were allowed in at all, white shop clerks addressed them as boy, Sambo, or Sal, rather than Mr. or ma'am, and they had to wait until any white customers were served first. Local white newspapers championed this practice by consistently applying insulting labels to blacks. One History of Houston's Race Relations noted, they referred to black women as negresses and to blacks in general as darkies and coons. Often the poorest, least educated strata of white Southerners were most aggressive in demanding the greatest deference from their black neighbors. Lorenzo Green, who later made his mark as a prominent African-American historian, visited Houston when he was in his late teens and kept a detailed diary of his observations on what life was like for black residents of the city at that time. In a conversation with a local African-American physician, Dr. B.J. Covington, Green expressed his opinion that Houston seemed better for black people than any other southern city he had visited in his travels. Dr. Covington agreed, but added that there were many things which nullified, to some extent, their advantages. Racist attitudes, especially toward Negro women here, Green wrote, are such that if he, Dr. Covington, can help it, he does not ride with Mrs. Covington on the streetcars, because his wife, like any Negro woman, is prone to be insulted by any person with a white skin. Worse, it is impossible for him or any Negro to be a man in the presence of his woman. For any Negro to resent such an insult, whether he be husband, father, brother, or sweetheart, would be tantamount to suicide. Green, who at that time was a bachelor, came away from the conversation deeply disturbed by the racial dilemma faced daily by Southern Negro men who loved their women, yet who feared to protect them against the insulting advances of the most ignorant white man. Even in relatively peaceful communities such as Houston, black citizens were never allowed to forget they lived a precarious existence under the shadow of a very real threat within boundaries defined entirely by white society. Fear of violating those boundaries, unintentionally or as perceived by whites, haunted black men and women in their daily routines, compelling them to act with extreme caution in the presence of whites, one historian says. That included avoiding any words, gestures, or facial expressions that might be misinterpreted and staying away from whites altogether if possible. This unwritten code of social survival was not a new development brought on by the turn of the century. Frederick Douglass, when he wrote about the dark days of slavery as it existed 80 years earlier, had described Southern customs that were nearly identical to what black Houstonians faced in the first decades of the 20th century. Does a slave look dissatisfied? It is said that he has the devil in him, Douglass wrote in 1849. Does he speak loudly when spoken to by the master? Then he is getting high-minded and should be taken down a button lower. Does he forget to pull off his hat at the approach of a white person? Then he is wanting in reverence. Does he venture to vindicate his conduct when censured for it? Then he is guilty of impudence, one of the greatest crimes a slave can commit. The institution of legal slavery might have been abolished with the end of the Civil War, but the passage of time had not in any meaningful way changed the racial attitudes of many white Southerners. All across the South, resistance to any suggestion of social equality for African Americans intensified as the calendar turned over to the new century. The death of slavery is recognized, one Southerner told a reporter from a Northern newspaper. But we don't believe that because the nigger is free, he ought to be saucy. And we don't mean to have any such nonsense as letting him vote. This attitude was just as common in Texas as it was in Mississippi, Georgia, or Alabama, and all across the South, local governments took steps to protect the white monopoly on political power. In 1900, an election in Bryan, the seat of Brazos County, about 100 miles from Houston, was disrupted when segregationists made a show of force and permitted no Negroes to vote. The Negro Baptist State Sunday School Conference declared that Brazos County was unsafe for black residents. Local newspapers fiercely denied that charge, but in the following 5 months, 2 prominent local black political activists were murdered in the county. In September of that year, neighboring Grimes County hosted a rally by the White Man's Union in which the following poem was read during the opening ceremony. "'Twas nature's laws that drew the lines between the Anglo-Saxon and the African race, and we, the Anglo-Saxons of grand old Grimes, must force the African to keep his place." In a 1914 book entitled Race Orthodoxy in the South, Thomas P. Bailey declared, "Is not the South being encouraged to treat the Negroes as aliens by the growing discrimination against the Negro in the North? A discrimination that is social as well as economic? Does not the South perceive that all the fire has gone out of the Northern philanthropic fight for the rights of man? The North has surrendered." It was simply a continuation of the abandonment of black Southerners that had begun with the inauguration of the Hayes presidency 38 years earlier, the political betrayal that paved the way for decades of oppression under Jim Crow segregation. Bailey held nothing back in his polemic of white supremacy. "Here is the racial creed of the Southern people as expressed by a group of representative Southerners during the past few months," he wrote, then listed 15 points that he described as the leadings of Providence. He left no doubt as to his stance on racial equality. As far as he was concerned, it did not and could not exist. "This is a white man's country," he declared. "The Negro is inferior and will remain so. Only Southerners understand the Negro question. Let the South settle the Negro question." Bailey's racist screed found ready acceptance with many white Southerners who agreed that they alone knew best how to deal with black Americans. The language used in their arguments differed depending on the speaker, but the message was always the same: to keep an entire race of people as near the state of bondage as possible. Some apologists of segregation disingenuously tried to cast racial violence as something that was not only justified, but also perhaps even necessary for the greater good. In 1905, a mob in Waco, Texas, lynched a man named Sank Majors after he was accused of assaulting a white woman. The Waco Times-Herald praised the lynching as an example of Southern justice. "The Negro's best friend is the Southern white man," the paper insisted, declaring that white men only meted out such severe punishment when it was merited, thereby providing a cautionary example that would warn other black people of the dangers of stepping over Jim Crow's rigid lines. A Northern journalist took a more realistic view. "The Negro who makes his appeal on the basis of this old relationship, enslaver, enslaved, finds no more indulgent or generous friend than the Southern white man," he wrote. "But the moment he assumes or demands any other relationship, or stands up as an independent citizen, the white men, or at least some white men, turn upon him with the fiercest hostility." Behind Houston's facade of civic tranquility, black residents found little real tolerance and almost never any opportunities to improve their situation. Among themselves, they described the city as a nest of prejudice. Segregation was an indelible reality of their lives, both as a matter of legal ordinance and social custom, just as much as it was for other black communities all across the South. Beginning in 1910, Southern cities with large black populations, such as New Orleans, Baltimore, Richmond, Louisville, and Atlanta, passed residential segregation ordinances to ensure that African American housing would be legally confined to specific parts of the cities. The same process occurred in Houston. During this period of civic development, Houston created numerous municipal parks and public spaces, and black residents were banned from all but one of them. Segregated waiting rooms in railway stations and whites-only drinking fountains came into existence at the same time. When the city expanded its electric grid and installed street lights in residential neighborhoods, no lights went up in the parts of the town inhabited by black citizens, and the paved sidewalks literally stopped where white neighborhoods ended. The only reason the black neighborhood in the San Felipe district had been able to get its sidewalks paved was that a black-owned brick company donated the materials. Segregation also extended to opportunities for employment, limiting African Americans to mostly menial and unskilled work. Black professionals, as one History of Texas says, were restricted to being teachers and ministers, and black business owners were restricted to special operations, such as barbershops, deemed acceptable to the white population. Black entrepreneurs faced systemic challenges in raising the necessary capital to start businesses, as well as restrictions deliberately designed to keep them from competing with white-owned businesses. Just as Houston's black community could only live in their designated neighborhoods, drink in their own bars, and eat in their own restaurants, after death, they were also denied equality. Black Houstonians could only be buried in separate cemeteries, as if the pine trees and spreading live oaks with their garlands of Spanish moss could not bear to shade the dead of all races together. Separate housing, separate schools, and separate facilities and services were designated for black residents, and in every instance, separate also meant of inferior quality. These acts of disenfranchisement were repressive enough by themselves, but black Houstonians also lived under a constant danger of violence from local police. When 324 Infantry arrived in Houston that summer, the city's police department had 159 officers in its ranks. Just 2 of those officers were African American, and they were only permitted to work in the city's African American neighborhoods. In communities such as the San Felipe district, some officers of the Houston Police Department were notorious for racial brutality, and this was particularly true of the special officers who conducted horse-mounted patrols. Harassment, arbitrary arrests, and beatings for petty infractions were commonplace. As one African-American researcher wrote in a 1913 study of law enforcement in Houston, no black, regardless of status or standing in the community, was immune from such treatment. A black physician who left Houston because of his fear of the local police told NAACP correspondent Martha Gruning in August 1917 that, "Having a home is all right, but not when you never know when you leave in the morning if you will really be able to get back to it that night." Reverend Elijah C. Branch, the pastor of an African-American congregation, agreed with that assessment. "Law-abiding black citizens," he said, "feared the police in getting over the city at night more than they feared the highwaymen." Black Texans all over the state understood that fear. Just 8 days before the Houston incident, the African-American newspaper Houston Daily Post reported, "Willie Shears, an Independence Negro, was shot to death at Caldwell Sunday night while resisting a deputy sheriff who attempted to arrest him. The coroner's verdict says it was a clear case of suicide." A photograph of the special officers of the Houston Police, taken a few years before the 24th Infantry arrived, shows the horse-mounted section of the department. In the foreground, 2 policemen hold 6 hounds on leashes. The mounted police were especially feared by the city's black residents, but a frisson of something even worse is in that photograph. In an era when the dark days of slavery were still within the living memory of many elderly African Americans, that image must have conjured up scenes of black men and women fleeing through night-shrouded forests and swamps with baying dogs and slave catchers hot on their trail. Houston's culture of racially oppressive law enforcement is a historical fact, but it is important to note that not all of the city's police officers were of a single type, any more than the soldiers of 324 Infantry were all of one type. There is no denying that some officers on the force were ardent racists and outright bullies, and most of them seem to have supported and enforced the segregation laws without any moral qualms. There were a few exceptions, though. Ira Rainey was a police officer who worked the 4th Ward, which included the black neighborhoods of the San Felipe district. Rainey was a family man with a wife and 8 children at home. He had a better reputation among African American residents than many of his fellow officers did, and on one occasion he took a black child to his own home for his wife to look after until the child's family could be located. But the more benign attitudes of a few policemen like Rainey were never enough to offset the rampant racism that marked the department's daily interactions with the black community. In June 1917, Houston's city council began cracking down on prostitution within the city limits and focused their efforts on the established brothels then concentrated in one disreputable area of town. Vice had always been a part of the city's social landscape in both the white and black communities, and prostitution, liquor, and gambling headed the list of popular sins for both groups. The city's anti-prostitution program, however, was stated in language that expressed familiar racist stereotypes. Black men were depicted as gamblers, larcenists, and drunks, and all black women were immoral. A white South Carolinian expressed the views of many segregationists when he said of African Americans, "All the men are thieves and all the women are prostitutes. It's their natur to be that way, and there'll never be no other way." Parallel stereotypes were hardly ever applied when the offenders were white people, even though the same types of criminal behavior were to be found in both communities, and often in the same proportions. Rather than keeping prostitution quietly contained behind closed doors, the new policy simply pushed the working girls out into public view. Most of the white prostitutes moved to other towns to continue their vocation, but many of the black prostitutes had no choice but to ply their trade on the streets, which put them in view of the police. The police aggressively arrested black prostitutes, but rarely detained the white men who were some of their most frequent customers. As the anti-prostitution campaign gained momentum, the city's local anti-saloon league mounted a simultaneous effort to ban the sale of alcohol within city limits. Predictably, these efforts to prohibit legal alcohol produced an immediate surge in the production of unlicensed booze, and, with few exceptions, the bootleggers arrested for violating the liquor laws were Negroes, even though whites were the greater offenders. Another area where segregation brought the two sides into frequent conflict was Houston's public transportation system of railroads and streetcars. Residents of all races rode the streetcars, but African American passengers were required to sit in the sections marked off by signs carrying the designation colored. In their homes and in ordinary employment, one contemporary commentator said, they meet as master and servant, but in the streetcars they touch as free citizens, each paying for the right to ride, the white not in a place of command, the Negro without an obligation of servitude. Streetcar relationships are, therefore, symbolic of the new conditions. For segregationists, those conditions threatened the status quo of white supremacy. Black Houstonians could not directly challenge the segregated streetcar seating without risking violence from angry white citizens and arrest by the police. But this did not mean they passively acquiesced to the situation. In 1903, the community undertook a 2-year boycott of the transit company in protest of the segregation policy. That effort was unsuccessful, just as the early attempts at bus boycotts during the civil rights movement in the 1950s did not achieve their goals the first time around. Those two elements, the Houston Police Department's long history of racist brutality and the policy of segregated seating on streetcars, became the point of intersection where simmering anger spilled over into outright violence when 324 Infantry entered that volatile mix. 6. Breaking point. 3rd Battalion arrived in Texas while they were still adjusting to the sort of internal problems that would challenge any military unit. A few weeks before boarding the train for Houston, they received a large cohort of replacement personnel, nearly 50 soldiers, recruits fresh from the replacement depots, joined the battalion. Army units are insular social organizations. This is even more the case in combat arms formations, such as infantry or cavalry, sometimes to the point where soldiers identify so closely with their platoons and companies that they regard other soldiers, even those in the same battalion, as outsiders. Newcomers, whether they be new recruits or older veterans who transfer in from other units, are not automatically accepted into the fraternity. They must first prove themselves, and acceptance is not guaranteed. Assimilation and cohesion take time. But 3rd Battalion had no time. The new recruits of 324 Infantry were still untested, unassimilated, and not completely accepted when the battalion set out for its Texas assignment. Besides the disruption caused by taking in that many new troops all at once, at the same time the battalion experienced an even more destabilizing change when it lost many of its most important veterans. 25 of its best and most experienced NCOs were selected for the new Colored Officers Training Camp the War Department created at Des Moines, Iowa. While this was a splendid professional opportunity for the men who had the chance to earn officers' commissions as second lieutenants, it seriously impacted the battalion's social structure, internal discipline, and combat readiness. Non-commissioned officers are the institutional memory of the Army, and experienced sergeants form the professional core of any well-ordered military unit. They are the primary trainers of junior soldiers and the bulwark of discipline in the ranks, to the point where an infantry battalion that lacks a strong core of competent NCOs might not even be considered combat effective. A good first sergeant is indispensable to the making of a good company, one officer of the Indian Wars era wrote, for without him the best efforts of the captain would be rendered abortive. That crucial foundation was what 324 Infantry lost when its senior black leaders, the sergeant major, 3 of the 4 company first sergeants, and 21 sergeants and corporals, were sent to Des Moines just 3 weeks before the unit went to Houston. Their departure left a gaping hole in the battalion's internal leadership. Many of the junior men promoted to fill those vacancies were not of the same professional caliber as the long-service veterans who went to the officer training course. While 3rd Battalion's roster called for 16 commissioned officers, all of whom were white, most of those essential positions were vacant, and the battalion entrained for Houston with only 7 officers. In the battalion's 3 rifle companies, only India Company had more than 1 officer, and not a single second lieutenant was on the roster, even though each company should have had at least 1. In practical terms, if the company officers were ever absent, as they inevitably would be in the normal course of military duties, authority would automatically devolve to the NCOs, and most of the soldiers newly promoted to those critical roles lacked experience and reliability. The battalion commander would usually be considered the most important officer in the chain of command, but Lieutenant Colonel William Newman assumed command of 324 Infantry just 1 day before the battalion set out for Houston. He had not yet had time to get to know his men, and they did not know him. Newman would be reassigned to another position on August 20th, just 3 days before the trouble erupted. And in those intervening 34 days, he barely had enough time to make a real impact on the temper of the unit, though orders he issued during those weeks were examined in detail in the aftermath of the August incident. On the official table of organization and equipment, the battalion's second-in-command, or executive officer, should have been another field-grade officer with the rank of major, but 324 Infantry at that time had no majors, and Newman had no executive officer upon whom he could rely. Each of the battalion's 4 rifle companies, India, Kilo, Lima, and Mike companies, should have had an experienced captain in command, but here again the personnel shortages cut deep. Captain Neeland Snow was India Company's commanding officer. At 38 years of age, Snow was the oldest company-grade officer in the battalion, as well as being the senior-most of its 4 captains by dint of his time in service. He began his military career as an enlisted man in the hospital corps just after the Spanish-American War, then received a commission as a second lieutenant in 1901. His rise through the ranks was hardly meteoric. In 16 years he had only been promoted twice, but even so, He was the next senior officer in the battalion's chain of command after Newman. Nothing in his service record suggests he possessed the personal or professional qualities needed to deal with the challenges the battalion encountered in Houston. Snow was also inclined to put his personal amusements ahead of his military duties. After the Troubles, Newman was asked if he had ever needed to discipline any of the battalion officers while they were in Houston. Newman said no, but added that when they first arrived in the city, he thought the officers were inclined to leave camp too much. Was Captain Snow the cause for your giving the instructions about the officers remaining more in camp? The investigator asked. Well, he was to some extent, Newman said. He seemed inclined to go out right often to play golf. That was not an exaggeration. Snow himself admitted, I am very fond of golf. I used to play golf very often when I could get away. And he made sure he got away several days a week. Lima Company was commanded by Captain Bartlett James, a Virginian from a family with a long history of military service. A West Point graduate, James was the GOAT of the class of 1916, meaning that he graduated at the absolute bottom of the academic rankings of his year group. His poor academic record apparently was not an accurate measure of his ability as a leader, because he proved himself to be a talented and conscientious officer. Among 3rd Battalion's 3 captains, James was the most junior in terms of time in service. But even in such a short time with the battalion, he had made a positive impression in his company and was very popular with his soldiers. The position of sergeant major is critically important to a well-functioning infantry battalion because the sergeant major is both the senior non-commissioned officer in the unit as well as the battalion commander's closest advisor. An effective sergeant major should embody the military ethos and enforce the professional standards for the battalion's NCOs. A company sergeant named William Washington was promoted to fill that vital position just before the Houston posting. And at the battalion's moment of crisis on August 23rd, he was most conspicuous by his utter ineffectiveness. Down in the rifle companies, the senior non-commissioned officer in each company was its first sergeant. The departure of the best men for officer training meant that only one of those crucial positions was still held by an experienced NCO when the battalion arrived in Houston. In India Company, a sergeant named Vida Henry was frocked up to fill the first sergeant slot. Henry was a 35-year-old veteran of 13 years' service with the regiment, but he lacked many of the qualifications normally required of a senior non-commissioned officer. Colonel Newman described Henry as inoffensive and not forceful enough nor well-educated enough to be a first sergeant of a company. Yet he was promoted out of sheer necessity. The battalion simply did not have enough depth in the critical NCO ranks. On the morning 3rd Battalion arrived in Houston, the officers formed their men up by companies, and they marched to the site the Army had contracted for the battalion encampment. Crowds of Houstonians, black and white citizens alike, gathered to watch as the soldiers marched through the streets with their NCOs calling cadence. Their temporary home was a 10-acre plot of land leased from a local family named Moyes. It was surrounded by residential neighborhoods, but not within the city proper. Situated on the western edge of Houston's city limits, this ground lay about a mile from the location where Camp Logan was being constructed. Hardly any distance at all for infantrymen accustomed to regular route marches. The temporary camp was laid out in the orderly geometric patterns so dear to the military mind. In a large square, delineated on 3 sides by a barbed wire fence, with a drainage ditch marking its frontage along Reinerman Street. The rear of the encampment butted up against a forested patch of scrub oak and pine trees. The camp itself was laid out in 5 sections. The officers' tents formed the front rank, with the tents of each of the 4 companies laid out in lines behind them in sequential order: India, Kilo, Lima, and Mike. An open area, designated as a street, marked each company's turf, bracketed by the company's supply tents closest to officers' row at the upper end, and the communal latrines at the opposite end. The supply tents were the domain of the company's supply sergeants, who were responsible for the security of weapons and ammunition when those were not issued out to men assigned to guard duty. The picket line for the horses and the battalion guardhouse were situated along the western side of the camp. The company streets were used for each company's morning roll call and the retreat formations each afternoon. For the city's black citizens, 3rd Battalion's arrival and the sight of black men in military uniform were a source of immense pride, and they were eager to meet the soldiers. Thelma Bryant, who was a 12-year-old girl in 1917, remembered, "The soldiers took the black community by storm. My teachers were dating soldiers, and 2 of them married soldiers from the camp." The infantrymen were just as enthusiastic to mingle and to enjoy the company of a vibrant, urban black community. Newman was very concerned about how interactions between his soldiers and Houston's white residents would play out in the city's racially striven environment. His veterans had served in the Philippines, Mexico, California, and the Western Territories. In cities such as San Francisco, Cheyenne, and Manila, they had mingled with white civilians on public transportation, in movie theaters, and in restaurants. At their previous military posts, they had played on baseball and football teams with white soldiers from other regiments. After those experiences, they were not inclined to meekly accept the racial oppressions of Houston's Jim Crow segregation. In his statement after the Troubles, Newman said, "When I took my battalion to Houston, I knew that the Texans' idea of how a colored man should be treated was just the opposite of what these 24th Infantrymen had been used to." Among white citizens, reactions to the soldiers' arrival ranged from the simply curious to the overtly hostile, amid the sort of casually patronizing racism that marked many of their attitudes toward African Americans. A Houston housewife named Belle Costello, who seems to have aspired to be a writer, penned an article for the local newspaper, The Houstonian, in which she regaled readers with her impressions of scenes in the battalion's new camp. "Brown tents for brown soldiers loom up on one side, together with sundry and many refreshment stands," she wrote, and went on to describe the unruffled colored soldier, enjoying with the philosophy of his race the good of the present moment with a watermelon under one arm and the hand of his dusky inamorata tucked under the other. Beneath the veneer of amiability on the battalion's first day in the city, tensions and hostility were already present and gathering force. The soldiers arrived, still outraged over the race massacre that had nearly destroyed the black community in East St. Louis just a few weeks earlier. They also brought their determination to stand up against Jim Crow segregation. They were met by a considerable portion of Houston's white population, who were already predisposed to resent black men in uniform, and a police force with a reputation for using brute force to uphold the racial status quo. In an effort to stave off trouble between his soldiers and white Houstonians, Newman implemented policies to make the battalion camp as welcoming as possible to Houston's black residents. Bringing the best parts of that community to his soldiers, he reasoned, would help keep his men safely close to camp, rather than out in the potentially hostile spaces of the city. He opened the camp to civilian visitors between the hours of 1 and 10:45 p.m., and allowed soldiers who were not on duty to freely socialize with the visitors. Soldiers were allowed to go into town, but passes were awarded based on each soldier's good conduct record and reputation for reliability, and every soldier had to be back in camp by 11 p.m. "I felt that anything I could do to hold the men in camp would lessen the chances for a clash between them and white people of Houston," Newman said later. "It is the practice in the Army to let soldiers leave post or camp during certain hours. I had no reason for withholding this privilege from men of my command. Nearly all of them were rated by their company commanders as first conduct grade men, and therefore presumed to be men who could conduct themselves in an orderly manner when out of camp. I couldn't put a string of sentinels around the camp and pen them up as if they couldn't be trusted," he said. "That would have made them ill-tempered and caused them to feel that they were being discriminated against because they were colored soldiers. Rather than make it so that his soldiers had to go into Houston for recreation and to socialize, he tried to bring the best parts of the civilian community to them." Shortly after the battalion's arrival, a white Houstonian named Roy Owens came to Newman with a suggestion. Owens owned a large pavilion close by the battalion camp, and he wondered if Newman would allow his soldiers to use it as a dance hall. Owens figured to turn his unused property into a profitable enterprise if he could get soldiers and civilian women to use it as a night spot. Newman agreed, but only on condition that he would run an orderly place and allow no bootlegging. That condition was apparently met, because Newman later said he only knew of a single case where a soldier was reported for being drunk and disorderly at the dance hall. On one level, Newman's policies worked. Black families flocked to the camp to meet the new arrivals, and leading members of the African American community were regular visitors each day. Local clergymen conducted religious services for them. Civic groups brought books and home-cooked food for them. One local woman from the Carnegie Library set up a small lending library for the soldiers in the camp, and black businesses conducted a thriving trade with the battalion. Many of those civilian visitors, not surprisingly, were young women, eager to meet the young men of 3rd Battalion, and it was their presence in particular that quickly attracted the negative attention of some white Houstonians. After the trouble on August 23rd, critics alleged that the battalion encampment had been a disreputable den of iniquity and vice almost from the day 324 Infantry arrived in the city. That charge was recycled in numerous publications over the following decades, but never on the basis of any reputable evidence. The racist animosity that Newman feared made its appearance very quickly. One of the company officers overheard some soldiers who were working in the officers' mess talking about interactions they had had with white civilians in town. They described a day when some of their comrades were walking down a Houston street and encountered a group of young white men on a corner. As the soldiers passed by, the civilians said, loudly enough to be heard, that the United States did not care what they put a uniform on anymore. Other incidents were much more aggressive and deliberately provocative in the use of racial slurs. White Houstonians on the alert for evidence that the military newcomers might disrupt the city's racial status quo quickly found it in the fact that the soldiers refused to comply with segregated seating on the streetcars. In an attempt to avoid conflict in the city, Newman had issued orders requiring his men to obey the Jim Crow statutes, no matter how offensive they were, telling his soldiers that when enlisted men rode on streetcars, they must ride in that portion of the cars set aside for colored people as required by the law of the state of Texas, and that no enlisted man must enter a hotel, restaurant, or picture show usually patronized by white people. Not surprisingly, that order did not go over well with the men of 324 Infantry. The seating in the streetcars was divided by small signs that said, "Colored." These could be moved forward or backward in the car, depending on whether more white or black passengers were aboard. What infuriated many soldiers was the conductor's practice of moving the signs backward into the colored section if additional white people got on, thereby reducing the number of seats available to black passengers. And in some cases African Americans were required to get off the car to make room for more white people. The infantrymen usually refused to give up their seats. More outrageously, in the minds of Houston's white citizens, the soldiers frequently sat wherever they pleased, and on a couple of occasions actually took the signs down and dared the conductors to do anything about it. In at least one case, this defiance brought matters to a head, violently. One evening, 2 black soldiers riding the streetcar refused to comply with the Jim Crow ordinance, as they often did. But at that moment, the tram happened to be passing by 2 policemen sitting in a parked car. The motorman stopped the streetcar, and the conductor got off to tell the police officers that he was having trouble on the car with some nigger soldiers. The policemen boarded the tram and savagely beat the soldiers with their sidearms, then dragged them off onto the sidewalk, battered and bloodied. They then got back into their vehicle and drove away without bothering to make an arrest. As usually happened in such cases, the battalion adjutant went to the police station to lodge a formal complaint against both the excessive force used against the men and the use of the racist slur against soldiers of the U.S. Army. Also, as usual, the complaint went nowhere and changed nothing. Captain Haig Shakurjian held the post of battalion adjutant, the unit's personnel officer. He was born in Turkey to an Armenian family who immigrated to the United States when he was a child. Shakurjian was the first person of Armenian descent to graduate from the U.S. Military Academy at West Point, a point of great pride among the Armenian community in America at that time. Among the 324 infantry officers who received their commissions from West Point, Shakurjian was the only one who had graduated in the upper half of its class. He also had 16 years' service in the Army, including 2 years leading black soldiers in the 24th Infantry. But he transferred over to 3rd Battalion only a few days before it went to Houston. By most contemporary accounts, he was a conscientious and capable officer. One obvious solution to the problem with the racial conflict on the streetcars was to ban the soldiers from riding. Newman did not bother to even consider that option. As far as he was concerned, his men had just as much right as anyone to use the city's public transportation, so he suggested another idea. In a July 30th meeting with David Daly, manager of the firm that operated the trams, Newman asked about the possibility of adding extra cars for the soldiers' exclusive use during the hours when most of them were off duty. Daly rejected that suggestion, but said the company would consider putting additional trams on the line to handle the larger numbers of passengers. Conductors would also be told to move the segregation dividers forward into the whites-only sections to accommodate more black passengers when groups of soldiers boarded the cars. In order to get even that inadequate concession, Newman had to commit to reminding his battalion about the requirement to obey local laws, even when those laws were Jim Crow ordinances. Not only did this half-hearted compromise do nothing to resolve the problem, but it also left the soldiers increasingly resentful of the continuing insult of Houston's racial repression. On another occasion, trouble broke out on one of the streetcars when a policeman used the word nigger in front of a group of soldiers who were riding the tram. Only the efforts of their own NCOs kept the matter from escalating into a brawl. The incident was reported to Newman, who then lodged a formal complaint with the chief of police. But if he expected some redress, he was disappointed. "I don't remember that he ever told me of any action taken," he said, which was the way the Army's conversations with local officials generally went. Concerned that altercations between his soldiers and the local police were occurring with increasing frequency, Newman suggested to the chief of police, Clarence Brock, that 3rd Battalion could put black military policemen, also known as provosts, in the African-American neighborhoods where off-duty soldiers spent much of their time. That way, if a soldier got drunk and disorderly, he could be dealt with by men from his own battalion, rather than by Houston policemen, who had a tendency to beat a man bloody while taking him into custody just because he was black. Brock accepted the idea of provosts to work in concert with the city police, at least ostensibly. This detachment of provosts would consist of 16 of the best soldiers in the battalion, 8 NCOs and 8 privates, who would work in teams of 2 to patrol the San Felipe district and Lower Milam Street, which the police believed were the most troublesome spots. This attempt at policing compromise failed in some critical points. Newman made one concession that undermined the arrangement from the beginning and planted the fatal flaw that would bring the hostility between civilian police and the battalion's provost to a final point of conflict. Military police were always armed in the performance of their duties, but Chief Brock objected to the idea of armed black soldiers exercising a law enforcement role in his city, even if they were restricted to the African-American neighborhoods and only had policing powers over other soldiers. Newman apparently did not resist this demand, and so his provost went out armed only with billy clubs. The brassards they wore on their arms that identified them as military police did not engender any professional respect from civilian police officers, and their lack of weapons meant that Houston's police felt no inclination to treat them any differently than they did black civilians, and with no more respect. If Brock ever actually instructed his officers to cooperate with the military provosts, as he assured Newman he would, he never enforced that requirement. Newman, for his part, ordered his men to conduct themselves so as to win the commendation of the citizens of Houston. But the civilian policemen treated the black soldiers however their personal inclinations or prejudices led them. and the violent bigots on the force continued to behave as they had always done. Of the battalion officers, Captain Shakurjian had the most frequent contact with the police, because in his role as adjutant, it was his duty to collect soldiers from the police station whenever they were arrested. Every time he did so, he brought up the issue of the police officers' incendiary language. In a later conversation with one of the Army's investigators, Shakurjian said that a great many of the soldiers did take offense at the fact that almost everybody insulted them, in their opinion, by calling them niggers, sons of bitches, and other vile names. One man made a statement to me that someone had said it only cost $5 to kill a nigger. Nothing that Shakurjian or Newman said to police officials seemed to make a difference. The situation grew more volatile with each passing day, as verbal insults were increasingly accompanied by outright violence at the hands of the police. The most frequent confrontations occurred at Camp Logan itself, where 3rd Battalion carried out its mission of securing government equipment and materials used in the construction of the training installation. A roster of guard duty was established, with each of the battalion's 4 rifle companies providing 148 soldiers for the guard mount each day on 24-hour shifts. Soldiers were posted to control the entry points to the camp, checking the identifications of contracted civilian laborers of all races, monitoring the delivery of construction materials, and ensuring that no pilfered items went out the gates when the workday ended. Other soldiers were assigned to guard the government warehouses, particularly at night. Each soldier on duty was armed with his service rifle and 5 rounds of ammunition, but they were only to carry their weapons loaded without having a round chambered. On its face, these duties were straightforward enough, but they proved to be one more area of increasing clashes between soldiers and white civilians. 2 areas of conflict arose almost immediately. The first, ironically, was because of how conscientious 3rd Battalion infantrymen were in carrying out their duties. Their orders were to require every person passing through the gate to show identification, and they did so scrupulously. Many of the white workers passing through the gate objected to having to show their passes when required to do so. It was not the requirement itself that irritated them, but that it came from black soldiers. The guards strictly enforced the policy of having all persons show their passes until the city engineer, E. Sands, complained that he was not in the habit of showing his pass to Negroes. On this point, as on too many others, the military authorities bowed to civilian prejudices, and the requirement to show passes at Camp Logan's gate was relaxed. A more serious problem was that the white laborers and contractors working at the camp brought their racial animosities to work with them, and that resulted in a continually escalating round of confrontations between them and the soldiers. The 3rd Battalion men resented any use of the word nigger by the white workers, whether directed at them or not, and many of those workers made a deliberate point of using that slur often and loudly. The civilian paymaster at the camp, W.T. Patterson, recounted later that one day he told another white man, within earshot of one of the soldiers, that an African-American worker had accidentally injured another black man with a pick, but he used the racist slur when describing the 2 men. The soldier took exception to that word. "Look here, I want you to understand that we ain't no niggers," he told Patterson. "I am no nigger." Patterson said that the soldier went on to tell where he came from and that they were all on equal footing there. He went on to explain that he was on equal rights with white folks. The paymaster, a lifelong resident of Texas, seemed shocked that a black man would challenge him on his language, and so forcefully. Houston's civilians were not the only ones to report the use of racial slurs as a common occurrence at the camp. The Army engineer overseeing the construction project, Captain W.P. Rothrock, later told a military investigator, "At one time a Negro employee was bitten by a snake. White employees were standing around and one remarked that he should be given some whiskey for the snake bite, and another remarked that whiskey was no good for a nigger snake bite. The guard whose post is nearby heard the remark and walked up and wanted to know what the white employee meant by saying nigger." Rothrock tried to put a stop to the continuing problem of racist language by telling the construction contractors that he would fire any of their employees whom he found talking to military personnel. To his credit, he followed through on that threat. Newman also ordered the soldiers not to interact with the civilian workers other than in the course of their duties. Rothrock felt that 3rd Battalion's soldiers were consistently professional in their conduct. The Guard's work as guard was very effective at all times, he said, and they were very necessary as the contractors had over 3,000 men in the vicinity of the camp. The soldiers, for their part, returned the racial slurs with equal vehemence. They took to referring to the white contract employees as white bastards and goddamn sons of bitches. White Houstonians took a dim view of black men responding to insults with insults of their own. One civilian contractor, who happened to be moonlighting from his day job as a deputy in the county sheriff's department, thought the soldiers were very impertinent. Another civilian said that the black infantrymen never lost a chance to act ugly with the white man. John Hewlin, a Houstonian who was also a brigadier general in the Texas National Guard, spoke for many of Houston's elite when he said 3rd Battalion soldiers seemed to think they had greater privileges than other Negroes in the community. Occasionally, the animosity at Camp Logan threatened to break out in actual violence, particularly when the men involved let their tempers get the better of them. On August 20th, a contractor backing up his automobile accidentally bumped an African-American boy. The boy was not injured in any way, but the contact had not gone unnoticed. Of all the men in 3rd Battalion who could have witnessed the incident, Private Pat McWhorter was perhaps the last person one would have wanted to do so. He had a reputation in the unit as a hothead, a soldier who repeatedly showed a tendency to react first and think about it much later, if ever. McWhorter ran over to the car, working the bolt of his rifle to chamber a round as he did so, and pointed his weapon at the driver. He demanded to know what the driver meant by trying to run over the kid. When the contractor told him it was none of his affair and called him a vile name, McWhorter grew even angrier, until eventually other soldiers intervened and the car full of civilians left the camp. One of the men in the vehicle, however, was Houston City Commissioner David Fitzgerald, and he lost no time reporting the altercation to McWhorter's company commander. McWhorter received a battalion-level punishment, but the admonition did nothing to ameliorate his impulsive temper. 3 days later, he was one of the most vocal participants in the trouble that broke out in the battalion camp. Recalling the conflicts that occurred between soldiers and white laborers at Camp Logan, Captain Rothrock later said that he reported every one of those incidents to Newman, who confirmed his statement and said, "Either I or one of my officers investigated every case of friction that occurred in Camp Logan, and where the soldier was found to be at fault, he was disciplined for it." When the investigator asked if any white worker was ever punished for insulting a soldier, Newman said that Rothrock had indeed carried through on his threat to fire any workman who used a racial slur when speaking to a soldier. Even so, that did not put a stop to the provocations. Sergeant William Nesbitt was on duty as sergeant of the guard one day at Camp Logan and overheard some white workmen who were installing plumbing pipes say of the soldiers on the guard detail, "Those niggers would look good with coils around their necks." A rumor was already going around that some Houstonians had been heard saying that one of the black infantrymen would be lynched before the battalion left the city, just to make a point. Nesbitt was regarded as one of the most reliable NCOs in the battalion. He came from a Massachusetts family with a long history of social activism and a proud legacy of military service. 13 members of his extended family had fought for the Union during the Civil War, including his grandfather, who later served as president of the Pennsylvania State Equal Rights League. In contemporary accounts, Nesbitt was often described as a mulatto because his mother was a white woman. He was well educated, erudite, and highly regarded by his fellow soldiers, even though he was one of the youngest sergeants in the battalion. He was a veteran of the Mexican campaign and had 6 years' time in service in 1917. Nesbitt took the workman's remark as a serious threat and had his soldiers walk their guard posts in pairs from that point on for their mutual protection. While the men of 3rd Battalion were dealing with the hostility that confronted them every day in Houston, they were also thinking and talking about one of the most savage examples of racist violence to occur during their lifetimes. The East St. Louis race riot had erupted just 2 weeks before they arrived in Texas, and ever since then, the newspapers had been filled with terrible stories of African-American neighborhoods in that city attacked by rampaging, homicidal mobs of armed men, of innocent people lynched in the streets or burned in their homes for no reason other than they were black, of hundreds dead and thousands of African-American citizens driven from the city as refugees. Those reports also carried the news that the policemen and National Guardsmen who should have protected people from the mobs had either stood by and watched the killing, or in some cases actually joined in the massacre. A group of battalion NCOs that included Sergeant Vida Henry formed a relief committee and took up a collection to support the displaced refugees of East St. Louis. They raised $146.60, a not inconsiderable sum pooled from soldiers who, at the bottom end of the rank structure, only made about $30 a month in pay. In the letter to the NAACP's The Crisis magazine that accompanied these funds, Corporal George Singleton, filling the role of battalion chaplain, told the NAACP the contributions would have been greater, but for the expenses of living in a major city. The soldiers expressed their deep and heartfelt sympathy for the victims of East St. Louis and pledged their ongoing support. The soldiers' activism also extended to an interest in forming a military chapter of the NAACP in India Company, or perhaps the entire battalion. In the midst of these pressures, with each passing week, the police in Houston seemed more reactive and more prone to use violence against any soldier who got out of line. The night of August 18th, Privates Grant Mims and Richard Brown were arrested and brought to the police station. They had refused to comply with the Jim Crow ordinances on the streetcars, which was bad enough in the eyes of the law, but then they took offense when the police officers called them niggers. Both soldiers were badly knocked about, with blood all over their uniforms, and when they were hauled up in front of the desk sergeant at the station, they attempted to file a formal complaint against the arresting officers for excessive force and racist language. The police sergeant, W.C. Wilson, refused to accept their grievance. "The word niggers is all we ever called them," he later told an Army investigator. "I've always known them as niggers." Once again, Captain Shakurjian made the trek over to the station to obtain the soldiers' release and to remonstrate with the police department about its officers' incessant use of racist slurs. He talked to Chief Brock personally and tried as forcefully as he could to convince him that such language was unacceptable, especially when directed against uniformed soldiers of the U.S. Army. Brock insisted that his officers meant nothing by it. That sort of language was just how people talked in the South, he said. Shakurjian thought that was a feeble excuse. No man would use a word at which others took offense unless they meant to insult them, he replied. Brock repeatedly assured the Army officers that he had instructed his policemen to refer to the soldiers as colored rather than the racial slur. But no change in the frequency of racist language was ever noticeable. After the Troubles, a Houston newspaper referred to the problem of police using the slur in an article that disparaged Brock's efforts to curtail the insults, limited and ineffectual as they were, as just silly. This decision, the writer smugly informed the paper's readers, was undoubtedly intended to help in preserving order and to smooth the ruffled feelings of the blacks and near-blacks, who ignorantly thought Negro meaning black was more a reflection than colored, meaning anything from the deepest jet or darkest brown to the yellowest mulatto. For the soldiers of 324 Infantry, the increasing frequency of verbal insults and physical abuse exacted a toll. Even more frustrating, many of them felt that their officers did not really understand what they, as black men, were dealing with in Houston, and that the officers' efforts to fix the problem were completely ineffective. No matter how many official complaints were lodged, nothing changed. No matter what promises or assurances city officials made, the harassment, insults, and brutality continued. In every army, there is always something of a divide between officers and the rank-and-file soldiers, but that separation between leaders and the led can exacerbate problems in any unit that does not have clear communication and understanding both up and down the chain of command. In 324 Infantry, where all the enlisted men and NCOs were black and all the officers were white. A perpetual division existed that involved more than just the privileges of military rank. As the days passed in Houston and the racial problems continued, the disconnection between the soldiers and their officers widened. Some officers seemed annoyed by the endless litany of complaints about racial insults and police harassment. Frustrated by the fact that nothing was getting better, many soldiers simply stopped reporting the problems. That might have led the battalion leadership to assume that morale was improving, but what it really meant was that feelings among the men were turning dangerously in the opposite direction. Frustration was turning into desperation, and some soldiers reached what was perhaps an inevitable conclusion. Private E. Fields said that many of his comrades claimed that when they came in after being arrested, they would be put in the guardhouse whether right or wrong, so they might as well fight it out with the policemen. If they were going to be insulted and beaten by the police, they might as well give as good as they got and deal out a few punches of their own, and at least get the satisfaction of fighting back. In this increasingly volatile situation, Camp Logan neared its completion, and the War Department began sending troops there for pre-deployment training. The training support units, logistics, supply, and cook and baking companies, all of them white soldiers, were already on site ready to operate the camp. The first training units would not be raw recruits, but state National Guard units that needed to be brought up to regular Army standards before they shipped out for France. Incredibly, the first units the War Department chose to send to Camp Logan in mid-August were elements of the Illinois Infantry, a National Guard command that included 3 companies from Chicago and Carbondale, respectively, the very same National Guard units that had been present and participated in the massacre of black citizens in the East St. Louis race riot not 2 months earlier. The soldiers of 324 Infantry knew very well who those National Guardsmen were and what they were accused of doing in East St. Louis. They hated those guardsmen at a distance when they read of the massacre in the newspapers, and now they were here in front of them in Houston. One newspaper later claimed that the black infantrymen publicly declared they would fix that bunch from the Chicago slums before they left their assignment in Houston. Whether that claim was true or not, there was no denying that the arrival of the Illinois National Guard ratcheted up the strain in Houston by several degrees. On Monday afternoon, August 20th, Lieutenant Colonel Newman left Houston and 324 Infantry. He was reassigned to the Officers Training Course in Des Moines, Iowa, a posting that came with promotion to full colonel. With his departure, 3rd Battalion lost a commander who was sincerely well-intentioned, if not always effective in his efforts to deal with their grievances. What they got as his replacement was an officer who was utterly inadequate for the responsibilities and challenges of that role in the current situation. Captain Neeland Snow was promoted to major and assumed command of the battalion. Thursday morning, August 23rd, started off much the same as every other day since 3rd Battalion had arrived in the city. India Company was on guard duty at Camp Logan that morning, and at 1 p.m., 148 men of Kilo Company marched over to relieve them. That was the same hour at which soldiers who were not on duty were free to socialize with visitors to the camp, or to head into town if they had a pass. A recreational event was planned for the soldiers later that evening. The Houston Chamber of Commerce had organized a watermelon feast in Emancipation Park, the only park black citizens were permitted to use in the city. At about 1:30 that afternoon, 2 police officers, Lee Sparks and Rufus Daniels, were riding their regular patrol route through the black neighborhood in the San Felipe section of town. The 2 men were part of the horse-mounted division of the Houston Police Department. Sparks, in particular, was known to the colored people as a brutal bully, and one of the meanest men on the force, a reputation of which he seems to have been rather proud. As the 2 policemen came down the street, they saw 3 young black men throwing dice in an alley. If it really was a craps game in progress, that was a violation of city ordinances against gambling. As soon as the young men saw the police officers, they scattered. One fellow jumped a fence and ran into a yard. Sparks drew his pistol, fired a shot in his direction, and gave chase. He lost track of the young man in the closely grouped houses, and so simply barged into the house he thought his quarry had run into. It was the home of a woman named Sarah Travers, a mother of 5, who at that moment was ironing clothes. Mrs. Travers was barely dressed when Sparks entered her house. "Did you see a nigger jumping over that yard?" he demanded of her. "No, sir," she replied, but Sparks ignored her and searched the house anyway. While he was doing that, Mrs. Travers went out in her yard, holding her baby, and called over to a neighbor across the street if she knew what the commotion was all about. The other woman answered, "I don't know. I think they were shooting at crapshooters." Sparks happened to be coming out of her house at that moment, and he heard that comment. "You're a goddamn liar," he allegedly shouted. "I shot down into the ground. You all goddamn nigger bitches. Since these goddamn sons of bitches of nigger soldiers came here, you are trying to take the town." Sparks forced his way back into Mrs. Travers's house. He came into the bedroom then and into the kitchen, and I asked him what he want, Mrs. Travers recalled. He replied to me, "Don't you ask an officer what he want in your house. I'm from Fort Bend, and we don't allow niggers to talk back to us. We generally whip them down there." Then he hauled off and slapped me. I hollered, and the big one, this Daniels, he ran in, and then Sparks said to him, "I slapped her, and what shall we do about it?" "Take and give her 90 days on the P farm, 'cause she's one of these biggity nigger women," Daniels replied. The 2 policemen grabbed her by the arms and dragged her out of the house. "I asked them to let me put some clothes on," Mrs. Travers said, "and Sparks says, 'Nah, we'll take you just as you are. If you was naked, we'd take you.' Took me with my arms behind my back, and Daniels, he says, if I didn't come, he'd break them." Daniels was a big, imposing man, standing well over 6'2" and weighing nearly 200 pounds. The police officers marched her down the street to the nearest police call box and telephoned for a paddy wagon to come take her to the police station. The gunshot, all the shouting, and Mrs. Travers's cries had attracted a crowd, and a neighbor woman came out with shoes, a bonnet, and an apron for her. At about the same time, Private Alonzo Edwards of Lima Company walked up on the scene. According to Mrs. Travers's telling, Sparks went over, and before the soldier could say a word, he said, "What you got to do with this?" And he raised his 6-shooter and he beat him. Beat him good. Edwards, she said, didn't do a thing, but just raised his hand to ward them off. Didn't even tell them to quit nor nothing. One witness said that Edwards approached the policeman and offered to pay whatever fine Mrs. Travers might have incurred, if they would release her. Another said that he only asked them to allow her to get dressed before they took her in. Regardless of what the soldier did or did not say, Sparks reacted violently. He hit Edwards about 4 or 5 times over the head with the barrel of his heavy revolver and beat the young soldier down to his knees. "That's the way we do things in the South," Sparks supposedly said as he stood over him. "We're running things, not the damned niggers." All sources agree that Edwards made no offensive or aggressive movements, and hardly even attempted to defend himself against the blows. Another soldier from 3rd Battalion, an unidentified sergeant, saw Edwards go down under Sparks's assault. Edwards called out to him, and one of the policemen squared up on the sergeant and said, "If you come over here, we'll give you the same." The sergeant kept his distance, and Edwards asked him, "Must I go with them?" "Yes," the NCO said. "Go with them and we'll come along after you." That was the normal routine every time a soldier was arrested. The soldier would be hauled in, word of his arrest would get back to the battalion, and an officer would go over to the police station and collect him. A short time later, the paddy wagon arrived, and Private Edwards and Mrs. Travers were taken in, where she was charged with using abusive language against the arresting officers. Edwards was badly cut up by the blows to his head, but was simply put in a cell without any medical attention. Mrs. Travers was eventually allowed to return home that evening, and the charge against her was later dropped. A short time later, at about 2 p.m., Corporal Charles Baltimore got off a streetcar on San Felipe Street. He was in uniform and was wearing the arm brassard that identified him as one of 3rd Battalion's military policemen, and he was at that moment on duty as such. Another soldier, perhaps the same NCO who had seen Sparks and Daniels beat Private Edwards, stopped the corporal and told him what had happened. It was a brutal beatdown, he said, and Edwards looked to be badly hurt when he was taken away. The arresting officers were still on the scene. "It being my duty to investigate such matters," Baltimore said in the statement he gave later that afternoon, "I approached the 2 policemen standing on Wilson and San Felipe Streets and asked them, in what I thought a respectful tone of voice, what had been the trouble with the soldier whom they had just arrested." That infuriated Sparks. He replied that Edwards had been in trouble with some woman and drew his pistol. "Don't you like it?" he said. Baltimore's physical actions in that moment depend upon whose version of events one accepts. Sparks later claimed that the corporal literally got in his face, almost belly to belly, and pushed up against him in a threatening manner. A black witness, who was driving a butcher's delivery wagon down the street at that moment and saw the confrontation, said Baltimore never came into physical contact with either police officer. "I didn't hear what he said," the driver reported, "but whatever was said between Baltimore and the police officers made him stop about half a block away and fold his arms. I tried to explain that it was my duty to investigate such matters," Baltimore said in his statement. "But before I had a chance to finish my explanation, he struck me over the head with the barrel of his gun." Baltimore made no attempt to fight back, though he was a tall, athletically built young man, a couple of inches taller than Sparks. But neither did he just stand there and let Sparks hit him. He turned and ran down the street. Sparks fired at least 3 shots at him, even though Baltimore was unarmed. One source asserted that Daniels also fired his weapon, at least once. Sparks later claimed he fired into the ground behind Baltimore, warning shots to make him stop running. According to every African-American observer at the scene, that was a lie. "They shot right straight at him, and into a street full of women and children," one witness said. "They haven't found any bullet holes in the sidewalk either. And it wasn't there that they fired. It was at Baltimore. And no mistake." The driver of the butcher's wagon corroborated that and said one of the officers took out his revolver and commenced firing at him. Right at him. Baltimore ran down the block and went into a house on the right side of San Felipe Street and tried to hide. Sparks chased after him, pistol in hand, ordered him outside, and said he would kill him. "I again tried to explain that I was doing my duty in asking why the soldier had been arrested," Baltimore said, "and without saying anything further, he struck me over the head 2 more times with his gun." Sparks later boasted, "When I run him down and caught him, he talked polite then, and he didn't seem like the same nigger he was when he first came up to me." He justified his decision to draw his gun by saying, "I didn't feel like wrestling with that big nigger," even though Baltimore had shown no inclination to fight, nor even to argue. The 2 policemen arrested Baltimore and took him down to the police station. With all the shooting and the sight of Baltimore bleeding badly from head injuries, some of the witnesses on the street thought he had been shot. Within moments, that was the story that began to spread, and the rumor that reached the 3rd Battalion camp a short time later was that the well-liked young corporal had been killed. Charles Baltimore was one of India Company's junior NCOs and one of the most popular men in the battalion. He was 24 years old that summer and came from a close family in Pennsylvania, though his father, Armistead, and mother, Annie, had died a few years before. Like Sergeant William Nesbitt, Baltimore was highly regarded by the officers and senior NCOs in his unit. His military personnel records evaluated his character rating as excellent. In June that year, his company commander recommended him for the new officer candidate training school for African American soldiers at Des Moines, Iowa. Fewer than 5% of enlisted men of any race ever qualified for commissioning as officers. The fact that Baltimore was one of them indicates that he was an intelligent, mature, and responsible young man whose leadership potential was recognized by the Army. Captain Shakurjian was in his tent when a soldier, accompanied by a civilian who had just come in from town, came to tell him that a military police had just been shot through the head by a civil police officer. The adjutant immediately drove over to the police station. He found Corporal Baltimore not dead, but sitting in the chief of police's office with a gash over his right forehead, his uniform shirt stained with his blood. Shakurjian asked him if he had been shot. Baltimore said no, but that he had been shot at. Shakurjian had a four-way conversation with Chief Brock and two of his detectives about what had happened and what should be done about it. After we had finished, he said, all four of us were firmly of the conclusion that Officer Sparks had been at fault and that his assault upon Corporal Baltimore was caused by the fact that he doubtless had lost his temper in previous arrests that he had made. When Sparks was called into the office to give his version of the incident, he claimed that Baltimore had used profanity towards him. A Houston magazine later claimed that Corporal Baltimore approached Sparks that afternoon in a blustery, offensive manner and demanded, with a string of abusive profanity, why Sparks had arrested Edwards, and tried to excuse Sparks's reaction by saying, "Policemen the country over do not like to have their actions offensively questioned by anyone of any color." The other policeman, Rufus Daniels, said he never heard any profanity from the corporal and did not corroborate Sparks's claim that the soldier had pushed up against him in a threatening manner. Brock told Sparks that he was suspended without pay, pending a full investigation into his actions. That enraged Sparks. As Detective E.F. Doherty later described the exchange, Sparks told Brock that he did not think he was getting a square deal. He says, "It looks like you are sticking up for a nigger, and any man that sticks up for a nigger is no better than a nigger." As if that was not provocative enough, Sparks compounded his racism with insubordination. "If Chief Davidson was here, he would have told these Army officers to take their damn niggers and get back to camp as quickly as they could," Sparks said, and stormed out of the office. The evidence of Sparks's own actions, then and later, makes a lie of his claim that he was not shooting to kill when he fired at Baltimore. Just an hour earlier, he had shot at a young man guilty of nothing more than playing dice, a petty misdemeanor that did not justify the use of lethal force. A willingness, perhaps even an eagerness to use his gun in his interactions with black citizens was a verified part of Sparks's record, a record that would soon get even worse. Just a few days after firing his weapon at Baltimore and the other young man, Sparks shot and killed an unarmed black man named Wallace Snow Williams, who apparently had been playing craps in his own yard. Just as in the two shootings on August 23rd, Sparks shot at an unarmed man whose back was turned to him. The coroner's report showed that Williams was killed by bullets in the back of the neck and the back of his shoulder. A witness to the shooting, William Johnson, claimed that Sparks pulled this Negro out and kicked him in the head before he died. The stark emotion of Johnson's testimony was far more effective than good grammar could ever convey. "We are not in Russia," he said. "We are in the land of the brave and the home of the free, where Mr. Wilson, our great president, has on his shoulders the burden of all, black and white. And if it's to keep a black man from the laws of justice and give the white man all the doubt like this Lee Sparks has did, why we have not got no law here in the South or law just for one race, that for Lee Sparks and his kind of murderers." In killing Wallace Williams, Sparks graduated from being simply a racist bully to being a murderer. The only reason he did not kill Corporal Baltimore that afternoon when he shot at him was because he missed when he fired. A few weeks later, he did not miss when he shot at Williams. Sparks was indicted for the assault on Baltimore and for killing Williams. The all-white jury deliberated for less than 1 minute before acquitting him on all charges. Within an hour of Baltimore's arrest, soldiers were repeating the rumor that he had been killed, and their anger grew with each retelling. Some men began muttering that they had taken as much abuse as they were going to take, and that it was time to get some payback against the police. The groundswell of misinformation reached the guard detail at Camp Logan just as quickly. One of the contract watchmen at Camp Logan was at the front gate when the hourly relief of the military guard took place. At 3:30 Thursday afternoon, they brought Albert Wright, Company I, and placed him on guard at the gate, the watchman recalled. As soon as the sergeant placed him on duty and turned away, he went to swearing, and I stopped him and asked him what was the matter and what he was cursing about, that we did not allow any such language around the gate. He made the remark that one of the damn policemen has shot up one of our men, and we are not going to stand for it. I told him they would have to comply with the law just the same as we do, and he said, "I'll be damned if I do." The watchman called Major Snow at 3rd Battalion's headquarters to report this outburst. But Snow attributed no more importance to it than he did to the other murmurings he was hearing in the battalion area. The soldier was just shooting off his mouth, he said, and was a new recruit, so the outburst should simply be ignored. After about an hour, when Shakurjian had still not returned from the police station, Snow went over there himself to see about the 2 soldiers the police had assaulted and arrested. Rumors that the patrolman had killed Baltimore were only growing, and he wanted to get the corporal back to the battalion as quickly as possible. Shakurjian agreed that Baltimore should go, but thought it would be wise to leave Private Edwards at the police station overnight. Edwards was so badly beaten up, and there was so much blood on his clothes, he said, that I decided it would be bad policy to take him to camp before morning when I could get clean clothing for him. Shakurjian was worried about how his fellow soldiers would react if they saw how severely the police had injured him. Snow was still at the station after 4 p.m. when W.F. Kessler, the police department's captain of detectives, came in. He told Brock and the 2 Army officers that he had heard in town there might be trouble that night. Soldiers out on pass in the civilian neighborhoods were openly expressing their outrage over what many of them still believed was Baltimore's murder. Kessler took the possibility of unrest seriously, but Snow did not. He thought this impossible and assured the policemen that 3rd Battalion was in no danger of disorder. When Snow and Shakurjian brought Baltimore back to the battalion camp, Snow called the company first sergeants to the headquarters tent and showed them that the corporal was alive, although somewhat bruised and battered. He assured the assembled NCOs that Sparks would be punished for the assault on the 2 soldiers, and he told them to pass the word among their companies that Baltimore was alive. What he should have done was to form up the entire battalion and show the men that Baltimore survived, and address their outrage directly. But he never did. Rumors that the corporal was dead had flashed through the battalion like summer heat lightning. The message that he was alive was not communicated nearly as quickly, nor as clearly. Over the next couple of hours, various people came to the camp with warnings that some kind of trouble might be brewing, though few had any concrete details to offer. Roy Owens, who ran the dance hall just outside camp, told Snow he had heard some soldiers making threatening comments. Snow thought he was feeble-minded and ignored the warning. Other people said they had overheard soldiers warning friends to stay away from camp that night because there might be some form of trouble. Snow dismissed their concerns also. Just before the 6 p.m. retreat formation that evening, Snow finally took some active steps to get control of a rapidly deteriorating situation that he still did not fully understand. He assembled the senior NCOs and told them that he was canceling the watermelon party at Emancipation Park. All passes were revoked, and the entire battalion, except for the guard detail, was restricted to camp for the night. He stressed to the NCOs that this was not in any way a punitive action against the soldiers, but was only intended to keep them out of trouble that night, and he told them to convey that message to their companies. He promised again that the policemen responsible for mistreating their fellow soldiers would be punished in due time. What he did not understand was that he was already out of time. An Army investigator later asked Captain Shakurjian what effect Snow's explanation had on the men. "As far as I could see, they received it all right, sir," the adjutant said. "I questioned several reliable men in the company as to how the men felt about it, after the first sergeant and officer's explanation, and they said that the feeling had gone down in their belief." Shakurjian may have believed that, but he was not close enough to the soldiers in the squads and platoons to know for sure if the earlier feelings had subsided. Some soldiers themselves later said that much of the anger had cooled by sunset that evening. But the battalion was still disturbed, and the resentment at their treatment by the police was now dangerously close to a breaking point. Along with that resentment, their fear and feeling of being under threat in a dangerous environment where they were hated and persecuted had reached a point where a single point of ignition would touch off a cataclysmic eruption. 7. The Cataclysm. With everything that happened earlier that Thursday afternoon, one might have expected 3rd Battalion's commander to be uneasy. 2 of his soldiers, one of them a popular non-commissioned officer performing his official duty, had been brutally beaten and arrested by the civilian police. One man was so bloodied that the adjutant had thought it best to leave him in the police station overnight out of concern that the sight of his battered face would further upset his fellow soldiers. As the sun began to set, several NCOs reported signs of unrest among their platoons and squads. There was muttering in the ranks, and groups of soldiers were overheard telling each other they had had about all the abuse they were going to take from those Jim Crow Peckerwoods in the police department. And now vague but persistent rumors were spreading through the battalion that white Houstonians might be contemplating some kind of violent mob action against them. A competent officer certainly would have recognized the volatility of the situation. A prudent officer would have immediately moved to get control of it. Neeland Snow was neither prudent nor competent. Snow was planning to go into town that evening with a civilian friend named B.A. Calhoun, and he did not want to miss out on his recreation. He convinced himself that whatever unrest was reported was mostly just talk, soldiers shooting off their mouths as soldiers always did. He was sure he had effectively dealt with that by restricting the entire battalion to camp for the night. But at about 8 o'clock, as he and Calhoun were preparing to leave camp, Vida Henry, the acting first sergeant of India Company, approached him. "Major, I think we're going to have trouble tonight," Henry said. Snow asked what reason he had for thinking that. "I don't know," Henry replied. "I just feel that way." It was not a compelling argument, but Snow at least decided to walk over to India Company with Henry to see for himself. As they walked through Kilo Company's section of the camp, they came upon several soldiers pilfering 5-round clips of ammunition out of the back of the company's supply tent, and Snow realized for the first time that the threat of trouble was real. Snow ordered the camp guards to detain the soldiers, and he hurried over to his headquarters tent and told the company buglers to sound officers' call. Only 4 battalion officers were in camp at that time, Captains Shakurjian and James, and Lieutenants Snyder and Jack. And Snow ordered them to fall their companies in at the upper end of the company streets, without arms. They were then to conduct a roll call to account for all their soldiers, and have their NCOs conduct a site inspection for any unauthorized ammunition. This check was underway when Snow realized that, as dark as it was, they could easily miss any loose ammunition purloined from the supply tents. He ordered the officers to have their soldiers return to their squad tents to get their rifles, which were normally kept under each man's cot, and return to formation to turn in all weapons to the supply sergeants. His logic was sound enough. Without rifles, as he later explained, if I did not get all the ammunition, they would not be able to use what they had. But his earlier lack of clear communication with his soldiers turned that decision into disaster. The company officers were just beginning to supervise the collection of weapons when Snow received a phone call from Ben Davison, the former chief of Houston Police. Davison told him that he had heard, from the only African-American detective on the force, that earlier that afternoon a black soldier had been overheard in town saying 3rd Battalion was going to shoot up the town that night. That information surprised Snow enough to make him think that maybe some men really had been planning personal payback. But he assured Davison the crisis was past. He had the battalion under control, he said. He was disarming the unit, and there was no longer any cause for concern. Several enlisted men were on duty in the headquarters tent at the time, and they overheard what Snow said in that phone call, and it alarmed them. Word quickly spread through the battalion that their commander had let it be known to Houston's civilians that the battalion was being disarmed, leaving them vulnerable to anyone who might decide to move against them. That was never Snow's intent, but he did nothing to correct that misapprehension. He never understood how it was interpreted by his soldiers. When Snow hung up the phone with Davison, he went to tell his friend Calhoun he would be just a few more minutes, and then they could leave for their evening's diversions. Calhoun asked him if it was still a good idea to leave the camp, with all that was happening right then. "No, it has been settled," Snow assured him. "We caught it in time." Down in the 4 rifle companies, the weapons turn-in was not proceeding as smoothly as Snow thought. Most of Kilo Company's men were on guard duty at Camp Logan that night, so there were fewer rifles to account for and not as many soldiers to check for illicit ammunition. Captain James had ordered Lima Company's 9 squad leaders to collect all the rifles from their men's tents, and then he personally went around with a lantern and checked each tent to be sure nothing had been overlooked. But over in Mike and India Companies, the weapons collection was far from complete, and it was in those ranks that trouble was brewing. Snow had been India Company's commander until just 3 days earlier, when he was promoted to the battalion command slot after Colonel Newman's departure. He now decided to speak to his former company directly, confident he could reason with them. He gathered the soldiers around and told them he knew some men had pilfered ammunition from Kilo Company's supply tent. He warned them against attempting any ill-considered acts of personal vengeance. He told them it was utterly foolish and foolhardy for them to think of taking the law into their own hands, and promised them that the policeman who assaulted Edwards in Baltimore would be punished by the civil authorities. The soldiers were unconvinced by Snow's assurances. "Well, Major, what are we going to do when a policeman beats us up like this?" one soldier in the ranks asked. "Report it to me," Snow said, but that satisfied no one. They had reported previous incidents of abuse from the police every time they occurred, and yet that mistreatment kept happening. Corporal James Mitchell told Snow that they were all tired of the state of Texas. Was there any way, he asked, to get the battalion moved from Houston? Snow thought that Mitchell was being insolent by asking the question, but he tried for a placating response. "No, Corporal," he said. "It is not in my power to do it." "We are treated like dogs here," Mitchell insisted, and a mutter of agreement among the assembled soldiers indicated the sentiment was held by more than a few of them. Things were not going well in Mike Company either. The company commander, Captain Lindsay Sylvester, had left camp about an hour earlier because he had dinner plans in town. Even after Baltimore's trouble earlier that afternoon, and even though he knew of the rising anger and deepening unrest in the battalion, Sylvester decided his social plans took priority over military matters. When he left camp at 7:15, he told his company supply sergeant, "You had better stay around your tent tonight to keep a close eye on the ammunition stocks." That suggests he was fully aware of the potential for trouble that night. Yet he still left his company and went out to enjoy himself in town. In his absence, Lieutenant John Jack was left trying to exert control over a unit he had joined just 10 days earlier. He had to rely on his first sergeant to verify the roll call since he did not know the soldiers well enough to recognize them by sight. First Sergeant Parker sent the men to their tents to collect their rifles, told the squad leaders to check for unauthorized ammunition, then ordered the company to line up at the supply tent to turn in their rifles. No one moved. As Parker later said, when he gave the order, didn't a soul moved. Didn't one come out. Some men later claimed to have not heard him, but most of them were of the same mind as Private Pat McWhorter, who muttered loud enough to be heard by several men, "Don't a man budge." Apparently no one wanted to be the first to comply with the order to disarm, not when the hotheads in the company were so set against it. As Private Frank Draper later explained his own failure to obey the order, he did not respond for the simple reason that I didn't want to take a chance of turning in my rifle among 180 other men standing fast. I imagined it was the same as committing suicide. Many men, as it turned out, were afraid of giving up their weapons amid rumors that a racist mob might be assembling against them. Others, feeling the peer pressure, feared what their more belligerent comrades might do if they complied with the order to disarm. Lieutenant Jack took out his watch and said, "I'll give you 2 minutes to get those rifles up there." The entire company remained silent. No one moved. Sergeant Parker asked the soldiers if they were bucking, meaning disobeying a direct order. Someone in the formation said, defiantly, "Yes, we are bucking." Parker called the company forward by alphabetical order, and still no one moved in the ranks. He was an experienced NCO, however, and he then did the smartest thing he could have done, which was to order the sergeants and corporals in the company to turn in their weapons first. Those NCOs, of whom greater discipline could usually be expected, had more to lose by any act of disobedience, and their example might break the impasse among the junior enlisted men. There was one more moment of continued hesitation, and then the NCOs began to come forward as Parker called out their names. But they did it with obvious reluctance. Several minutes into it, only about 24 rifles had been turned in, and then Sergeant Joseph Anderson stepped up beside his first sergeant. "Parker," he whispered, "you better take those rifles any way you can get them." Anderson, from his position at the rear of the company formation, had seen a group of soldiers dropping back from their platoons. Those men had apparently decided they were not going to turn in their weapons, and as they moved away into the darkness, they were heard muttering that the men complying with the disarm order were cowards. At this point in the disarming, many of Mike Company's men were still holding their rifles. Almost all of India Company's soldiers were also still armed, and that was to have tragic consequences. As the battalion adjutant, Captain Shakurjian did not have a company to supervise, so he was trying to keep an eye on the entire battalion. With the 4 rifle companies formed up under their respective officers and NCOs, and the weapons turn-in apparently underway, he headed over to his personal tent at the head of the India Company street. The sun had fully set by that time, and the camp was dark. Just as he reached his tent, Shakurjian heard what he later described as a muffled roar. He turned and could see just far enough up the street to realize that a crowd of men was rushing the India Company's supply tent. To Shakurjian, it looked as if nearly the entire company was struggling to get into the supply tent. Men were yelling and acting like lunatics. The soldiers were going for the ammunition boxes. India Company's supply sergeant, Sergeant Fox, was standing nearby with a rifle, but he was doing nothing to halt the melee at the supply tent. Shakurjian ran up to him and demanded, "What are you doing with that rifle?" "Everybody is getting them," Fox said. "Do your duty and get these men in order," Shakurjian shouted. Then he shoved his way into the crowd and tried to pull the men away from the mad scramble at the entrance of the tent. Someone yelled at him, "They are coming." "Who is coming?" "The mob is coming to the camp." Shakurjian apparently had not heard it, but one single shout precipitated the pandemonium. A soldier, whom most witnesses later identified as Private Frank Johnson from India Company, ran down the street yelling, "Get your guns, boys! Here comes the mob!" Whether that was a prearranged signal or a spontaneous response to a perceived threat, it was enough to set off a battalion-wide panic. Shakurjian tried to shove men out of the tent and shouted at them to stop, but they ignored him in the frenzy of grabbing clips of ammunition and seizing rifles at random from the weapons racks. Ammunition boxes were being tossed out of the supply tent, the adjutant later said. "I grabbed at least 2 of them as they were thrown out and did keep men from taking ammunition from those boxes until someone came up and knocked me down. I had a flashlight, and as I got up, flashed this light toward those ammunition boxes. Someone said, 'Drop that light or I will put a bullet through you.' I put out the light but didn't drop the flashlight. I recognized the man and found him later to be Private Ira Davis of Company I. At about that moment, toward the upper end of India Company, someone fired a single shot, and an instant later 2 more rounds were fired near the supply tent itself. That triggered an absolute fusillade of uncontrolled fire, as almost every soldier who had a rifle started blasting away into the darkness. Immediately every man threw himself on the ground and commenced to fire away apparently in all directions, Shakurjian later said. I could judge only from the flashes and from the direction in which the men were firing. I continued to dash from one man to another, calling out to cease firing and shaking them to make them understand that there was no danger except by themselves. No one paid any attention to the commands. As Shakurjian tried to stop the shooting, a soldier crawled up to him, staying low to avoid the crossfire of wild firing. "For God's sake, Captain, help me hold the ammunition," the man shouted over the noise of gunfire. "That is all that can save us now." Shakurjian told him to guard the ammunition remaining in the supply tent. Then he ran back out into the street just as another volley of wild, uncontrolled firing broke out. Behind him, Corporal Robert Tillman, Sergeant Roden Bond, and Sergeant William Fox were trying to hold the ammunition, but the damage was already done. In the initial rush on the supply tent, the NCOs lost control of most of the company's ammunition stocks, and thousands of rounds were grabbed in the chaos. Fox blew his whistle to signal a halt to the shooting, to no avail. The company bugler began blowing the call for ceasefire, but he stopped when someone shot a hole through the tent wall beside him. Private Wiley Strong, a 31-year-old soldier in Mike Company, had just turned in his rifle to his first sergeant when he heard someone shout, "Here they come!" Strong thought that the first shots he heard were fired by soldiers in India Company. "Everybody who could grabbed ammunition and rifles from the storeroom," Strong said. "The men of Company M had guns. The men of Company K had guns. Company I was the first company to commence shooting." In that first volley of gunfire, Strong was struck by a bullet in the abdomen. Shakurjian said that he could see that there was considerable firing in every company. Company K least because that seemed to be deserted. I Company, however, seemed to be shooting, almost en masse, and as rapidly as possible. Rifles pointed in every direction. The firing practically ceased, and I was trying to fall the men in together into shape, apparently with no assistance whatever from any non-commissioned officer. I saw Sergeant Henry and rushed to him and said, "For God's sake, make these men realize what they're doing and be fast about it." I didn't think at that time of any possible disloyalty of Sergeant Henry. As Shakurjian worked his way along India Company's street, he saw Corporal Larnan Brown gathering men together, calling out, "Let's go! Let's go!" It seemed to Shakurjian that Brown was the most active leader at that part of the camp. He heard other soldiers shouting, "Let's go to town and get to work. Clean up the goddamn city. Stick by your own race." And, "To hell with going to France. Get to work right here." India Company was no longer under the control of any officers. Someone shouted, "M Company has gone," and Shakurjian thought he was losing the entire battalion. He ran to the rear of the camp, where Lima Company was located. He knew almost all of Lima Company should be in the cantonment because they had no men on guard duty that night. As he passed between the tents in Kilo Company's section, he ran into the company's senior non-commissioned officer, First Sergeant Thurman. "Where is K Company, Sergeant?" Shakurjian demanded. Thurman was distraught. "I don't know, sir," he replied. "They're gone." Fortunately, Thurman was wrong about that. Most of Kilo Company was on the guard mount at Camp Logan. Mike Company was pulling itself together, and Lima Company was standing fast. But in the darkness and confusion, no one was yet sure who was where. Almost all of India Company, however, had formed up under Sergeant Vida Henry, and at that very moment was preparing to follow him out of camp. Over in Lima Company, most of the rifles had been collected when the shout of they are coming," was heard. First Sergeant Samuel Venters remembered that in an instant his entire company transformed itself into a shoving crowd of men shouting, "Give me my rifle! Give me my ammunition!" Venters was knocked down in the stampede and dropped his lantern. After that, he was not sure who among his soldiers went where or did what. An Army investigator later asked Corporal Sherman Foster of Lima Company if he had had trouble preventing soldiers from grabbing ammunition in the chaos. "Yes, sir, I had some trouble," Foster said. "As they got the rifles all turned in, somebody ran through the camp and hollered, 'The gang is coming.' I then rushed right to the supply tent to the rifles." He found his company commander, Captain James, there overseeing the serial number tally of the company's rifles. James asked what the matter was. Someone shouted, "The gang is coming to shoot up the camp." At that moment, a shot was fired, Foster recalled. But he thought it came from outside the camp perimeter, from somewhere out near a store on Washington Avenue. As in the other companies, the shout that a mob was coming triggered a mad rush on the supply tent by men desperate to arm themselves against the perceived threat. Foster said that James drew his .45 pistol and shouted to him, "Are you a man?" Meaning, was he man enough to stand his ground and do his duty? Yes, I'm a man," Foster replied. "Take charge here and guard this ammunition," James ordered. He stepped in front of the crowd of frenzied soldiers and blocked the entrance to the tent. "The first man who comes up, I will blow a hole through him," he warned. As James recalled it, he was in the supply tent counting the company's rifles to ensure they were all accounted for when he heard yells in camp that the civilians were coming into camp and that there was a large mob just outside the camp. "About 6 men of my company came to the door of the ammunition tent and seemed very frightened and said there was a mob right outside the camp and asked for their rifles." James ordered them back into formation. But the shouting and confused noise in the entire cantonment were growing louder. The enlisted men on duty in the supply tent had already grabbed their rifles and loaded them. They did not know what was happening, but they knew the sound of trouble when they heard it. James said he then asked if there was any man there who would help me guard the ammunition. Corporal Foster stepped forward, and as James turned to give him orders, the first shot was fired in camp, followed immediately by a burst of firing which seemed to come from I Company. At that, Lima Company stampeded in panic. James tried to hold them back, but his entire company rushed the tent. Even the threat of his drawn pistol did not keep them back, and in the crush he was knocked down and the lamp went out. They grabbed their arms, tore open the ammunition boxes, and some of the men began firing out between the boxes in the tent, he recalled. It was sheer bedlam, and his company had lost all semblance of military order in the overwhelming panic. There must have been 30 or more men in that little space of 10 feet square, and more trying to get in every moment. When James finally managed to get outside, he found soldiers firing wildly into the darkness. They were firing in every direction, and from the flashes of the guns of the ones I was closest to, most of them were firing up in the air, some as much as an angle of 45 degrees. It took him nearly another half hour to get his panic-stricken men to calm down enough to stop shooting. Sergeant Roden Bond also described a wild melee of confusion and terrified men. It seemed to him that his company lost all semblance of military order in one maddened instant. It was impossible to stay them, he later testified. Captain Shakurjian and others did their best, but no one could do anything with them. I've been in a lot of night attacks and skirmishes and things like that, but never a thing like that before. These men were just raging. It all happened just like a big rush of wind. I was sitting down writing a letter and Sergeant Scott was taking up rifles. I had my guard in there and the mechanics. The first thing I knew, the tent went over. Some men came up through the tent and turned the boxes over and got me down and threw boxes of ammunition on me and nearly broke my leg. After we got up, Captain Shakurjian came in and tried to help us. As Shakurjian was moving from man to man in India Company's area, trying to get them to stop firing, Sergeant Nesbitt shouted to him, "Lie down, Captain! They're shooting all over!" Nesbitt himself was trying to organize a hasty perimeter defense, exactly what an experienced NCO would do if he believed the battalion was facing a real, external threat. Some witnesses testified that Nesbitt never fired his own weapon, but repeatedly ordered ceasefire and tried to get the men around him back under control. Shakurjian was in the thick of it, and so was Captain James, and the new lieutenants, John Jack and Charles Snyder, were doing their ineffectual best. But the officer who should have been putting himself in the middle of the confusion, getting the battalion back under control, making his presence known to the men under his command, was nowhere to be seen. When the shout went up that a mob was advancing on the camp and men rushed for their weapons, Major Snow was at that moment over in India Company's area. He started to try to intervene, and then someone shouted at him to put out his light. A few seconds later, the first shot rang out from somewhere at the upper end of India Company's area, and then the entire camp erupted in a roar of wild, unaimed rifle fire, with men shooting in all directions. Snow turned and ran from the camp, leaving his battalion to tear itself apart and his junior officers and sergeants to fend for themselves. The deaths and injuries of that night began in that first panicked outburst of gunfire. 3rd Battalion's camp might have been on the outskirts of Houston's 1917 urban footprint, but it was still surrounded by residential neighborhoods on 3 sides of its perimeter. The military-issue M1903 Springfield rifle had a maximum range of more than a mile, and its muzzle velocity of 2,800 feet per second meant that when its metal-jacketed 30-06 caliber bullet struck a wood-framed house that was less than 100 yards away, the bullet could penetrate an outer pine-board wall, punch a hole through a person inside the house, and carry on through at least one more interior wall before stopping. Any houses close to the camp and anybody in those structures were vulnerable if they were unlucky enough to be in the line of fire. Tragically, several people were. A Mexican laborer named Manuel Garrido was killed by a bullet that struck him as he was sleeping in a garden shed at the home of Petra Sanchez, where he was a boarder. Another bullet hit A.R. Karstens as he was walking toward his house. It killed him on the spot. His body was found in a ditch in the morning. Karstens left a widow and 4 children. A man named E.A. Thompson was wounded by another stray bullet. He died the next day. 3 other Houstonians, a man named G.W. Butcher, a girl named Alma Reichert, and a young woman named Medora Miller, were wounded in the wild firing from 3rd Battalion's camp, but they at least survived their injuries. Alma Reichert was standing in her father's small grocery store when the shooting broke out. As one of her friends remembered, the bullet that hit Alma in the stomach first went through 2 walls of an ice house, then through 2 more walls of another building, then through 1 wall of the grocery store. This slowed the bullet down and probably saved her life. Alma was inside bleeding for hours, but her family was too terrified to go for help. Other families in the area were just as terrified in the chaos, because no one really knew what was happening with all the gunfire in the night. Glidden O'Connor was a 10-year-old boy at the time, and remembered that his family barricaded themselves in their house. My mother and 2 younger brothers were already in the bathtub, covered with a feather bed. My father had a pistol and told me to load my rifle with longs, .22 caliber long rifle cartridges. Then we stood watch. A short time later, O'Connor saw several black soldiers walk up to the intersection, shooting out the streetlight, and then walk down my street. A woman named Mrs. Niggs, whose house was very close to 3rd Battalion's camp, was home with her 2 children, aged 3 and 6. 8 or 9 rifle bullets came through the wall of her house, 2 shots barely missing her and the children. She later said she was so scared that she did not know what to do. No one knew whether it was safer to stay in their houses or try to flee to another part of the city. The next morning, the Houston Chronicle claimed, "Houston has a night of terror as Negro troops stationed here mutiny and rove the city, shooting and killing and invading homes and business establishments." But that was an outright exaggeration of what really happened. Even in all the chaos that night, the soldiers who marched out of camp never attempted to enter any home or business. There was no looting and no pillaging, though during those terrifying hours many feared it would happen. But it was true there was shooting and killing, and innocent people died that night. Any attempt to explain the soldiers' actions, and any effort to offer mitigation for it, must begin by acknowledging that grim truth and recognizing the lives lost. It is hard to say exactly how long that first outburst of uncontrolled firing lasted. No one was checking their watches in the midst of all the gunfire in the dark, but most witnesses recalled it lasting for about 30 minutes, swelling and abating in varying levels of intensity. There is a peculiar, almost predictable rhythm to the sort of shooting that happens when soldiers are caught up in a panic, especially when effective command and control are not present to get them quickly back under control. Individual pauses occurred as each man fired his weapon empty and reloaded. Other pauses occurred as men repositioned themselves. Officers and NCOs moved from man to man to try to make them stop shooting, and most men eventually stopped pulling the trigger when a sergeant was physically pushing their weapons down and yelling in their ears. But those individual ceasefires only held as long as the calming presence of a leader was present, because as soon as the NCO moved on down the line, the soldiers were once again left alone with their fears. Fear is extremely contagious, especially in a unit with a large number of untrained, inexperienced soldiers, and darkness exacerbates fear. Several times that night, the shooting slackened and started to diminish, and then someone, somewhere along the perimeter, would fire a shot at something imagined in the darkness, and instantly everyone would begin blasting away again without really knowing why or at what they were shooting. After Major Snow fled the camp, there were no more officers in India Company's area. Acting First Sergeant Vida Henry was the senior NCO present, and when the shooting slackened, he assumed control of the company. When the first protracted bout of firing finally stopped, Henry ordered India Company to form up and told the men to make sure they had full canteens and plenty of ammunition. He was going to lead the company out in a sortie and meet the threat of the advancing mob head-on in an offensive action. Several junior NCOs thought that was a bad idea. Sergeant Nesbitt argued the better tactic was to stay in the camp, where the massed firepower of 3 rifle companies could defend the camp from a strong static position. At least 3 other NCOs made the same argument, but Henry was adamant. When Corporal James Wheatley tried to persuade him to stay and defend the camp, Henry replied, "There will be no camp to return to," and he ordered India Company into a column of 4s, with an advance guard, a main body, and a rear guard composed of Corporals Wheatley, Jesse Moore, Larnon Brown, and Charles Baltimore. One question later asked repeatedly was why more than 100 soldiers fell in and followed Henry out of camp that night. Major Snow's earlier order was that all soldiers were to remain in camp. So Henry's decision to march out could be, and later was, interpreted as deliberate disobedience of that order. However, that after-action analysis never considered a crucial question of military law and operational necessity, namely, what happens when the tactical situation changes after the order is given, particularly when the person who gave the original order is no longer in control of a rapidly changing situation. Shouts that an armed mob was advancing on the camp precipitated the panic, and if such a mob was real, that posed an actual military threat. Sergeant Henry chose the military option of taking a rifle company out to meet it head-on, and subsequent events would prove the mistake of that choice. But he was the senior military authority present in India Company at that moment, with Major Snow somewhere out in the civilian streets and every other battalion officer busy trying to regain control of the other companies. As far as the enlisted men knew, when their first sergeant ordered them to form up and march out, it was a legitimate order. Some men were eager to go. Others wanted to stay with the battalion, but most of the soldiers in the area obeyed and fell in with the rest of their company. Henry's personal motivations in giving that order have been the subject of intense debate ever since, but the individual soldiers were caught in a dilemma. It is probable that none of them really knew what was happening in that moment, so they followed the only operational authority they could see and hear. At least one soldier later testified that he would have remained in camp if only he had heard his officer's voice countermanding Henry's order. But there were no officers there to exert that essential leadership. India Company moved out of the camp, armed and ready for a fight. As they passed through the gate, a Kilo Company soldier on guard there Private Bryant Watson, left his post and fell in with them. That was an outright violation of military regulations. Watson was on guard duty, and nothing excused his choice to abandon his post and join another unit in their sortie. As 3rd Battalion disintegrated into chaos, a farmer named R.R. McDaniel happened to be driving by the camp's front gate with several black field hands who worked for him. Suddenly a soldier ran up out of the darkness and jumped onto the running board of his car. A volley of rifle fire broke out from inside the camp just as the car drew abreast of the camp perimeter, and the unknown soldier jumped off and disappeared into the night. McDaniel accelerated to get out of the area, and as he did, Major Snow appeared from the direction of the camp, running like a man pursued by his nightmares. He jumped into the car, tumbling in on top of the men in the back seat. "Oh, Lord, save me!" Snow cried. "Oh, God, take me away from here. They are going to kill me." McDaniel told him to keep quiet and jerked the steering wheel around, trying to make a hard 3-point turn in the middle of the narrow road. The car's turning radius was not tight enough, and he ran the vehicle into a ditch. McDaniel and the field hands piled out to manhandle the car back onto the road, at which point Snow also jumped out, but not to help. He sprinted off down the road, leaving the other men behind. McDaniel and the others quickly wrestled the car back onto the road, and they soon caught up with Snow, who was still running hard down the road. McDaniel managed to get him back into the car. A few minutes later, they encountered a policeman named L.E. Gentry and his partner A.F. Butler, who were driving toward 324 Infantry's camp to investigate the gunfire. Snow was still panic-stricken. "Go back, or you'll be killed," he shouted to the police officers. "They're killing everyone back there." A few blocks farther on, McDaniel stopped the car at a drugstore. The field hands took off to make their own way back home while McDaniel helped Snow inside and asked the pharmacist to give the major something to calm him down, as he was still so hysterical as to be practically useless. Snow tried to use the store's telephone to contact the Illinois National Guard camp, but couldn't get through. The pharmacist asked him what the trouble was, and Snow sat down and put his handkerchief over his face. "It is terrible," he gasped. "They shot at me 15 times, and I don't see why they didn't kill me." He was so agitated that the pharmacist finally gave him a dose of ammonia spirits to settle him down. After about 30 minutes, McDaniel put Snow back in his car and drove off to find someone of military authority. He said later that Snow huddled in the rear of the car and would not get on the front seat with him. Back at the 3rd Battalion camp, the company officers were struggling to regain control of their panic-stricken troops. In Major Snow's absence, Captain Shakurjian was the next senior officer in the chain of command. That left him responsible for trying to salvage everything that Snow had abandoned. Shakurjian ran out toward the camp perimeter and found most of the soldiers there lying prone, oriented outward, sporadically firing out into the darkness beyond the fence line. The men of Lima Company were deployed in a line of skirmishers, indicating that some degree of command and control was in effect. To Shakurjian's eye, the non-commissioned officers seemed to hold them pretty well, so he moved on to check Mike Company's status. M Company seemed to be deserted, but I saw one man and asked him where M Company was. For a moment, Shakurjian thought his fears that Mike Company had left camp with Sergeant Henry were confirmed, but the soldier told him no. Mike Company was holding firm under the only officer it still had present, Lieutenant John Jack. I saw Lieutenant Jack and heard his voice speaking. Shakurjian remembered. I felt from the general attitude that M Company was in fair shape. I therefore hurried back to L Company to help out my utmost there. Over in Lima Company, Shakurjian asked the men where their company commander was. A soldier told him Captain James was talking to the company. Shakurjian asked him if everything was all right in L Company. The man replied, "We are staying with our captain." James was moving up and down the skirmish line of his soldiers, reassuring them that he was with them, urging them to hold fast, and not break. The young officer's efforts appeared to be working. When Shakurjian got there, Lima Company seemed to be holding firm. "I asked Captain James if his men would stay together," he said. The men around him answered yes, they would. Shakurjian put the question to the soldiers directly, shouting to make himself heard over the gunfire still blasting out from different parts of the camp. Would Lima Company stand their ground? "We are staying with our captain," the men shouted back. The junior officers and NCOs were slowly managing to restore order to Lima and Mike companies. The moment of greatest crisis seemed over. And at that moment a group of India Company men led by Corporal Larnin Brown came back into camp. They were trying to convince the remainder of the battalion to join the men Sergeant Henry was leading out of camp. They were yelling, "Let's get L and M companies," Shakurjian said. And as they came down, called out, "Come on, L Company." Captain James put himself physically between his company and the men from India Company and shouted, loud enough for his own soldiers to hear him, "L Company stays with their captain." All up and down the skirmish line, his men took up the call and echoed it back. "L Company stands by its captain." Many of these men shared the opinion held by their first sergeant, Samuel Venters, about their company commander. "Captain James is every inch a soldier, an officer, and a gentleman," Venters said later, "and all of the men like him, and would be willing to go down with him, to die with him." I think all the men of the company thought the same. It was hard to tell in the dark, but Shakurjian thought that about 30 or 40 men of India Company were in the group that returned to camp to try to convince soldiers of the other companies to join their sortie into the city. The adjutant got face to face with Brown and tried to persuade him not to march out with Sergeant Henry's column. "Wait a minute, Corporal," he said. "Let me talk to you." As Shakurjian recalled it later, Brown was deeply emotional in that moment. When he responded, he spoke quietly but intensely, and the adjutant saw tears on his face. "Captain Shakurjian, we ain't going to be mistreated," he said. Shakurjian tried one more time to persuade the soldiers to remain in camp. "I called out to halt and listen to me," he said, "and in every way conceivable I tried to hold these men back. I asked them to stay with me." Some of the men wavered and seemed swayed by his appeal, but others shouted, "Let's go, we have work to do." Shakurjian claimed that at least one man whom he could not identify in the darkness yelled, "Put a bullet into him and shut his goddamn talk." No one acted on that murderous suggestion, but most of the men turned around and headed back out of camp to rejoin Henry's column. A few of them remained behind with Shakurjian. He had been standing more or less in the middle of this group as he tried to reason with them, and he recalled that all the men behind him stayed put, but the others whom he was not physically blocking followed Corporal Brown out into the night. It was a stark example of how critical an officer's personal presence was to reasserting military order and discipline in a chaotic situation. One question asked over and over during the initial uproar and panic firing, when the officers and NCOs of Lima, Kilo, and Mike companies were desperately trying to regain control of their men, was, "Where is Major Snow?" Everyone was looking for the battalion commander, but no one could find him. Shakurjian was asked several times where Snow was during those critical moments, and he remembered that the last he had seen his commanding officer was just before the cry of an approaching mob went up and everyone started shooting. He did not see Snow again for almost 4 hours. When Snow finally, briefly returned to the camp, he told Shakurjian he had been busy sending a telegram to the department commander at Fort Sam Houston, and he had been delayed coming back helping to establish the militia lines across the street. Since those National Guard troops who cordoned off the streets were under the command of their own officers, all of whom knew the layout of the city quite as well as Snow, and since several of those officers were actually senior to him in rank, there was absolutely no tactical necessity for Snow to have delayed his return to his own battalion. Captain James, who had managed to hold Lima Company together by the sheer effort of its personal presence, had also lost track of his battalion commander when he most needed him. "I looked all around for Major Snow," James later said in his official statement. "I had not seen him since he gave orders to make the check for rifles and ammunition." James said he did not see Snow again until sometime around 10:45 that night. Lima Company's supply sergeant, Roden Bond, had a similar recollection when he was asked what his battalion commander was doing at that time. "I had not seen Major Snow from just after the shooting started until after it was all over," he said in his testimony. Kilo Company was under the tenuous leadership of Second Lieutenant Charles Snyder. Snyder was a newly commissioned officer 2 ranks junior than was usual for a company commander, and he had joined the battalion only 9 days earlier. He barely knew any of the men in his company well enough to recognize their faces, and they did not yet know him. When the panic erupted, he went to look for Major Snow and couldn't find him. Not knowing what else to do, Snyder returned to his company. "Captain Shakurjian told me to stay with I and K companies, and I remained with them until 2 a.m., Snyder testified. And he claimed that at no point earlier that afternoon had Major Snow ever told him any of the details about the trouble involving Corporal Baltimore downtown. The battalion commander's order to restrict the men to camp that night was never conveyed to Snyder, as it should have been. Rather than hearing it directly from his battalion commander, he only learned of it from his company first sergeant when the word went out to collect the rifles at about 8:05 that evening. Snyder's only advantage that night was that Kilo Company had the guard mount at Camp Logan, so most of his soldiers were on duty over there and not present in the battalion cantonment. In contrast with Snow's decision to absent himself from camp, not only did his junior officers stand their ground and try to keep the battalion together, but at least one officer who had prior permission to be away from the camp that night endeavored to get back to the unit when the trouble broke out. Second Lieutenant Edward Hudson was one of the 2 newest officers in the battalion, having joined the unit just 9 days earlier along with Lieutenant John Jack. Hudson had barely had time to introduce himself to his company, but if he was new to the 24th Infantry, he was certainly not new to the Army. He had 10 years prior experience as an NCO, and earlier that summer had been promoted from sergeant when he accepted a lieutenant's commission in the expanding regular Army. He knew soldiers, and he knew where he was supposed to be when his unit was in trouble. Hudson was downtown in Houston on a pass when he heard the distant sound of heavy, sustained rifle fire coming from the direction of 3rd Battalion's cantonment. He immediately realized something was very wrong. No large training exercise was scheduled for that night, and even at that distance, he could tell the difference between the high-velocity crack of live ball ammunition and the sound of lower-powered blank cartridges. The gunfire he was hearing was live fire. Something was very wrong, and Hudson immediately set out to rejoin his unit. When he reached the fire station on the edge of the San Felipe district, he found Major Snow there with a group of National Guard officers. Snow was still highly agitated and busying himself with minor tasks. "He ordered me to go back to camp and watch I Company," Hudson recalled, "and that in case any trouble came up, for me to pick men I could depend on." It was a ridiculous order. Not only did Snow still make no effort to return to the battalion himself, but he also now directed one of the most junior officers in the unit to assume control of the company that was at the heart of the whole trouble, the company that Snow himself would be expected to know best. When Hudson recalled his conversation with his commander that night, he said, "I had been with the company about 10 days. In such a short span of time, how was he to know who among the rank-and-file soldiers was dependable and who was not?" Nonetheless, Hudson did not argue about it, but continued on into the night to find out what was happening to his battalion. Among the group of National Guard officers at the fire station, a hasty plan emerged for a response to the crisis. Captain L.A. Tuggle would take a couple of truckloads of soldiers from 5th Illinois Infantry to go to 324 Infantry's camp. What he would do when he got there would depend entirely on what sort of situation he found. No one yet knew if the men who remained in camp were under the control of their officers, nor even if any officers were still alive. At the same time, Captain Joseph Mattis, the commander of Alpha Battery, 2nd Field Artillery of the Illinois National Guard, would try to determine exactly where were the 3rd Battalion soldiers who had left camp. The first confused and wildly exaggerated reports claimed that mutinous bands of black soldiers were rampaging through the streets, shooting at every white face they saw. But the military authorities did not yet know exactly how many men were involved, who was leading them, or where they were going. Houston police officer E.J. Meineke and a Texas National Guardsman named Corporal M.D. Everton joined Mattis as guides, since they were familiar with the city, and 2 other guardsmen, Corporal Zimmy Foreman and Private Alphonse Jones, made up the rest of the group. Mattis and the other men climbed into an open-top touring car, with Foreman driving, and they headed in the direction of the sporadic gunfire they could hear occasionally reverberating from the San Felipe district. In the meantime, a new threat was developing. A crowd of angry Houstonians, all of them white men armed with rifles, shotguns, and pistols, had begun gathering at the fire station. They had some idea of marching down to 3rd Battalion's camp. The military officers immediately put a stop to that, because they understood that if an armed mob of civilians approached the camp, which finally seemed to have quieted down, it would precipitate a new round of gunfire, and this time there would be targets for the soldiers to shoot at. The loss of life would be catastrophic if that were allowed to happen. Captain William Rothrock, the Camp Logan engineer officer, positioned a car across the street to block it off, then climbed up on the hood where he could be seen and ordered the crowd to not advance any closer to the camp. He and the other military officers would use force, if necessary, to keep any civilians from advancing on 3rd Battalion's cantonment. National Guard troops were placed to cordon off the approaches to the camp, covering the streets with machine guns, and the civilian would-be vigilantes were kept at bay. A mile away, at Camp Logan, the sound of heavy gunfire from 3rd Battalion's camp had carried clearly through the night. Civilians living near the camp thought it was some sort of tactical training or mock battle, though they wondered why the Army was doing so much shooting on a night exercise. Soldiers who were on the guard detail at Camp Logan, however, recognized it as live fire, not blank ammunition, and thought their battalion encampment was under attack. Sergeant Arthur Taylor was on duty that night as sergeant of the guard at one of the Camp Logan warehouses. At about 8:30, the soldiers of the guard detail heard the shooting break out in the direction of 3rd Battalion's cantonment. A short while later, a panic-stricken soldier from the battalion camp, Private Blaine Adams, arrived, bringing a wild story of the battalion being fired on by civilians and overrun by an armed mob. That mob was now coming to Camp Logan to attack the black soldiers there, he claimed. We had only 5 rounds of ammunition each, and we didn't have enough to protect ourselves against a mob, Taylor recalled. 5 rounds was nothing to protect ourselves. If the men are falling back here for protection, we can't do anything after 5 rounds is gone. I said the only thing we can do is go to the 27th Illinois for protection. I had 21 privates there and 2 corporals. Taylor and the soldiers of his detail headed for the nearby camp of the Illinois National Guard, where he reported to Captain George Allen, the commanding officer of one of the Illinois rifle companies. In the investigation after the incident, Taylor was asked, "What made you think it was necessary, with the guard of about 30 men and 5 rounds of ammunition, that you couldn't protect yourself against anything that might come up?" "Well," Taylor said, "from the report we got from Private Adams, he told me that the mob was coming that way and driving his soldiers back on me. And I have read in the papers that there are often 1,000 men in a mob, and we only had 5 rounds of ammunition." Thinking of the tactical situation from the perspective of an infantryman, Taylor's logic was correct. He had neither men nor ammunition enough to hold off an attack by a large mob, assuming that mob was determined to make a fight of it. And Camp Logan was not a defensible position. Taking shelter with a larger military unit, even one as distrusted as the Illinois National Guard, was a tactically sensible decision. Taylor's statement also showed the degree to which the specter of a Southern race mob was a very real fear among the men of 324 Infantry. When an officer of the Illinois Battalion told Taylor later that night to have his men hand over their weapons, the sergeant flatly refused. "No, sir, not on your life," he said. "We want some protection, and we are not going to give up our only protection." Another group of 3rd Battalion men on guard duty at Camp Logan that night made different decisions. They had been on guard since 1 o'clock that afternoon, but they had all heard about the police beating up Private Edwards and Corporal Baltimore earlier that afternoon. The rumor that first flashed around the guard posts was that Baltimore was dead. By 6 p.m., they heard the correct version of the story when the chow wagons brought their supper, and they learned that Baltimore had returned to the battalion battered but alive. The soldiers on the chow detail also told them the mood back at camp was growing more resentful and angrier. 2 hours later, they heard a fusillade of gunfire break out at their battalion cantonment. The military warehouses, situated along the railroad tracks at the edge of Camp Logan, were designated as the Lower A Division guard post. When the shooting began, just before 8:30 p.m., an argument quickly developed over what might be happening back at the battalion. One of the soldiers, Private Babe Collier, said he was sure someone was shooting up the camp. Another soldier thought that a white mob must be killing our men over at the camp. Several men insisted they should immediately head to the battalion camp to aid their comrades. The corporal of the guard at Lower A Division was Corporal John Washington, and he thought the suggestion of going to 3rd Battalion's camp was tactically unfeasible. "What's the use to go to camp?" he said. "You will get killed trying to get in." It was a real concern, for a couple of reasons. On the one hand, they might have to fight their way through untold number of armed civilian attackers, if such existed. On the other, they might find themselves trying to enter their own camp in the face of heavy fire from soldiers who probably would confuse them with an attacking force. Washington apparently did not point out to his men that abandoning a guard post or absenting oneself from one's appointed place of duty were both extremely serious violations of military regulation. Nonetheless, within a few minutes, 15 soldiers of the Lower A Division left their guard posts without authorization and moved out of the Camp Logan perimeter into the surrounding neighborhoods. 8. The killing. The 3rd Battalion men of the guard detail were not the only regular Army soldiers at Camp Logan that night. Most of the others were white troops in support units, and none of them were armed. Captain Warren M. Morgan of the Army Quartermaster Corps commanded Bakery Company No. 34. In the statement he later gave to military investigators, he remembered, "The shooting began about 8:25 by my time, and about 30 minutes later an automobile passed me on the road. This automobile was a jitney driven by E.M. Jones. Several passengers of the vehicle were soldiers dressed in the same olive-drab uniforms worn by Houston's police, which may have been a factor in what happened next. About half a block from where Morgan was standing, he noticed a small group of soldiers moving along the darkened street. The men who had left their post at Lower A Division guard detail. These men shouted, 'Halt!' and then suddenly opened fire on the passing jitney, probably because they mistook the military passengers' olive-drab uniforms for police. Almost instantly, within 3 to 5 seconds, they commenced firing, and I should judge about 20 shots were fired," Morgan said. "I lay down for safety, being in the line of fire. As soon as they had ceased, I went up near the car and called to the sentries, and no one answered. Not knowing what the cause of the battle was, or who it was carrying it on, I didn't stop and talk to those people, but came on to camp and warned the truck company of the fact that I saw a company of armed nigger soldiers within about 150 yards of their camp. Then came on to my own company, got them out of camp and scattered, we being unarmed. In coming to my own camp between warehouse numbers 1 and 2, I saw about a company of nigger soldiers coming through there." Jones, the driver of the jitney, was severely wounded in the shooting. One of his passengers, a man named Charles T. Clayton, was hit high in the left arm by a bullet that shattered the bone. The wounded men were transported to the nearest medical facility, the Illinois National Guard's aid station. Jones arrived first, shortly after 9 o'clock, but there was nothing the battalion surgeon could do for him. He died of his wounds about 10 minutes after arriving. He left a wife and 6 children and his widowed mother, who lived with his family. Clayton survived, but the damage inflicted by the high-velocity bullet was so severe that his arm had to be amputated, and he was never able to return to his work as a lineman. Other casualties were inflicted as Sergeant Henry's column of infantrymen moved through the civilian neighborhoods. The soldiers used the cover of darkness to mask their movements, especially for the first part of their route. Many people saw and heard them as they passed along their streets, but most kept their heads down and tried not to attract their notice. Armed men in the night were dangerous, especially when no one really knew what they were about or what was going on. A few civilians, however, were less cautious. As the column of soldiers passed a house at 4910 Lillian Street, several teenagers came out onto the porch. One of the boys, Willie Drux, asked his half-sister Mary Winkler to turn on the porch light so he could see who was passing by in the street. When the light came on, it illuminated several soldiers at the rear of the column. One of the rearguard NCOs, later said to be Corporal Jesse Moore, gave the order, "Shoot that light out." In response, 2 soldiers knelt and fired. If they were supposed to aim for the porch light, it seems clear that they ignored the order and instead aimed at 3 young people on the porch. Mary's brother Fred Winkler was killed instantly, and Willie was hit in the arm, a terrible wound that later required the amputation of the limb. Mary snapped off the light, and the soldiers vanished into the darkness. As they passed another house a short way down the same street, the soldiers saw a 12-year-old girl named Jeanette Thiel and 2 of her family members watching them from a window. There was no shooting in that instance. Instead, soldiers shouted at them to get away from the window and moved on down the street. A Houstonian named Charles W. Wright, who lived a few blocks away from 3rd Battalion's camp, ran out into the streets to see what the shooting was all about. He suddenly found himself surrounded by black soldiers. Wright stopped and raised his hands, and an instant later he was shot through both arms. The wounds caused catastrophic tissue damage and loss of blood. Wright died of his wounds a short time later, but not before relating to his brother the story of what had happened to him. When the soldiers reached the intersection of Lillian and Bethgy Streets, they split into 2 separate groups and began moving parallel to each other, about a block apart. That division of the force made it even more difficult for later investigation to pinpoint which men were where during the chaos that night, or who did what. It was a critical issue because people were killed in different locations after that separation. A few moments after the main body split up, the soldiers who continued moving down Lillian Street came upon a group of 4 uniformed policemen, T.A. Benford, L.G. Bryson, Tom Goodson, and Charles McPhail, along with a civilian named W.A. Wise, all of them grouped under a bright streetlight. The policemen were in the process of loading an injured man into McPhail's car. The wounded man was G.W. Butcher, who had been struck by a random bullet during the first uncontrolled firing from the battalion camp. When the soldiers saw the police uniforms, they opened fire, prompting McPhail to speed away, leaving the other 4 men to drop Butcher on the road and take cover. The policemen returned fire, but revolvers against military rifles made for a one-sided firefight. Both Benford and Wise were wounded, and Butcher took a bullet in the groin before the soldiers broke contact and moved on in the darkness. Incredibly, after suffering multiple gunshot wounds, Butcher survived. At the corner of San Felipe and Wilson Streets, the soldiers encountered 2 mounted policemen, Ross Patton and W.H. Long. The mounted officers of the Houston Police Department had incurred a particular enmity among the black soldiers because of their reputation for aggressiveness in their dealings with both African-American civilians and military personnel. The infantrymen at the head of the column opened fire, Patton was wounded in the arm and leg, and his horse was killed. Long galloped off down Timpson Street and escaped. In at least 6 separate incidents that night, soldiers encountered automobiles that approached them in the darkness. Their actions in those moments ranged from disciplined restraint to ambush and outright murder. In one of the first of these incidents, a car driven by a civilian named J.D. Dixon came up the street from behind Henry's column and unexpectedly met the soldiers at the rear of the formation. When the shooting broke out in 3rd Battalion's camp, a cry had gone up in Dixon's neighborhood, "You had better run for your lives. The colored soldiers are on a riot." Dixon quickly loaded his wife, 2 children, and his brother into the car, and only realized that Henry's column of soldiers had already passed his house when he drove up behind them. 2 soldiers in the rear guard leveled their weapons at the car and ordered Dixon to stop. He explained to them, very politely, as he said later, that he was just trying to get his family to safety and asked them what was going on. "The men told me a lot of damn white people had it in for them, and they wasn't going to stand for it," Dixon recalled. But once the soldiers realized the car contained a woman and children, they did not detain them any further. One unidentified soldier who seemed to be in charge, later described as a large yellow Negro, told him to take his family home and stay off the streets. And he did. Near the 1600 block of Washington Avenue, a car occupied by an Army Quartermaster Corps officer named Captain F.S. Haynes, along with another Army officer, was traveling toward the battalion camp. The car rounded a corner, and the officers found themselves in the midst of armed soldiers in the street. As Haynes later described it, a bunch of Negro soldiers came swarming out through the buildings, and they came up to the car to see if we were armed and took our guns away from us. His impression of the soldiers was that some of them seemed keyed up and ready for a fight, while others were rather unenthusiastic about what they were doing. He thought some of them were lukewarm and ready to quit. In the darkness, Haynes could not see any of the men well enough to be able to identify them later. "Lieutenant Perkins and I were in uniform," Haynes said, "and they asked who we were and what we were doing there, and I told them we were on our way to camp, and they looked at Lieutenant Perkins's shirt collar, and there was no doubt but they knew we were officers. I should judge there were 60 or 70 in the crowd, and when I was there was about 30 or 40 rounds of shots fired." But he was certain that none of those shots were fired at him and his companion. He described the soldiers as a grim lot of men. One thing he clearly recalled was that one of the NCOs in the group, later identified as Corporal James Wheatley, spoke up to argue that they should allow Haynes and Perkins to pass unmolested. "Don't you see," he reported Wheatley saying, "these men are officers in uniform." In another incident on a street just outside the battalion camp, an unidentified group of soldiers stopped a civilian ambulance by shooting out the front tire. The soldiers did not shoot at the 3 men in the ambulance, but ordered them to dismount from the vehicle. The ambulance driver later reported that a soldier told him, "Get out, you goddamn white son of a bitch, and run." The 3 men ran, sped on their way by a few shots fired over their heads. The first lethal encounter with a moving car in the darkness occurred on San Felipe Street just after the incident where the horse-mounted police officers Patton and Long were fired on. A car containing police officers Rufus Daniels, W.C. Wilson, Horace Moody, and C.E. Carter, driven by a civilian named Charles W. Hall, came down the street toward the soldiers. The infantrymen opened fire. Hall stopped in the middle of the street, and the occupants scrambled out of the vehicle. At the sight of the police uniforms, a soldier allegedly shouted, "Here comes some more police, let's get them." Daniels, the patrol officer who was usually partnered with Lee Sparks, and who had been present when Private Edwards and Corporal Baltimore were assaulted and arrested earlier that day, ran toward the soldiers, firing a pistol. It was a foolhardy maneuver. Daniels was a big man coming straight on at very close range, and the soldiers shot him down. The other policemen took cover. Moody fired 2 rounds and drew an instantaneous volley of return fire. He went down under the barrage, shouting, "I'm shot! My leg is shot off!" Carter and Wilson put a tourniquet on his leg, but the wound was fatal. Moody died the next day. The soldiers did not pursue the survivors, but instead gathered around Daniels's body. Many of them were familiar with Daniels's reputation as a heavy-handed enforcer of the hated Jim Crow ordinances, and they recognized him when they looked at him lying dead in the street. "There's the white trash we got," a soldier said. Several men used the butt of their rifles to club his face before they moved on. One soldier, Private Harrison Capers, picked up the pearl-handled revolver Daniels had carried and stuck it in his belt. At about the same time this incident occurred, soldiers at the rear of the column saw streetcar number 317 turning onto San Felipe Street. Several soldiers opened fire on it and wounded the driver, W.H. Burkett. The streetcar represented no threat to them whatsoever, and there was no justification for shooting at it. Perhaps the soldiers fired on it simply because of their long-simmering resentment over the city's hated Jim Crow laws, of which the streetcar was a rolling embodiment. A short time later, another civilian car came down the street and encountered the lead elements of the column. This vehicle contained 2 policemen and 3 18-year-old civilians, James Lyon, Asa Bland, and Eli Smith. The 3 teenagers had decided to head toward the sound of gunfire to get involved in whatever was happening, and they were armed. As they drove toward San Felipe, they encountered police officers Ira Rainey and John Richardson, and offered to give them a ride into the district. The policemen knew something serious was happening, but the teenagers acted like it was just an exciting lark. The soldiers called out for the car to halt, but Lyon, who was driving, either did not hear or ignored the command, and the infantrymen opened fire. The car skidded to a stop and the men bailed out into the street. Accounts differ as to exactly what happened, but Rainey was shot and killed. Smith was killed too, but the others were still alive. Lyon was hit in the arm and tried to run but was shot down. He survived his wounds, as did Officer Richardson, who was also wounded but not by bullets. Private Henry Peacock clubbed Richardson over the head so hard that he broke the wooden stock of his rifle. Other soldiers beat Bland down into the street with their rifle butts, but he also survived. The soldiers regrouped and moved on down the street, leaving the dead and wounded behind them. Lyon, Smith, and Bland did not have to be there at that bloody intersection. They went looking for trouble with all the impetuosity of the young men they were, and found more trouble than they probably ever imagined. Police officers Rainey and Richardson did have to be there on that street, because they were law enforcement officers, and they went forward into harm's way because it was their duty. It is one of the pathetic things of the after-happenings, one of the city's newspapers later declared, for the Houston public to know that Officer Rainey is survived by a wife and 8 children, and that the family has nothing whatever in the way of an income or savings. Rainey's youngest daughter was only 14 months old when her father was killed, and the long shadow of his death loomed over his family for decades after. At about 9:30 that night, an hour after the trouble began, and about the time that Sergeant Henry's column of soldiers was moving into the San Felipe district, Captain L.A. Tuggle arrived outside 3rd Battalion's camp with several truckloads of the 5th Illinois Infantry's National Guardsmen. This was the first organized military response after the wild outbreak of gunfire. The camp was now dark and quiet. Whatever the cause of the disturbance, it seemed to have ended, at least within the camp itself. Tuggle decided to leave his troops at a distance from the camp and venture in by himself on foot, which in retrospect was probably the most sensible thing he could have done. The appearance of the hated Illinois National Guardsmen might easily have precipitated another outburst of violence among 324 infantry. Once inside the camp, Tuggle tried to find the battalion commander. He eventually located an enlisted orderly, who took him to the battalion headquarters tent, but Major Snow was nowhere to be found. We walked down the street inquiring and found an officer, Tuggle recalled, and he told me that Snow was not in camp, and as I went along the street, the various men would use the military courtesy, and everything was quiet, and the men all appeared to be under good discipline, ordinary camp routine. Then, finding out that I couldn't get to talk to Major Snow, I told the captain, Shakurjian, that I would take my men and go down the street. He told me that some troopers had left and gone down Washington Avenue. He didn't tell me how many. This was the first confirmation Tuggle had that the trouble had moved into Houston itself, and that the rumors he had heard of multiple shootings in the civilian neighborhoods were true and involved soldiers of 324 Infantry. When the battalion cantonment finally quieted down and the remaining companies back under control of their officers, Shakurjian finally had time to deal with his wounded. Incredibly, in all the uncontrolled shooting that had started in the center of the camp, with hundreds of rounds fired through and across the camp's interior lines, only Private Wiley Strong had been hit. But Strong was badly hurt, gut-shot by a rifle bullet that ripped open his abdomen. The battalion medical officer, First Lieutenant W.S. Chafin, treated him as best he could at the scene, but told Shakurjian that Private Strong had to be evacuated immediately. Unfortunately, there was no ambulance. Major Snow's civilian friend Calhoun was still in the camp, serving no purpose and being of no help to anyone. So Shakurjian found a use for him. He told Calhoun to drive into the city and send back an ambulance to carry the wounded soldier to a hospital. He also gave Calhoun an explicit warning to convey to the police. The men in the camp were under his control, and that he would meet any body of men sent out there, and under no circumstances would he allow any citizens to start firing in the neighborhood of the camp. Shakurjian knew all too well Texans' propensity for violent reaction, and he made it very clear that 3rd Battalion was able to meet force with force if angry civilians decided to resort to vigilantism, or if the Houston Police Department attempted to disarm the battalion. At this point, with soldiers off the military reservation and the sound of occasional rifle shots still reverberating through the civilian neighborhoods, 3rd Battalion's officers tried to get a positive count of who was still in the camp. Several things kept this from being a straightforward or accurate process. The camp was in near total darkness, and the head count had to be done in each company by lantern or flashlight. Forming up the battalion and calling the roster would have been simplest, but it was utterly impractical. The men were still on edge and unsettled, and no one wanted to leave the assumed safety of the hasty skirmish lines along the camp perimeter. The new officers, Lieutenants Jack, Snyder, and Hudson, did not know the men in their units well enough to recognize them by face, so they had to rely on their NCOs to conduct the head counts, and could not verify their accuracy themselves. In addition, some men were missing from the company areas for reasons that had nothing to do with Henry's march into town. In the chaos and fear that swept the camp, some men had hidden in their tents or in the ditches that bounded the camp. A few had run into the scrub brush behind the camp and remained there even after the shooting stopped. One soldier actually lowered himself into the cesspit of the camp latrine and hid there until the shooting stopped. Several soldiers left the battalion camp and sought shelter at the homes of Houstonians they knew. None of the head counts ever managed to get a full tally of the men who remained in camp, and 151 soldiers never got their names on any of the head counts. Thus, no one could later be sure of all the men in Henry's column of soldiers, the men who were doing most of the shooting in town. This would become critically important in the investigations that followed and in the resulting courts-martial, because it was assumed that any man who did not get his name on one of the several head counts conducted that night must have been an active participant in the violence and was therefore complicit in the deaths and injuries that occurred. That legal fallacy, the requirement that soldiers had to prove that they had never joined Henry's column, rather than the government being required to prove that they did, would have far-reaching effect on the judicial process that followed. Private Isaac Deo was one of the men directly impacted by the incomplete head counts. According to Deo's own account, he was in his tent when the trouble erupted in camp. At the first sign of disorder, he said, I left camp, taking with me my rifle and belt. The belt was filled to capacity with ammunition pursuant to orders then existed on the border. This meant that he had the standard 5 rounds of ammunition authorized to each soldier on duty. I went immediately to Camp Logan. 2 other soldiers were with him, Privates Warsaw Lindsay and William Burnett. When they got to Camp Logan, Deo went to the headquarters building and asked for the officer of the day, OD. The OD for that night was Captain James, who, of course, was back at the 3rd Battalion camp at that time, so Deo instead reported to the Sergeant of the Guard, Sergeant Brownson. The sergeant advised us to stay in the guardhouse at that camp during that night for protection, Deo recalled, saying that we could report back to our company commanders on the following day. The next morning, the 3 soldiers reported to their own officers. The point that Deo repeatedly insisted on was that they turned themselves in to the sergeant of the guard before Henry's column of soldiers ever started shooting up the city streets that night. Among all the individual stories in 3rd Battalion, Deo's was perhaps one of the most unique. Born in the Virgin Islands in 1879, when that was still Danish territory, Deo was a Danish citizen when his family immigrated to New York when he was 10 years old. At 38 years of age, he was one of the most experienced soldiers in the battalion, with campaign credits from 3 different conflicts: the Spanish-American War, the Philippine-American War, and the punitive expedition into Mexico. In rank, he was still only a private, but his lack of promotion seems to have been a matter of his personal preference, because his personnel records reveal that the battalion officers regarded him as one of the steadiest, most reliable soldiers in the unit. After his first enlistment ended, he remained in the Philippines with the U.S. Army Quartermaster Corps until 1909, then re-enlisted with 324 Infantry. By the summer of 1917, he had 19 years combined service with the Army, either as a soldier or as a civilian contract employee. He expected that his impeccable service record would be taken into account when his actions that night were later questioned, but the faulty head counts took precedence in the Army's eyes. By this point, about an hour and a half had elapsed since 3rd Battalion lost its collective head when the shout went up that a mob was coming. 2 separate groups of soldiers had gone off the military sites and moved out along the streets of the San Felipe district, one from the battalion cantonment and another smaller group from the guard force at Camp Logan. 10 people had been shot and killed, 8 of them civilians and 2 police officers. 2 other police officers and 2 civilians had been mortally wounded and would later die of their injuries. 12 other people were seriously wounded. The shooting that killed police officer Ira Rainey and teenager Eli Smith and wounded the 3 men with them had barely ended when the headlights of another approaching car came into view down San Felipe Street. Though no one among Henry's detachment knew it, this was the automobile carrying Captain Mattis, the artillery officer from the Illinois National Guard, along with Patrolman Meineke and 3 National Guardsmen. A soldier in the column shouted, "Reload!" and soldiers scrambled to take up firing positions along the intersecting street as the car drew nearer. Henry Pratt, an African-American resident of the neighborhood, had a room at the rear of a nearby saloon. Pratt knew Vida Henry personally, and he later testified that he heard Henry's voice shouting at the vehicle to halt. A few seconds later, he said, Henry ordered the soldiers to open fire. Apparently, at that same time as that command was given, Mattis stood up in the open car, raised his hands, and said, "Wait!" It was his last word. A volley of rifle fire at close range killed him instantly, and also killed Meineke, who was sitting in the front passenger seat in front of him. Both Corporal Zimmy Foreman, the driver, and Corporal M.D. Everton were wounded. Everton mortally. Private Alphonse Jones escaped injury only because Mattis and Everton fell back on top of him, pushing him down to the car's floorboard. As the smoke from the rifles dissipated in the night air, the first of Henry's soldiers to approach the car discovered that the dead and dying occupants were not all policemen, as they had assumed on sight of the olive-drab uniforms. They were fellow soldiers. This was not what even the most outspoken men in the detachment had planned when they set out to exact some personal vengeance against Houston's police. For the majority of the soldiers, who had initially believed they were marching out of camp to meet an approaching armed mob, it was the worst thing that could have happened. It marked the end of Henry's sortie into the city. None of the 3rd Battalion men had set out to murder other soldiers, especially not uniformed army officers. The bullet-riddled, blood-splattered Ford sitting in the middle of San Felipe Street would bring down the harshest of military punishments on the men responsible, and every soldier knew it. All thoughts of further movement were abandoned. The remaining members of the detachment, now probably numbering no more than 40 or 50 men, followed Henry down Heiner Street to the West End ballpark to regroup and figure out what to do next. Back in the shot-out ruin of the Ford, Corporal Foreman thought he was the only man still alive, and then he heard a moan coming from the back seat. It was Private Jones. Jones was not wounded, but he thought at first that he was. He was covered in Mattis's and Everton's blood. Captain Mattis had taken at least one round in the head when he was shot down, and the top of his skull was blown off. Jones was in shock and told Foreman he could not tell if he was wounded or not. "Well, if you are not dead, for Christ's sake, go get help," Foreman told him. "I'm all shot to pieces." A short time later, Henry and his soldiers stopped near the tracks of the Houston and Central Texas Railroad and took up a concealed position in a railway cut. Dozens of the less enthusiastic men had slipped away at various points in the march through town, and no one now knew what to do. One soldier in the original group, Private Bryant Watson, was dead, apparently killed during one of the confused firefights that night in the vicinity of San Felipe and Wilson Streets. Henry himself was wounded by a bullet through the shoulder. Everyone now knew for certain that the reason given for their sortie, the belief that 3rd Battalion's camp was under threat of attack by a race mob, was untrue. They had found no crowd of armed civilians moving against the cantonment. The killing of Captain Mattis and Corporal Everton had completely taken the wind out of most of the men. That was not what they had bargained for when they obeyed Henry's order to fall in with weapons and march out of camp, and they wanted no more part of it. It was too late for second thoughts, though. People were dead. No one knew how many, but they all knew there was going to be a reckoning. Sergeant William Nesbitt and at least 2 of the corporals, Jesse Moore and James Wheatley, had tried several times that night to persuade Henry of the mistake he was making and had urged him to return to camp. Corporal Charles Baltimore also argued for marching back to the battalion. Henry had refused that advice every time it was offered, and he refused it again. "You all can go in," he said. "I ain't going in. I ain't going to camp no more." A few soldiers thought the best course of action was a sort of every man for himself. They would scatter and try to find shelter in the woods or in black neighborhoods, if they could find anyone willing to hide them. But they were not willing to go back to camp to throw themselves on the Army's dubious mercy. Sergeant Nesbitt saw it differently. A serious mistake had been made, he believed, and now there was nothing for it but to face up to the reality of their situation and deal with whatever came of it. Most of the soldiers agreed with him, so Nesbitt prepared to lead them back to the battalion. Henry no longer had command of those men. Now, seeing them preparing to leave, he made a startling request. He asked several soldiers to shoot him. He thought death was the only option left to him, but he seemed unwilling to kill himself. Each man he asked refused to do it, and several of them tried to convince him not to shoot himself. Finally, Henry asked each of the men there to shake his hand before they departed with Nesbitt. He handed his pocket watch to one soldier as he passed. Private Ernest Pfeiffer begged Henry to at least not shoot himself until we got away. A few moments later, as the soldiers moved off into the night, they heard a single gunshot in the darkness behind them. By 2:30 that morning, Vida Henry was dead, and his ill-conceived foray into the city had collapsed, though the only people who knew that yet were the soldiers who had followed him out of camp. At about the same time, Major Snow, still grasping at any excuse to remain absent from his command, sent a telegram to the commanding general of the Army's Southern Department, headquartered at Fort Sam Houston in San Antonio. Serious clash has occurred between approximate 100 24th Infantrymen and civilian population, Snow wrote. He claimed to have situation in hand, at present 24th Infantry Camp quiet, and concluded, approximately 150 men still out, have 400 Illinois troops after them, will keep you advised of situation from 9 to 12 casualties so far. If Snow had returned to his battalion, he would have known that by that hour, most of the men who had followed Henry out of camp were already returning to the battalion. Over in the bivouac area of the National Guard's 5th Texas Infantry, the officers and NCOs had mustered their companies and ordered them to stand to, not knowing the cause of the heavy, sustained rifle fire in the night. Lieutenant Lewis Souter's family was lodged in rented rooms near 324 Infantry's camp, and he was worried about their safety. Shortly before dawn, his company commander gave him permission to go and check on them, and to his great relief he found his wife and children safe. The entire city was in an uproar, however, and he described a confused scene of streets full of white civilians excited and armed with various kinds of guns. Souter started back toward his unit and was walking along Washington Avenue when he was accosted by an excited civilian who said he knew where a black soldier was hiding. Souter took it upon himself to lead a search to hunt the soldier down, though he had no idea who the soldier was or if the man was even involved in the night's uproar. The unknown soldier was a black man, and that was all the justification most Texans needed for a manhunt that morning. In a few moments I had gathered about a half a dozen armed men around me, and under my direction we began search for the man, Souter later told an Army investigator. After 15 minutes' search, one of my posse, Allen Wells, saw the soldier run under a house, and as he ran, shot him in the leg with a shotgun. He shot him, but at first we could not find him. He had managed to crawl on and got over a fence into the next yard and under the house number 10 Vida. Here we found him and dragged him out. The wounded soldier was Private George Bivens of India Company. He was hit in the leg by a full load of 00 12-gauge buckshot at relatively close range, a terrible wound that nearly shredded his leg. He faced a more immediate danger than the gunshot wound, however, because an angry mob quickly formed around him and his captors. As soon as we got him out, Souter said, a crowd of civilians gathered around and tried to shoot him and threatened to shoot me and 3 Medical Corps men that came to my assistance. I stood over the wounded Negro with his rifle, which I had picked up, and stood the crowd off. Some of them were very violent and made some ugly threats and aimed their guns at me. But I managed to get the wounded man to a Ford car, and the Medical Corps men and some civilian driver took him to the St. Joseph Infirmary. Souter then inspected the weapon he had confiscated from Bivens, a standard-issue Springfield M1903 rifle. It showed signs of having been fired, still smelled of cordite, and was loaded with 4 rounds remaining in its 5-round magazine. He then resumed his walk back to 5th Texas Infantry's camp. On the way he came upon the car in which Captain Mattis and Corporal Everton had been killed. Souter remembered that the bullet-riddled car was sitting on the sidewalk at the junction of Seguin Street, all shot up and covered with blood, and I learned that several men had been killed. Houston's night of violence was over, though no one was yet completely sure of that. 15 people were dead, 3 police officers, 8 civilians, 2 National Guardsmen, and 2 soldiers from 324 Infantry, and 17 people were wounded. Within the next 2 weeks, 4 of the wounded would die of their injuries, bringing the total death toll to 19. The shooting of the civilian jitney, described earlier, when E.M. Jones was killed and Charles Clayton was wounded, was a distinctly separate act from all the other incidents where soldiers encountered moving automobiles that night. For one thing, the jitney shooting was perpetrated not by the men who marched out of the battalion bivouac under Sergeant Henry's leadership, but by the 15 soldiers who deserted their guard duty at Camp Logan's Lower A Division. The Camp Logan men could never claim that they followed the orders of a senior NCO that night, and they could not argue that they were responding to the belief that a mob was advancing to attack them. as so many of their comrades back in the battalion cantonment did. The soldiers who left Camp Logan had not experienced the panic brought on by the shout of an approaching mob. They moved out on their own initiative, without any orders from any authority figure to do so, and the only shots they fired that night were specifically directed at a civilian vehicle that posed no threat and did not even have a peripheral association with the hated police upon whom the soldiers may have sworn to avenge themselves. The jitney shooting was a deliberate ambush, plain and simple, and the death and injuries that resulted from it were clear cases of murder and attempted murder. Early that Friday morning, a fast train arrived from San Antonio carrying Colonel Millard Waltz and several companies of white troops of the 19th Infantry Regiment. General James Parker had dispatched Waltz to Houston immediately after receiving telegrams alerting him to the trouble in the city. Waltz dismounted his men at the city's main train station and linked up with 2 batteries of a Coast Artillery unit just arrived from Galveston on the same mission. His orders were simple. He was to get 3rd Battalion back under military control immediately. He did not yet know all the details of the situation in Houston. Almost no one did at that moment. And he did not know if the men of 3rd Battalion were inclined to follow orders. So he took no chances. I was going to disarm this battalion of the 24th Infantry, and while I did not anticipate any trouble in doing so, I wished to be prepared for it, he later said. It was fortunate that regular Army troops were close enough to Houston to reach the city quickly when the Army set about regaining control of the situation. The men of 3rd Battalion were far more inclined to allow themselves to be disarmed by other professional soldiers than they ever would have been if units of the Texas or Illinois National Guard had attempted to carry out that task. If a unit composed entirely of white Texans, or a battalion of the same Illinois Guardsmen who just 7 weeks earlier had aided and abetted the massacre of black civilians in East St. Louis, had attempted to disarm 3rd Battalion, it would almost certainly have provoked a firefight between 2 equally armed infantry units, and the loss of life would have been terrible. It was a matter of perceived safety. 3rd Battalion's soldiers believed they could rely on their fellow regulars to protect them against any violent backlash from the groups of armed Houstonians who were that morning roaming around the city vowing vengeance. That was a very real threat, because numerous witnesses testified to seeing carloads of armed men driving around the city looking for any black soldier, and angry mobs of armed civilians had already been turned back from the camp by the quick-thinking Captain Rothrock and other officers. Houston policemen, armed civilians, and guardsmen from several Texas and Illinois National Guard units had converged on the fire station during the night with the intention of marching on 3rd Battalion's camp. Angry cries of "lynch them" and "come, let's go kill 'em" were heard on all sides, one source reported. Captain Rothrock ordered armed soldiers to cordon off Washington Avenue with instructions to use lethal force to stop anyone who tried to pass. He warned the mob that it would be suicide for them to move against a camp of armed infantrymen who were already on edge. They would be shot to pieces if they attempted any act of vigilantism against 3rd Battalion. Rothrock's warning and quick action prevented the civilian mob from carrying out their threats. But tensions were still running high. Waltz commandeered trucks from the National Guard and drove out to 3rd Battalion's camp. He deployed his men outside 3 sides of the camp perimeter and positioned several machine guns with sweeping fields of fire along the angles. He, by himself, would go into the camp to personally order the battalion to stack their arms and stand by under the command of their own officers. If they showed any signs of resistance or made any move to seize their weapons, his soldiers surrounding the perimeter were to open fire on the camp and annihilate it. It was a grim threat, because Waltz himself would have been in the crossfire if anyone started shooting, and he knew it. Waltz walked into the camp, found Captain Shakurjian and Major Snow, who had by then finally returned to his battalion, and waited while the officers assembled their men. He then climbed up on an ammunition crate so all the soldiers could see him. "For the time being, you are all confined to your camp," Waltz told them. "The 19th Infantry will surround your camp with a heavy guard and is interposed between you and the civilian community, both for your protection from any acts of aggression on the part of the civilians and to protect civilians from any acts of aggression on the part of any of you. There will be no further disorders in or about this camp. The Guard will shoot outwards against unauthorized persons attacking the dignity of the United States camp just as quickly as it will fire inward on you if you attempt any further disorder." In his subsequent statements to Army investigators, Waltz recalled that he was very much aware that the 24th Infantrymen's minds were full of the idea that they were going to be attacked by a mass of civilians. He refuted the newspaper stories that described truculent, angry black soldiers who sullenly submitted to military authority that morning. "I studied the faces of the men as I addressed them, and there was no signs, as stated in the public press, of resentment towards being disarmed or clenching of teeth," Waltz said. "I saw no indications of any sort of rebellion or resentment against having the arms taken away. Even more importantly," he said, "I had in mind at that time that I would not have hesitated, alone, to have gone in and ordered these companies to fall in without arms, and I believe they would have done so." Waltz was an experienced infantry officer who knew how to read soldiers. That Friday morning he was confident that 324 Infantry was once again a battalion in good order, and that they would follow commands. He was right about that, but there was one caveat. "I also formed the opinion," he said, "that if an attempt had been made to disarm them by other than regular troops, there might have been some disorders." Waltz took 3rd Battalion's worries about the threat of a civilian mob just as seriously as they did, and he also seems to have understood their mistrust of the 2 National Guard units in the city. Other commentators did not take that view, but they were not in Houston that Friday morning, and they did not have the troop leadership experience that Waltz had, and they did not see what he saw. 9. Whitewash. That morning after the violence, Houston was on edge and bracing for more trouble. Few people knew exactly what had happened during the night, and no one knew if the trouble had really ended. Rumors flew nearly as fast as the telegrams tapped out to the state capitol in Austin and the War Department in Washington. Houston was locked down under martial law. The front page of that day's edition of the Houston Chronicle was totally given over to the previous night's events. A bold-face headline declared, 17 killed, 21 are injured in wild night. The following story claimed, Houston has a night of terror as Negro troops stationed here mutiny and rove the city, shooting and killing and invading homes and business establishments. At the bottom of the page appeared a small piece under the heading, Murderous Riot Replaces Negro Watermelon Party. The finger-pointing and blame began immediately. Military spokesmen, for the most part, were hesitant to draw any conclusions too quickly. General Hewlin said he had been unable to clearly establish the cause of the trouble, the Houston Post reported, but intimated it may have resulted from the strained relations between the military police and the city police in Houston. The Southern Department's headquarters would give no statement on the Houston trouble except to say that a thorough investigation would be made. Until that time, and for lack of full information on the cause of the clash, no statement would be issued. Major General George Bell, Jr., the senior regular Army officer who arrived in the city that Friday, was not as careful in his response to questions from the press. General Bell said it would be impossible for him to discuss plans for the court-martial, the Washington, D.C. Sunday Star reported. That much was acceptable for a representative of the Army to say, if Bell would have stopped with that. But he continued, Mutiny in time of war is punishable by death. Murder at all times involves the death penalty. Those 2 sentences were potentially prejudicial to any subsequent legal proceedings. The reporters asked his opinion on what caused the outbreak of violence. Bell said he did not wish to speak to that. It is to be assumed, though, he said, that the Negroes thought that someone had slighted them in some way. Civilian commentators were less circumspect in their opinions, whether they actually knew what they were talking about or not. Almost every civilian authority figure who spoke to the press over the next 2 days tried to absolve the city of Houston, its police force, and its Jim Crow laws of any responsibility for what had happened. Dan M. Moody, Houston's acting mayor, said, "The trouble as I see it was just an outcropping of bad Negroes that had been itching to start something. They merely used the clash with the police earlier in the day as an excuse." Texas officials at higher levels also seemed to have their minds made up, and even objected to the military's decision to wait on the facts before drawing a conclusion. The state's senators and congressmen were much wrought up over the reports of the rioting and bloodshed in Houston as a result of the outbreak of the Negro soldiers, the Post reported. But they fear that there will be a disposition on the part of the War Department to await a full investigation into the trouble before action is finally taken. Chief Brock insisted that the actions of police officers Sparks and Daniels against Corporal Baltimore were in no way a catalyst for the violence. He characterized the incident on Thursday afternoon in very different terms than eyewitnesses did, and more importantly, very differently from how Sparks and Baltimore themselves described it in their own sworn statements. A Negro soldier tried to interfere with officers Daniels and Sparks when they were arresting a negress, Brock told newspapers. The soldier was brought to the station, and later another Negro soldier, Sergeant Baltimore, interfered with them, and they had some trouble with him. As far as he was concerned, the police were not at fault. Brock concluded by telling reporters that the order he had issued before the trouble, calling the attention of the police officers to the use of the word Negro or colored in the place of the term nigger, had been removed from the department records, thereby dispensing with any pretense that he had ever been serious about curtailing the police department's institutional culture of racism and its use of racial slurs. The public recriminations and calls for retribution dominated newspaper coverage of the trouble, but buried in the interior pages were other, more poignant details. In a short piece headed, "Another Home in Sore Distress, Result of Riot," the Houston Chronicle wrote, "In a little home in Cottage Grove, a home that has not even been paid for, is a woman and 4 small boys. They are living victims of the black madness of Thursday night." This was the family of A.C. Karsten, who was shot down by the mutineers and in the fraction of a second wreck and ruin brought upon a defenseless home. The article went on to say that neighbors reported the family were left destitute and facing ruin because of the loss of their sole wage earner. The Chronicle was not entirely accurate in its assertion that Karsten was killed by the soldiers accused of mutiny and riot, because he was one of the people killed by random bullets in the wild, unaimed firing that broke out in 3rd Battalion's camp well before Sergeant Henry led his column of soldiers out into the city. But it was absolutely correct in its main point. A man who had nothing to do with the soldiers' grievances, who did not present any sort of armed threat, was killed just because he stepped into the path of a stray bullet fired in a moment of military panic and indiscipline, and his family truly was left destitute. That fact, and the lasting impact of the other innocent lives lost that night, must be taken into account in any balanced examination of this tragedy. Texas newspapers were histrionic in their descriptions of the events of August 23rd, but journalists far from Houston were every bit as shrill and just as quick to level unproven allegations larded with racist stereotypes. In a feature article describing the horror of the Thursday night affair, the Fort Wayne Sentinel in Indiana declared, "The colored soldiers were wholly unamenable to discipline. These Negroes armed themselves with the weapons furnished by the government and literally ran amok in the city, shooting white people without discrimination. They refused to heed the words of counsel from their officers and finally rode them down in mad rebellion against authority and discipline." The paper might be considered correct to describe the violence that night as soldiers running amok, but it was inaccurate to claim that the soldiers shot white people without discrimination. because there were numerous incidences of white civilians being allowed to pass unmolested and unharmed when they encountered the black soldiers in the streets. A woman named Maud Potts, a jitney operator, told the Houston Citizens Commission that during the confusion that night, she had suddenly found herself in the midst of the soldiers on San Felipe Street. "I heard a Negro soldier tell me, 'Get away from here, white lady. We don't want to kill you. But we are after the white policemen who have called us names and have been beating our men up.'" The Sentinel's writer went on to describe the violence in Houston as an act of unjustifiable black retaliation for the recent East St. Louis race riot. Hot-headed leaders among Negroes have had considerable latitude in preaching to masses of colored people in many places that they should be prepared to take reprisals for what occurred in East St. Louis, he claimed, and implied that similar uprisings among other black units in the Army were likely to occur. In any event, he concluded, the uprising among the colored soldiers at Houston is a grave warning that too many Negro soldiers should not be concentrated in the South, or elsewhere, for the matter of that. If an entire company of Negroes can lash themselves into a frenzy to rise against white men, an entire regiment or brigade might just as easily incite itself to a turbulent and bloody revolt. African American newspapers took a very different view. A week after the trouble, an editorial in the Cleveland Gazette declared, "Thoughtful people were not surprised when they read of the tragedy in Houston. Colored soldiers have suffered many insults and injustices at the hands of brutal civil officers and white civilians in the South. It is apparent that the time for our people to remain in the South has passed. Not that Negroes are more lawless, but they have determined to put an end to white brutality imposed upon them by lawless civil officers." The writer went on to praise Private Edwards for having stepped forward in Sarah Travers's defense when she was dragged out of her house by Sparks and Daniels that afternoon. In interfering, he was doing an act of justice toward a helpless woman, the Gazette's writer stated. The op-ed concluded with a call to black readers across the nation. Whatever punishment is meted out to the boys of the 24th, they will have the satisfaction that they suffered to end an almost intolerable condition facing the colored women of the South. Those of us not in the Army should forever take our stand to protect our women against the insults and cruelties of white brutes, whether in officers' or citizens' garb. Some African American newspapers were occasionally just as quick to print unsubstantiated speculations riddled with inaccuracies, as were their counterparts in white journalism. The Broad Axe, in Chicago, published a story on September 1st that focused on the death of Captain Joseph Mattis. This was not surprising since Mattis was a native of Chicago, and the city was fixated on news of his death and the presence of Illinois National Guard battalions in Houston during the violence. The Broad Axe's reporting, however, contained more fiction than good journalism should allow. Under the headline, "The Police and the Unregenerated and the Unreconstructed Rednecked Rebels of That City were responsible for the members of the 24th Regiment in shooting up the town and killing 15 or 20 white citizens," the newspaper claimed Captain Mattis was killed because of an unfortunate association. His life was ended because he permitted himself to ride around in an automobile with one of the policemen who had been exceedingly brutal in his treatment of the colored soldiers, the writer declared. That same policeman slapped the face of the colored woman before he attempted to arrest her, and with his revolver, he beat in the face the colored soldier who remonstrated with him for slapping the woman he was walking with. That was wildly inaccurate, because E.J. Meineke, the policeman who died in the same shooting that killed Mattis and Corporal M.D. Everton, was not in any way involved in the incident with Sarah Travers, Private Edwards, and Corporal Baltimore earlier that day. Rufus Daniels and Lee Sparks were the two policemen responsible for that abusive interaction. The Broad Axe went on to claim that Meineke had believed he was entitled to beat up or club up colored soldiers wearing the blue uniform of Uncle Sam, and a colored woman who had not been charged with committing any crime other than walking with a colored soldier who was at that time 5 miles away from the city limits of Houston. Everything was wrong with that depiction of events. American soldiers had not worn blue as their utility uniform since the Spanish-American War. Sarah Travers was not walking out with either Edwards or Baltimore, The incident occurred in the San Felipe district, well within Houston's boundaries, and Meineke's reputation was impugned without any evidence of his actual conduct. But the emotions expressed in the Broad Axe's article echoed the same feelings many other people were feeling across the country. "It is very hard to tell what will be the fate of those members of that famous regiment," the writer concluded. And the worry in that sentence touched every black reader who heard the news from Texas. Tensions remained high in Houston, and rumors that further outbreaks of violence were imminent were rampant. 2 days after the violence, the U.S. Attorney, John E. Green, Jr., was so concerned about the situation that he wrote a grim warning that appeared prominently in the Saturday edition of the Houston Post. "It is a crime to incite a race riot, a crime punishable under the statutes," Green declared. "Anyone who would do it is a traitor." He had heard that some man had gone about the city in an auto telling white citizens that the Negroes were forming to attack the whites, that a man answering the same description had told the Negroes that the whites proposed to raid, burn, and murder them. Green called for the public's help in identifying and arresting this unnamed provocateur. At this time, there should be studied effort to calm our people, to restore calm so that there may be an avoidance of any further trouble. Certainly, if trouble is incited, then it will be much more serious than anyone can now foretell, he declared. "I repeat, it is a crime to incite trouble between the races." Green's warning was not frivolous, because some Houstonians were already acting on the assumption that anyone with a dark skin was a threat. That Friday afternoon, a black man named Jerry Johnson was shot down in the street by a National Guardsman, apparently because he did not immediately respond to an order to stop walking. According to the Houston Post's report of the incident, the soldiers were given orders to stop and investigate any Negro in this section, and he was regarded as a suspicious character. What made Johnson an object of suspicion was that he was a black man of military age. After he was shot and taken to St. Joseph's Infirmary, Johnson insisted that he was not a soldier, but a resident of the city with a wife and family. The bullet shattered his pelvis, an excruciating wound that proved fatal. His recovery is doubtful, the newspaper concluded, without offering any comment on the utter lack of justification for the shooting. No official investigation into the killing was ever undertaken. Explanations for the cause of the violence ranged from rumors loosely based on recognizable facts to wildly exaggerated conspiracy theories. Newspapers across the country, in a rush to get something into print in the days after the incident, published outrageously hyperbolic editorials that drew more on imagination than evidence. The Belleville Times, a Texas paper, correctly described the Thursday afternoon altercation between the two Houston police officers and Private Edwards and Corporal Baltimore, but then veered off into freewheeling conjecture. This, however, as later facts brought out disclose, the writer claimed, was merely the match that started the fire, as the soldiers had been behaving improperly in other ways, having gotten beer to drink, and were in a surly mood, looking for trouble. He described the 3rd Battalion soldiers as a bad lot with an officer who could not control them, and concluded outrages committed by Negro troops in Waco and more recently in Houston are not convincing that the Negroes from the North make soldiers in the South. The morning after the incident, Texas Congressman Joe Eagle fired off a telegram to the Secretary of War. Without stating who is to blame, it is clearly a race riot and is a tragedy sufficient to compel the statement that it is a tragic blunder to send Negro troops to Southern camps. I protest vigorously against the Illinois Negro soldiers ordered to Houston being sent. By all means, order them to Northern training camps and promptly order the Negro troops who are already here sent elsewhere. Eagle may have hoped to gain some political traction among his white constituents from this demand, but the War Department did not agree to his request. Theories of mutinous plots and Negro conspiracies of riot and murder made for titillating copy, and many editors were eager to print it all. The more salacious, the better. a newspaper in Fremont, Indiana, declared, "The mob, composed of members of the various companies of the 24th United States Infantry, Negro, started its hunt for blood shortly after 8 o'clock that night. It is apparent that the attack on the town was premeditated. There was no intoxication, and from all signs it was a carefully thought-out plan." In Houston, the condemnation was even more direct and aimed at more than just the soldiers of the 24th Infantry. The Negro military units must not be quartered in Southern communities, the Houston Post declared in an editorial that ran that Saturday. The Southern cities are not going to change their laws to suit the demands of Negro soldiers, nor are they going to submit to insolence, mutiny, riot, and murder. The Negro soldiers resent our separate coach laws, our customs which prohibit mixed socializing. But this measure of separation is absolute and will be maintained. Houston, the Post stated, is not going to have men, women, and children ruthlessly murdered with United States Army rifles in the hands of frenzied blacks, is not going to revolutionize her customs in order to conform to the views of any outside element whatever. The threat enclosed in that diatribe was hardly subtle. In saying that the well-being of Houston's black residents depends upon cordial relations with the white people, the writer was stating what every Texan understood as an immutable truth. The only fragile social safety African Americans could hope for was based on submission to the existing racial power dynamic. The Post expanded its vitriol to include black residents of the city who had nothing to do with the violence. Under the headline, "Round Up Negro Vagrants at Once," the paper proclaimed the existence of a conspiracy never proven. Since the arrival of the Negro troops at Camp Logan, an element of rebellious and disorderly Negroes of the local population has freely mingled with them, the result being that their imaginations have become considerably inflamed. They have looked forward to such an outbreak as happened Thursday night. The only solution to prevent further outbreaks of racial violence, the paper claimed, was to round up every idle Negro and vagrant in this city and county and place them under duress. And there is a class of Negro females who are quite as dangerous to the peace of the community as their vicious male consorts. Meanwhile, a jurisdictional dispute was developing in the midst of all the heated rhetoric. The Harris County District Attorney, John Crooker, was determined to keep any prosecution of the alleged mutineers firmly in Houston, and by extension in his own hands. Some of his reasoning was almost certainly in reaction to the fact that the crimes committed that night impacted his city and his fellow citizens, but Crooker's public statements also suggest he was a man of considerable ambition. To say that it was a high-profile case did not even begin to describe the importance of the matter, and Crooker was very much aware that prosecuting the case would almost certainly be a stepping stone to more important political office, as well as probably being the capstone of his legal career. 34 soldiers were by that point in the custody of the Houston police. Most of them were members of Henry's column who had dropped out of the sortie individually or in small groups and were arrested in the early hours of Friday morning. When it began to look as if the Army might send the entire battalion back to the 24th Infantry's regimental quarters in New Mexico to face military prosecution, Crooker quickly filed a charge of murder against all 34 men. His rationale, as he told a reporter for the Houston Post, was to justify their continued detention under his jurisdiction. "I can frankly say that I would not like to see those Negroes taken to New Mexico," he declared. "If the government is going to try them before a court-martial, they should do it here." Crooker told the Post's readers he would only be amenable to the soldiers being tried by court-martial if the Army could guarantee that it could try and kill them any quicker than the courts of this country. As far as he was concerned, their guilt and condemnation were already assumed before any investigation of individual culpability had even begun. Texas wanted blood, and Crooker was keen to have his name associated with that vengeance. The Army, however, was not in the habit of allowing civilians to choose the venues for its courts-martial, and the decision was not up to Crooker. He was not the only elected official making outright threats of bloody-minded vengeance. 2 days after Congressman Eagle's telegram to the War Department, the Houston Post printed a story in which it quoted Eagle as saying that because 3rd Battalion had committed their diabolical crimes in Houston, slaughtering our men, women, and children unprovoked, these red-handed murderers would be shot right here where they killed their victims, as an act of simple justice, as an example of discipline, and as a warning. Since the congressman had no authority in either the criminal courts or the system of military law, his statement was little more than hyperbolic bluster pandering to Harris County's voters, but it still came dangerously close to inciting further racial violence. African American observers quickly pushed back against that. At this writing, Texas is clamoring for the right to try this number of colored soldiers in a court of murderous rednecks, whose verdict is rendered before the trial begins, the Cleveland Gazette declared. Poor Texas is not worthy of passing an impartial judgment upon anything concerning a Negro. The Gazette did not try to argue that the soldiers of 324 Infantry were blameless, but felt whatever penalty must be paid was worth it. Some of the men may be court-martialed and shot, but that matters not, the editorial declared. They have struck a fatal blow at Southern mob violence and official brutality. The stories appearing in the national press and the published comments attributed to some Army officers sounded to some readers too much like the language that Southern newspapers often used in describing lynchings. Even more alarming, it sounded like the language used to justify lynchings. 2 days after the Troubles, an African-American attorney named James Waters, Jr. in Hyattsville, Maryland, wrote a letter to General Franklin Bell. Waters sent his letter to the wrong man. Franklin Bell was in a military department completely unassociated with the Houston incident, whereas George Bell was the senior regular Army officer at Houston. But the error was minor because Waters was taking the Army itself to task, as an entire institution. Press advices published in this vicinity tell of a very regrettable clash between men of the 24th U.S. Infantry and policemen and civilians in Houston, he wrote. The newspapers, he said, reported that the civil authorities at Houston have demanded an absolutely free hand to deal with the colored troopers as they see fit. That means that the Negro troops will be burned at the stake with the utmost fiendishness, such as marked the work of the mob at Waco. Even worse, in Waters' view, was a quote in that day's edition of the Washington Times, which stated, Army officers today predicted that the military, instead of the civil authorities, would win the right of trial, and that the verdict would be death before firing squad. As an attorney, Waters knew that sort of statement was dangerous and highly prejudicial against men whose guilt was assumed, but not proven. The foregoing prediction of the Army officers quoted shows that so far as the officers quoted are concerned, the colored troopers have already been tried and condemned to death, even before a single word has been uttered before any constituted authority, he wrote, and requested that the general send him some word as to the probable mob murder of the colored troopers, and also concerning what, if any, action can be taken to see to it that the Army officers, if they cannot defend their men, will at least keep silent and say nothing against them. Waters was not the only civilian to take such pronouncements by Army officers seriously. The week after the violence, Major Snow received a telegram from San Antonio. The writer, a Catholic priest at the Santa Rosa Infirmary, asked for information whether any Catholic priest for Negroes 24th Infantry held at Fort Bliss ray case of execution, so they may get death consolation. Based on newspaper reporting, many people believed that inevitable and summary death sentences would quickly follow the Troubles. Had the trouble in Houston occurred 4 months earlier, Crooker probably would have managed to keep the prosecution firmly in his personal grasp. Normally, crimes committed by soldiers in the civilian sector fall completely within civilian jurisdiction, and the Army can only prosecute offenses committed by its personnel on military reservations or in the course of military operations. But in August 1917, the United States was in a state of declared war against Germany, and that gave the Army prosecutorial authority over its soldiers in all jurisdictions. Crooker could posture and blow all he liked, but the case was going to be tried in a military court-martial, not a Harris County courtroom. The Army was not inclined to engage in lengthy debate about jurisdiction, particularly not while the soldiers in question were still in Houston and thus within reach of vengeful-minded Texans. At 4:30 a.m. on Saturday morning, the men of 3rd Battalion, unarmed, boarded a train bound for their regimental home station in Columbus, New Mexico, accompanied by 2 companies of Colonel Waltz's 19th Infantry as guards. Waltz, the tactical commander on the scene, was fully aware of the threat of civilian violence against the accused rioters if Houstonians realized they were being moved beyond their reach, and he took every precaution he could. The fear of vigilante violence was thought to be so real that the commanding general of the Southern Department sent a telegram to Brigadier General Hewlin, commander of Texas National Guard troops in Houston. He ordered Hewlin to talk to local railroad officials and request them to ensure by every means in their power that a successful attempt is not made to destroy train by explosives. To ensure this, a pilot locomotive pushing some flat cars should precede the troop train, and right-of-way should be watched by section hands. To make sure this request was understood to have military force behind it, Hewlin was further instructed to inform the railroad authorities that I will hold them responsible for the safety of the troops. The Army's concerns about vigilante violence were so great that some men were put on the train who in other circumstances would have been considered unable to travel. The soldiers in the city jail were taken from police custody and reunited with their unit, over protests of local officials. 5 other soldiers who had been injured during the violence, or in the morning after, were in the hospital at St. Andrew's Infirmary in the city. Privates Bivens and Strong were the most seriously wounded. Waltz conferred with 3rd Battalion's medical officer, Lieutenant Chafin, about their status. "Are they able to go?" Waltz asked. "3 of them are perfectly well and able to go," Chafin said. "I took them down with me the day before yesterday, and after the disorder I was afraid to take them back to camp as I feared they would be fired on by citizens in the town. The other 2 are wounded. Can they be moved?" Chafin said they could not. In his medical opinion, Bivens and Strong were too badly wounded to travel. There were no trucks available for transport, so Waltz took a staff car and went to the hospital himself to retrieve the 3 ambulatory men, and saw to it that they were placed on the train bound for Columbus, New Mexico, along with all the rest of 3rd Battalion and his 2 guard companies. "Just as I was about to board the train for Fort Sam Houston with the other 2 companies of my regiment," he stated later, "I received instructions from General Bell to take these 2 wounded men with me to Fort Sam Houston, that they will be sent to me at the train. I reminded the officer delivering the message what the surgeon of the 24th Infantry had said as to their condition, and that I had no medical attendants or litters and no way of taking care of them on the train except in the baggage car." Any discussion on the question stopped when General Bell himself arrived at the train station and issued a direct order. "They had better be taken to Fort Sam Houston, even if they died, than to have them lynched," Waltz recalled. He was afraid of a lynching. Half an hour later, Private George Bivens was brought to the station in an ambulance. The officer who accompanied him said that the other wounded man, Private Wiley Strong, who had been gut-shot, was certainly dying, and he did die, and the infirmary authorities would not consent to his being removed from the infirmary. Bivens was loaded onto Waltz's train, and it moved out of the station. "I brought this one wounded man to Fort Sam Houston with me," Waltz reported. "One of the officer's rolls was opened, and he lay on the roll until we arrived here, and he died next day, following an operation for amputation of his leg, which our surgeon here had found necessary on account of his condition." Bivens was already dying when he began the train journey, which must have been an excruciating ordeal for him. In that era before effective means of treating infection, Bivens's leg wound had begun to fester. Upon arrival in San Antonio, he was immediately transferred to Base Hospital No. 1 at Fort Sam Houston. There he was examined by an Army doctor, Major A.L. Blesh, but nothing could be done for him. The patient was fired upon, inflicting wounds as follows: 4 puncture wounds of inner surface of right leg, 6 on outer surface, 4 of them grouped below the knee, apparently made by buckshot fired from a shotgun, which patient says was the weapon used, Blesh wrote in his report. By that point, Bivens had contracted gas gangrene, and there was only one treatment possible: amputation of right leg, upper third of femur. Before he died, Bivens made a brief statement about what happened to him in Houston. Patient was in a condition of profound shock and toxemia, Blesh wrote in his report. This was not a dying statement on the part of the patient. That last was an important detail, for legal reasons. A dying declaration could be used in court as a posthumous witness statement. But Bivens' statement was not given that degree of veracity, apparently because he was in such a fevered state that the medical officer was not sure that he was truly lucid. On the troop train carrying the other men of 3rd Battalion away from Houston, a group of regimental officers on the train began conducting official interviews with soldiers, inquiring about who had been where on the night of August 23rd, who had done what, and who knew what others had done. The Army had begun the process of gathering information for courts-martial, and right from the start it was clear that due process of military law would fall by the wayside. It seems likely that none of the soldiers interviewed in that first round of questioning were advised of their legal rights against self-incrimination, because as of yet no evidence that such warning was ever given has been found in the records. As the train rumbled through the East Texas town of Schulenburg, a soldier threw a note out the window. "Take Tex and go to hell," it read. "I don't want to go there any more in my life. Let's go east and be treated as people." It was signed 24th Inf. News that the accused rioters had been snatched from Texas's grasp outraged many people in the state. The secret removal early this morning of 34 Negro soldiers held in the county jail in connection with the Thursday night riot has plunged the city into a ferment, the Escanaba Morning Press brayed. Military authorities responsible for the action are bitterly criticized in a statement by hundreds of people in which it is asserted pledges were made that the men would be executed immediately. No such pledges had been made, of course, because even in that highly charged moment, the U.S. military was not in the practice of ordering summary executions without trial. Texas Congressman Atkins Jefferson McLemore, who sat on the House of Representatives Committee on Military Affairs, tried to outmaneuver the Army by introducing House Resolution 131 on August 30th. The resolution demanded that the Secretary of War return for a criminal trial the soldiers participating in the recent riots at Houston, Texas, and protested against the sending of Negro soldiers to the South. The War Department took the most expedient route in its reply, by simply ignoring McLemore for as long as possible. The accused rioters would face military justice, not a Texas court. 2 days after the Army moved the men of 3rd Battalion out of Crooker's reach, Houston convened an investigative body to gather evidence about the violence of Thursday night. Variously referred to as the Houston Board of Inquiry or the Citizens Commission, it quickly became apparent that this body had only one agenda: to absolve the city and its white residents of any responsibility for the conditions that had led to an outbreak of violence. John Crooker himself had a prominent role as the commission's primary questioner of witnesses, which gave him some of the public exposure he sought and certainly suited his political ambitions. At the same time his board convened, the Army sent the first of 2 inspectors general, IGs, to conduct an official military inquiry into the incident. Colonel George Kress was the IG of the Southern Department, the major command headquartered at Fort Sam Houston that had operational authority over the 24th Infantry Regiment. In addition to conducting personal interviews with soldiers and civilian witnesses, Kress attended most of the commission's sessions as an official observer. He was immediately struck by its lack of impartiality. While the committee in its investigation was thorough, Kress later reported. It was evident that their object was to show that this trouble was essentially a race trouble, that the members of the 24th Infantry were the sole aggressors, that they were entirely to blame for the trouble, and that no blame rested upon Houston or the Houston police, and that the Corporal Baltimore affair on the afternoon of the 23rd was a mere circumstance. He disagreed with that interpretation of events. Everyone concerned appeared to lose sight of the one fact upon which I endeavored to hold attention, he said, namely that Corporal Baltimore, at the time of his arrest, was a United States soldier, on duty as a guard under the orders of his officers, and that he was on duty under specific arrangements between the city authorities and the military authorities. In other words, that this assault was one upon the United States uniform while on duty. Kress told the commission members that he believed a major share of responsibility for the troubles lay with the Houston Police Department. When he raised that point, the commission suggested he should provide them with the names of witnesses and conduct his interviews as part of their sessions. Kress refused to do so. He recognized that he had a better chance of eliciting statements from witnesses, particularly black Houstonians, in one-on-one interviews. If he attempted to get their testimony in a formal setting in a room filled with the authority figures of Houston's white-dominated judiciary and police force, those witnesses would likely be intimidated into making guarded statements, if they were willing to talk at all. Instead, he told the commission that they only needed to examine their own chief of police to find out how undisciplined and poorly led their police department was. Testimony the commission obtained from members of the police clearly supported Kress's argument about discord and lack of discipline in the force. It also demonstrated beyond any doubt that a rampant, unrepentant culture of verbal abuse had existed, and that policemen deliberately used racial insults against the soldiers almost habitually. This was borne out by the testimony of policemen, such as Ed Sturmer, who was called to tell the commission about an altercation he had had with a black soldier the week before the troubles. Sturmer said that on Sunday, August 19th, he was approached by a streetcar conductor who told him, "I have got a nigger on that car and he won't get out of the white section." Even though Sturmer was not on duty at the time, he described himself as being at home and in his short sleeves, so not in uniform. He took his revolver and boarded the tram. "I seen the nigger sitting up there in front, and I asked some white people to get off who were in the car because I didn't know but what I would have to kill him," he told the commission, and then described how he accosted the soldier, knocked him in the head with his pistol, and arrested him. "He was a pretty good nigger when I got him to jail," he concluded. In written transcripts of testimony where racist language appears over and over, Sturmer's account is noteworthy because he used the racial slur at least once in every single sentence he spoke. Perhaps the most important witness to the incident that actually sparked the violence was Lee Sparks, the police officer who assaulted Private Edwards and Corporal Baltimore. If one man could be said to be personally responsible for setting the whole tragic course of events in motion, it was Sparks. There was no ambiguity to Sparks' racism. Captain Shakurjian had already told one of the Army investigators that on the afternoon of the incident, he heard Sparks say that a nigger was a nigger to him without regard to his uniform, a sentiment completely in keeping with the policeman's reputation as an unrepentant bigot. Sparks first appeared before the Citizens Commission on August 30th, and under oath said that he had told the Negro Edwards 3 different times to get back, but that when he kept coming in, he struck him 4 times with his revolver. He then made him to sit down and wait for the patrol wagon, and he and the Negro woman were put in it together and sent to the police station. He claimed Edwards was drunk at the time. When Sparks was recalled to the stand the next day, however, he enlarged on his previous testimony. "I arrested the Negro woman for abusive language," he told the commission. "While I was waiting for the wagon, Edwards came up with about 20 Negroes following him and said he wanted the woman. I said he couldn't have her. He said he was going to have her and reached over. I hit him over the head 3 or 4 times till his heart got right and he sat down." The only abusive language Sarah Travers ever apparently used was to ask Sparks why he had barged into her house. But as far as Sparks was concerned, the fact that a black woman had the temerity to question him was excuse enough to arrest her. As an observer, Kress paid close attention to Sparks's testimony, and he came away with no doubts about the policeman's racist attitudes as well as his propensity for excessive use of force. He told with apparent satisfaction of the beating up of these soldiers. Kress wrote in his report. He said that whenever he arrested a nigger, it was usual for him to make his heart right by beating him up. Sparks admitted that Corporal Baltimore had not resisted arrest, had not tried to fight with him, and had not been violent in any way. But none of that mattered to him because he never recognized Baltimore as an officer with any authority, that he recognized him as a nigger soldier. As an Army officer, Kress was incensed by that. During his testimony, Officer Sparks exhibited the attitude of a Texas outlaw rather than that of an officer of the law. He wrote, and noted that Houston newspapers largely ignored this testimony and made light of the whole affair. They also paid little attention to other testimony that portrayed the city police as racist and quick to use lethal violence against people of color. When 3rd Battalion's medical officer, Lieutenant Chafin, was interviewed by one of the Army investigators, he told of a conversation he had with a police officer shortly after the battalion arrived in Houston. The policeman said he would be damn glad when the Negro soldiers left town. When Chafin asked why, he was told the soldiers were causing trouble in the city and had allegedly beaten up a streetcar conductor so severely that the man was not expected to live, something that had never actually happened. A man whom I rode into town with one day said that in Texas it cost $25 to kill a buzzard and $5 to kill a nigger, Chafin said. Another Houstonian told him that if the War Department sent the Black Battalion of the Illinois National Guard to Camp Logan, we will kill some of the sons of bitches if they don't behave. For its part, the commission pursued its predetermined conclusion and continued to interpret all the testimony it produced as exonerating the city of any responsibility. One of its methods in this process was to gather testimony from white Houstonians eager to portray 324 Infantry's camp as a seething den of iniquity, and its soldiers as an undisciplined rabble of moral delinquents given to public indulgence of all sorts of depraved vices. Chief Brock, in his testimony, claimed, Colonel Newman told me when I spoke to him about the soldiers shooting craps and having Negro women, that he let them shoot craps and let the women in camp because it kept the men satisfied. I heard through reports by officers that many Negroes were drunk at the camp. Brock did not actually name any of these officers, however, and the commission did not press him to provide evidence for his claims. When a Houston resident named Kyle Paulus appeared before the commission, Crooker asked him, "Tell us just what you observed in passing with reference to whether or not Negro women had access to the soldier camp, how long they stayed there, and what were the regulations, if any, or the lack of them." Why a civilian who was not associated with the Army in any capacity would be expected to have any knowledge of military regulations on a particular installation is not clear, but the commission frequently asked such questions. "I've seen them there ever since the camp has been there, and particularly since Colonel Newman has left. But there was some of them there before," Paulus said. "When they first went out there wasn't so many of them, but lately, since this dance hall has been there, why, they have been there in bunches. I have seen them laying down on the ground with niggers, all laying there together, talking." Paulus never said that these civilian women were having sex in public with soldiers, but that was the implication, and the commission interpreted it as that. "Do you know whether or not the women had anything with them, or whether they were searched?" Crooker asked, still fishing for testimony to support his claim that civilian visitors had smuggled alcohol into the camp. "I have seen them go in there. You take where this dance hall is, and the women walked in there just like you would walk down Main Street. Nobody stopped them or anything," Paulus said. "I've seen them walk through there time and time again, and those niggers living out there would do the same thing." For all of the racist language in Paulus' statements, he was almost a social progressive when compared to other white citizens who testified before the commission. Crooker asked another man, "Now you said you noticed some conditions in the camp on the occasion when Colonel Newman was there and after he left. Now, how do you get at that?" "On this day that I went in there, the day of the trouble," the witness answered. "Why, you could catch that nigger smell. I don't know. It is like a rattlesnake. I said there was some agitation in there. You could feel it." These stories of drunkenness and lasciviousness grew more lurid with each repetition, always rendered through the lens of racist tropes. Several witnesses enlarged upon their stories in each subsequent telling, as if trying to outdo the sensationalism of their earlier testimony. Other people interjected themselves into discussions and claimed to have insight into the matter but never offered any evidence for their claims. Many of these commentators repeated versions of the salacious stories that were filling the newspapers, but each claimed some personal knowledge. One of the most verbose of these was J.W. Link, the president of a Houston land development company. 6 days after the violence, Link wrote a long, rambling diatribe of a letter to Texas oil man Joseph Cullinan, in which he claimed to know for certain how things had been in 3rd Battalion's camp. He declared that Negro women by the hundreds were admitted to the camp day and night and permitted to stay and remain there and bring all kinds of intoxicating drinks. Hundreds of people saw these Negroes drinking whiskey openly in the camp. He never named any of these witnesses and did not actually say he had observed it himself. But that did not stop him from assuring Cullinan this whiskey was largely carried to the camp by a perfect horde of Negro women, and insisting that their camp was like a heathen community. Link did not limit his polemic to just the 654 men of 324 Infantry. He condemned all black soldiers, whatever their regiment. They have never been anything but an obligation and disgrace to the American Army. In my judgment, there must be a distinction between the Negro soldiers and the white soldiers, he wrote. When armed, the Negro wants to be lawless and has but little knowledge of his obligations to the government and possesses practically no national patriotism. The minute you give them a gun and authority, they become overbearing and dangerous. He concluded his rant by declaring, "The Negro is happiest and most contented when he is under the domination and control of the white man." Reading through Link's entire letter, one is struck by the fact he never used a single racial slur in his diatribe. His brand of racism, however, was none the less blatant and obvious, and it was expressed in the clear, articulate language of an educated man who was an unapologetic white supremacist. In one sense, that made his polemic even more dangerous and unsettling than the barely literate scribblings of some white people who littered their testimony with slurs and profanities. In the face of all the lurid allegations made against the men of 324 Infantry in the weeks that followed the Troubles, the truth of the matter was something far less nefarious than what these stories claimed. The 3rd Battalion had a reputation for very good order and discipline, but its soldiers were just as human as those of any other regiment. Some of them were apt to get in a bit of trouble if trouble was available, but they were no threat to the civic peace. They were just young men in a tough, exclusively male occupation, and when they had a chance to let loose a little, some of them did. For the majority of them, when they had a pass to leave camp, they were eager to socialize with local girls, go dancing, and enjoy themselves. Many of them were also content to remain at camp and enjoy the company of people who came to visit in accordance with Colonel Newman's policy. The soldiers of 324 Infantry were very aware of the high regard in which they were held by the local African American community, and just as aware of the hostile scrutiny of white Houstonians. And most soldiers in the battalion conducted themselves with blameless professionalism when they were off duty. By and large, it is clear that they were proud of who and what they were, and largely abstained from the stereotypical military sins of drunkenness, brawling, and frequenting prostitutes. The battalion's officers and NCOs all stated under oath that their soldiers were so well disciplined that even the common sort of leadership challenges were rare in the unit. What disciplinary issues did arise were minor and were limited to offenses such as coming back to camp late after a pass. In many regiments, payday usually brought with it the possibility of trouble because some of the soldiers' propensity for blowing their pay on alcohol. That sort of strife was almost unheard of in 324 Infantry. One India Company NCO, Corporal Leonard Watkins, remembered the August 14th payday that month precisely because, he said, "In all of my service, which is 8 years and over, I never witnessed a more quiet payment. The men seemed as though they were ashamed to be seen drunk or drinking. And during our stay in Houston, I took special notice of the good conduct of the battalion as a whole." Captain Bartlett James, commander of Lima Company, found the same to be true of his soldiers. There were fewer men who showed signs of intoxication after payday than has been usual, he reported. As soon as 324 Infantry arrived in Houston, purveyors of vice began to appear almost as a natural element of military life, but they found little business for their wares. Lieutenant Colonel Newman's decision to open the camp to the city's African-American community made positive sorts of social diversions available to his men, and that helped dull the appeal of the illicit ones. The prohibition against alcohol in the camp was absolute and strictly enforced, and no unbiased witness ever claimed otherwise. Prostitutes were strictly barred from plying their trade in the cantonment, and on the few occasions when a woman was even suspected of being a working girl, she was immediately escorted out of camp, usually at the request of the enlisted men themselves. Newman issued no orders banning soldiers from playing cards or throwing dice when they were off duty, and that was seized on by some Houstonians as a flagrant violation of the city's laws against gambling. But no concerned citizens voiced any such complaint until after the trouble on August 23rd. Another measure of the high level of military discipline in 3rd Battalion was the frequency with which summary courts-martial were convened to deal with minor infractions. The standards of conduct in the battalion were clearly defined, and any violation of those standards was dealt with quickly and firmly. Samuel Venters, the acting first sergeant of Lima Company, stated that all violations of discipline were reported promptly to the commissioned officers of the camp and immediately dealt with, the summary court being active and fixing unusually severe penalties. Sergeant Roden Bond of India Company believed the battalion was in discipline the best in the regiment. Captain James recalled that when a large number of soldiers came back to camp late for the 11 o'clock curfew after being out on their first pass in town that July, Colonel Newman issued strict orders that all absentees be tried by summary court. That apparently fixed the problem quickly, because the absentees at the 11 p.m. check fell off to a negligible number. Colonel Kress produced compelling evidence from other white Houstonians to counter the Citizens Commission claims that the men of 3rd Battalion were degenerate and undisciplined. A woman identified as Mrs. Miller, whose house was close to the battalion camp, told him, "We ladies, when we first heard Negro soldiers were going to be stationed here, were very much alarmed, but they behaved so well that we soon forgot entirely there were any soldiers about. We never heard them, except when the bugles blew." Mrs. Moy, whose family had leased to the Army the acreage that 3rd Battalion used as its camp, had a similar experience with the infantrymen. When Kress asked her how things were with the soldiers before August 23rd, she said, "They came over here quite frequently, and they came and used my telephone quite frequently. I didn't have any trouble. They didn't disturb me in any way. They were always good-natured. They were very nice in every way." "Did you notice any signs of intoxication among the men?" Kress asked. "No, sir, I didn't," she replied. Testimonials also came from farther afield. The Chamber of Commerce in Columbus, New Mexico, where the entire 24th Infantry Regiment had been stationed before the posting to Texas, sent a telegram to the Army's Southern Department a few days after the trouble in Houston. "During the 5 or 6 months the 24th Infantry was stationed here, we learned to trust and believe in them," the telegram read. We believe them to be one of the best disciplined regiments in the Army. We would be glad to have the 24th returned and other colored troops sent here for training." As the Army's lead investigator, Kress was particularly concerned by the incessant accusations that the military discipline was lax in 3rd Battalion. Almost every white witness he interviewed repeated that accusation, and their stories grew more lurid and salacious with every telling. Dan Moody, Houston's interim mayor, told Kress, "I believed that something was going to happen. That is what we had to contend with. There were colored people who resented things that had been done to them, or their friends, and they would go out and talk to soldiers, and it helped to bring this about. I heard that there were certain Negro women who did this and smuggled things in the camp which were not allowed. This idea that black women had corrupted the military camp, either by smuggling things into the cantonment or by their own immoral presence, was repeated over and over. Kress had his doubts about it. The Houston City Board of Inquiry apparently made a special effort to show conditions in and about the 24th Infantry Camp, in the manner of women and liquor, in their worst possible light, he wrote in his report. But he did not accept such stories unchallenged. He pointed out that in their testimony, military officers agree there was very little trouble in the matter of intoxication among these soldiers. He was not inclined to take Houston's version of things at face value. In weighing the evidence, due consideration should be given to 2 important points, he wrote in his report. First, that the citizens desirous of maintaining troops at Houston, etc., would find it of great advantage to them if they could prove to the satisfaction of the federal government that responsibility for the riot lay with the military forces. Second, that there was a political fight on, and the committee, in order to secure the relief of Chief Brock and other officials, would find their best argument in the proof of laxity and inefficiency against these officials. When Kress asked Captain Shakurjian about these allegations, that 3rd Battalion's camp was a veritable den of iniquity, Shakurjian indignantly insisted that he and the other officers had maintained a well-ordered camp in full compliance with military discipline. When asked if he ever told Colonel Newman that he thought allowing black women in camp, Shakurjian said he had not, because he did not think there was anything wrong with the policy. "Did you think the effect of allowing women in camp conducive to improved discipline or not?" "It seemed to me that it kept the men more contented and kept them around camp," the adjutant replied. "The women, to all appearances, were good women." Kress pressed him on that point, asking how the officers ensured that no women remained in camp or were in the soldiers' tents after 9 p.m. "Didn't you suspect that women did frequently remain in camp through the night?" he asked. "No, sir. I did not suspect it because the non-commissioned officers would not permit them to remain in camp," Shakurjian said. "I remember on occasions thinking that perhaps men were taking women under trees that were near camp, and that were actually in the campgrounds. And after taps, I walked down through those to see if there were any men and women, and on no occasion did I find any." He was certain that the battalion NCOs had enforced the commander's rules exactly as they should have. Kress tried another tack and asked if he had ever seen women leaving camp in the morning. Shakurjian said he never did, and he had a solid explanation for why he was so confident that women were not in camp when they were not supposed to be. In the summer heat, the sides of the soldiers' tents were always rolled up to allow air to flow through, so anyone passing by in the company street would have easily seen if anything untoward was going on. At night, the NCOs on duty regularly conducted checks of the company areas, so it was not as if the camp was ever unsupervised or unobserved. Kress put the same sort of questions to Major Snow when he interviewed him a second time a month after the incident, but those questions were much more consequential than when they were asked of the battalion's junior officers. Snow was the battalion commander and ultimately responsible for the unit's character and performance. The battalion's permissive visitation policy might have originated with Lieutenant Colonel Newman, but from the moment Snow allowed that policy to continue unchanged after he assumed command, he became the only man responsible for it. Kress asked him to explain his reasons for allowing civilian visits to continue, and Snow described the sorts of people who came to camp. The people coming in there were a very respectable class, he said. There were as many men as women, and as many children as men and women together. The colonel, Newman, thought it would give them a chance to meet the better class of colored civilians of the city. Once a preacher came out called the Colored Billy Sunday, and they arranged meetings for the men in camp. Furthermore, Snow insisted, this positive characterization of the black civilians who visited the battalion camp was shared by the soldiers themselves. I spoke to Sergeant Henry only a day or two before this occurrence about the civilians in camp, Snow said, and to Corporal Singleton, who was acting as chaplain, and also the officers, and they all spoke about the appearance of the Negro visitors we were having, that they appeared to be a very high class of civilians. Don't remember any women who looked like lewd women. One man asked permission to get married, and he brought his girl over to my tent. She was working for a family down in Houston, and she was a very respectable sort of girl. This detail was important, because Army regulations of that era required that any enlisted man who wished to marry had to first obtain his commanding officer's permission. He had to show that his intended wife was a reputable woman of good character. Most of the soldiers in 3rd Battalion were bachelors, but there were a few married men among them, mostly NCOs like Sergeant Samuel Venters, a native Texan, originally from Galveston, down on the Gulf Coast, with relatives in Houston. 3rd Battalion's posting to Camp Logan was a rare opportunity for Venters to catch up with his extended family, and his wife and relatives visited him at the battalion cantonment during those weeks. He, too, told Kress that the women he saw at the camp were first-class people. Captain James refuted allegations of lax discipline and immoral conduct in the camp. I know of only one case where there was trouble in camp caused by a woman, he said. That was in my own company, where the men of my company went to the sergeant of the guard and asked that the woman be removed from the camp. The first sergeant told me about it later in the afternoon and told me that the men did not want that kind of women in the camp, that their wives and friends came out there, and they didn't want that kind of women in camp, and that the privates in the company had asked that this woman be put out of camp. I know as a fact that my sergeants who are married had their wives in camp. I've seen Negro girls and Negro men in the camp, but they were always perfectly well behaved so far as I saw. I never saw any signs of anything wrong. James had a personal perspective on this question that he shared with his former battalion commander, Colonel Newman. James's younger sister Harriet had joined him in Houston, and she often spent time in the battalion camp and dined with him in the officers' mess. A Virginian of traditional, genteel upbringing, James never would have permitted his sister to remain in camp if doing so would have brought her into contact with prostitutes, smuggled liquor, or public indecencies of the sort that many white Houstonians claimed were a regular feature of 3rd Battalion's camp. If the class of people coming into camp, especially the women, had not, to all appearance, been respectable, James said in a sworn statement on September 22nd, or if there had been any likelihood of unpleasantries taking place, I would not have had my sister in camp. According to him, there was no laxity in camp, and discipline was strictly maintained. Colonel Newman specifically referred to Harriet James's presence in the camp as one of the proofs that the battalion maintained very high standards, and he doubled down on that by pointing out that his own family members were also regularly in camp with him. My wife and little boy frequently sat with me near my tent late in the afternoon and after supper until 9 or 10 o'clock, Newman said. If conditions had been such as stated by witnesses before the Citizens Committee, I would not have permitted them to come to the camp. Colonel Kress, in his role as the Southern Department's Inspector General, seems to have come to his inquiries with a relatively open mind. He was trying to find out what had happened in Houston and why, and who was responsible for the criminal violence and the breakdown in military discipline. From language in his official report, it is clear that Kress subscribed to some of the racist stereotypes prevalent in that era, but at least he did not come to the process with his mind already made up about the details of the case. He did not ask the sort of leading questions that would elicit answers that fit his predetermined conclusions. In that, at least, he was a good investigator. The same could not be said for the Army Inspector General. Brigadier General John Chamberlain arrived from Washington a few days after the August incident. His orders were to carry out an investigation parallel to, but separate from, the one Kress was conducting. He was not to interfere with Kress, though he was his superior both by rank and position. But whereas Kress approached his task with an open mind, Chamberlain, within the first couple of days, accepted a narrative that he completely bought into, and from that point on he seems to have conducted his interviews and phrased his questions in ways that permitted only one possible interpretation of the event. In particular, Chamberlain seems to have wholeheartedly accepted the Citizens Commission's allegations that 324 Infantry's camp was a squalid morass of indiscipline, overrun with vice. In his written report, he left no doubt as to whose version of events he accepted. The testimony before the Citizens Committee is, to my mind, conclusive to the effect that the camp was frequented by women of bad repute, Chamberlain wrote, many of them well known to the police as prostitutes, that these women visited the men's tents, and that their profession was at times plied in the tents. Mr. Davidson, ex-chief of police of Houston, testified that he had frequently visited the camp and that conditions in this respect he regarded as scandalous. Having said that, Chamberlain then placed a slight caveat on the testimony upon which he was basing his conclusions. Other civilians gave damaging testimony along these lines, but like all testimony given under circumstances such as existed at this time, it is exaggerated and to a great extent unreliable, he wrote. But then he completely nullified whatever moderating effect such a qualification might have provided by concluding, however, no doubt exists in my mind that conditions were scandalous. Colonel Newman gave his official statement on September 20th, well after the allegations made by the Citizens Committee had made their rounds, and he categorically refuted those claims of lax discipline and rampant immorality in the camp. The point is made that I allowed women to come in and out of camp freely, he said. This assumption is an error. I allowed civilians, both white and black, to come in and out of camp any time they wished to do so between reveille and 10:45 p.m. Naturally, there were women among them. From a reading of the testimony of the witnesses that appeared before the Citizens Committee of Houston, one would infer that only women came to the camp, and that I encouraged lewd women to come to the camp. That is entirely untrue. All the people who visited the camp were respectable people. I judged this by their general appearance and conduct. Not one action was observed by me to indicate that a lewd woman was in the camp. Newman pointed out that he was in the habit of inspecting the camp regularly, day and night, and that he observed the camp guards performing their duty of making sure that all visitors departed the camp by 10:45. When Chamberlain interviewed Captain Shakurjian, he phrased most of his questions in ways that suggested he had already accepted the salacious stories as true. There is a great deal of convincing testimony to the effect that it was not unusual for a few of these women at least to spend the night in these tents in camp, he said. To make a long story short, that the red light district of San Felipe Street was practically moved out to the 24th Infantry camp. These women were there in the evening, many of them in the men's tents, on their bunks, and they were living a perfectly free and easy life there in camp. What do you know about that? I don't believe these reports to be so, Shakurjian said. He might have been tempted to call those allegations outright lies, but he was speaking to a general officer and probably thought it prudent to moderate his language. It's not a question of reports, Chamberlain insisted. I am speaking now of the sworn testimony of people who have seen these things going on around camp and of women friends of these men, some of them who acknowledged that they had stayed there overnight, and many of them until 10 or 11 o'clock. and that they frequented the men's tents. When a Negro wench from the red light district frequents a man's tent, you know what it means. I know women have been in the tents, but I do not think that anything was wrong, Shakurjian said, which certainly was true of the civilians' daytime visits under the supervision of the battalion NCOs. It was the endeavor to bring the men into contact with the better class of the Negro population. The orders were that any woman who was a prostitute was to be put out of camp. Who was to find out who were prostitutes? The non-commissioned officers. How would they know? Chamberlain pressed. He may have thought it was a clever question, but it would have prompted incredulous laughter from any experienced infantry NCO. The sergeants in the battalion, wise in the ways of sin and familiar with all the ways in which soldiers could get themselves into trouble, could probably have recognized a working girl at 50 yards, guessed within 10 cents how much she charged for a roll in the hay, and calculated to a fair degree of certainty the odds of catching a dose of the clap from her. They would be more likely to know than anyone else, Shakurjian said, which was a simple fact of Army life. Newman's testimony was a convincing rebuttal of the Citizens Committee's allegations, though Chamberlain was never willing to take it into account. The only conclusion that can be reached about the testimony to the effect that I allowed lewd women in the camp and bootlegging, Newman said, is that it is an afterthought, and is a result of the prejudice that these witnesses have against Negro people in general. In judging of this testimony, he concluded, consideration must be given also to the fact that the prevailing opinion among white people in the South is that all colored women are immoral. It was an important observation and an accurate one, but Chamberlain chose to ignore it. The weekend following the violence, funerals were conducted for people killed in Thursday night's violence. Captain Joseph Mattis's flag-draped coffin was escorted to the train station by an honor guard of soldiers from his unit, the 2nd Field Artillery of the Illinois National Guard, for transport home to Chicago. When it arrived there, hundreds of spectators turned out to watch the procession as his coffin was carried through the city to the church on an artillery caisson. The funerals for Houston police officers Ira Rainey and Rufus Daniels were held at their respective homes. Fellow officers served as pallbearers, and both men were buried in the city's Evergreen Cemetery. E. M. Jones, the driver of the civilian jitney that was fired on by soldiers from the Camp Logan Guard Detail, was buried with his widow and 5 of his 6 children in attendance at the graveside. His family, the newspaper reported, expressed their gratitude to the Illinois troops who were kind enough to take charge of Mr. Jones's body Thursday night following his death, until his body could be taken to an undertaker. 2 of the people killed in the violence that night went to their graves without eulogies or mourners. The bodies of Sergeant Vida Henry and Private Bryant Watson were handled by a Jewish mortuary firm owned by Sid Westheimer, because the city's African-American funeral homes were afraid to be associated with the man believed to be the ringleader of a mutiny that had cost so many white lives. Henry's death was initially believed to be a suicide, and the first reports from soldiers in his columns said they believed he killed himself with a single rifle shot after they left him at the railroad tracks. No one actually saw him shoot himself, however. The first newspaper accounts described something different. The press declared his head was shot off with a shotgun, which was a bit of an exaggeration. All 3 city newspapers assumed that Henry was killed sometime later that night, perhaps by a civilian as he walked along the tracks. One reporter suspected the police killed him, but put his time of death too early to fit the timeline that later developed from multiple witnesses. The coroner's inquest into Henry's death included statements from the mortuary staff who examined his corpse. Joseph Cooper reported that the body was dressed in a service uniform, wearing socks, underwear, and an identification plate. The pockets held a couple handful of cartridges of a caliber used in a Springfield rifle, but no cartridge belt was on the body. The embalmer, H.D. Goldstein, stated that Henry's head was badly crushed with a blunt instrument, and he had a knife or bayonet wound about 5 inches deep, ranging from the clavicle to the heart. Either wound would have caused death. Justice J.M. Ray, who presided over the inquest, personally inspected Henry's corpse as part of his inquiry. After viewing the body of the above deceased and hearing the foregoing testimony, and in view of the surrounding, he wrote in his official report, "I am of the opinion that the said deceased came to death on the 23rd day of August, A.D. 1917, as a result of having his skull crushed and a knife or bayonet wound at the hands of persons unknown." Henry and Watson were buried in the city's African-American burial ground at College Park Memorial Cemetery, quietly and without ceremony. The location of their graves was noted, but no markers were placed. Not until a century later, in 2017, were headstones placed to show where they were buried. The fear that kept black mortuaries from handling the final disposition of Henry's remains was shared by most African-American residents in the aftermath of the violence. A small piece titled "Advice to Houston Negroes" appeared in the Chronicle a few days after the Troubles. "Stay off the streets except when going to and from your work or places of business," it read. "Remain at home except when it is absolutely necessary for you to go out. Don't assemble on the streets. Talk as little as possible about this regrettable and horrible happening. Don't become alarmed and leave the city." The writer promised that authorities would see that the responsibility is properly placed where it belongs, and that the severest punishment, as it should be, is meted out to the guilty parties. The author of the article was J.J. Hardaway, secretary of the Houston Negro Business League. But his assurance did not assuage the worry for many black residents that they might be blamed for what happened. Police and the National Guard had begun going door to door in the black neighborhoods, confiscating all firearms. If any sort of mob violence developed, Houston's black citizens were now completely defenseless. Hundreds of them left the city in the following days, and they did not return until it seemed certain that it was safe for them to do so. While the Citizens Commission was busy absolving Houston of any responsibility for the tragedy, Colonel Kress carried on with trying to find out what had actually happened on August 23rd, and why, and who was to bear the ultimate blame. He quickly recognized at least two distinct sets of answers to those questions. The officially scripted version of events coming from city officials and white citizens who were testifying before the commission, and the version he got from the testimony of military witnesses and those of Houston's black citizens, at least the ones who were willing to speak to him. He soon found the obvious holes in Houston's official claims of racial harmony and wise governance. In his initial report to Major General John W. Ruckman, the newly appointed commander of the Southern Department, Kress wrote, "It was evident when this investigation was first undertaken that politics was a strong factor in the administration of city affairs, that there was no coordination between the sheriff's office and police department, and no effort or desire on the part of the citizens generally to change their attitude toward the Negro soldier. That internal schism and lack of meaningful effort in race relations struck Kress as a major cause of the Troubles. The Houston city police officers," he wrote, "appear to have had, prior to this trouble of August 23rd, a reputation for treating Negroes badly, and the attitude among them and among the white citizens generally is, in substance, that a nigger is a nigger, and that his status is not affected by the uniform he wears." Kress believed that the only commentators who could truly speak to the state of military discipline in 324 infantry, or the alleged lack of it, were other Army officers. They, after all, were members of the military themselves, and they knew what correct discipline looked like when they saw it. If they were officers not associated with 3rd Battalion, that added even more veracity to their testimony. Captain David Vanatta, a company commander in the 2nd Illinois Infantry, told him, "At different times since August 17, 1917, the date of my arrival at Camp Logan with my command, I have heard various people talking about the colored troops being here. The sentiment was very strongly against them being here, or any more colored troops being sent here for any purpose. At various times I have had occasion to observe members of the 24th U.S. Infantry doing guard duty, and they were apparently well instructed and performed their duty in a soldierly manner and apparently were well disciplined. He described the night of the violence, when 2 of 3rd Battalion's soldiers who were then on guard duty at Camp Logan came to him for help. I believe, from what I have observed, that the members of the 24th U.S. Infantry stationed here were ordinarily an efficient and well-disciplined body, and that local conditions have had a tendency to cause them to be under great mental stress since they have been here. Captain Ralph C. Woodward of the 3rd Illinois Infantry told much the same story. My personal observation of the men who have been stationed throughout this camp convinces me that the men were well disciplined and thoroughly instructed in regard to the method of guard duty, he said. The details stationed at the warehouses were constantly on the alert, and on several occasions I noted that these men were watching the various soldiers and civilians in the vicinity of the warehouses and cautioned them in regard to smoking in or about these buildings. Also, that men coming into the camp after dark were invariably halted when passing near the posts of those sentries who were stationed along the rows of mess halls. He found no fault with their military bearing, their conduct, or the way in which they carried out their assigned duties, and he had no complaints about their behavior off duty either. Not many black Houstonians were willing to go on record about the racial situation in the city. They knew all about it. After all, it was the oppressive reality of their daily lives, and they faced a real threat of retaliation if they spoke out. As one man told NAACP investigator Martha Gruning, "It's like this, lady. I could talk all right, but I'm afeared. I know a lot, but I live here, and my family lives here, and all I got is here. And there's prejudice here. And you see how 'tis." He said he saw Wallace Williams after Lee Sparks shot him in the back and killed him on August 26, and added, "And what's more, I've seen 3 more colored men beat up without any cause by the police since the riot. There's a lot more I could say, only I'm afeared." Many people were afraid, and only a few were willing to take the risk of speaking out to refute the Commission's version of events. Henry Pratt, the head waiter at the Houston Club, was one of them. Kress asked if he had overheard any complaints from the soldiers about the way they were treated in Houston. "Yes, sir, I heard some complaints," Pratt said. "They often called them niggers, and they got sore about it. And they had a scrap with some white fellows the other evening, and then they would always arrest the colored soldiers and let the other people go. I think they were sore at the city police. I don't think that the city police treated them right." Pratt also reported that Houston's black citizens had long been on the receiving end of bad treatment at the hands of both policemen and white civilians. "They are frequently beaten up and nothing done about it," he said. Ernest Smith, principal of an African-American school, was also willing to go on record. Kress asked him, "In your opinion, was this trouble on the 23rd the culmination of what was brewing? Or was it just a spontaneous result of the arrest of the 2 soldiers on the afternoon of the 23rd? "I think it was just a spontaneous disturbance, and came about from that one act, that the man thought the woman was being imposed upon and the officer beating him up," Smith said. "That kind of thing has happened here more than once. The class of men we have had here for police officers have not always respected our men's rights. The better class of white men have had no trouble with the Negro citizens or colored soldiers." Major Snow, for his part, believed the unrelenting racist harassment from the police lay behind all the problems. "Tonight's trouble is the culmination of the general dissatisfaction that has existed in the battalion on account of the way some of the police officers have treated them," he said in his statement to General Hewlin. "I have received many reports from men of the battalion of mistreatment on the part of the officers of the police department of Houston. A good deal of the trouble was caused by the use on the part of the police officers of the word nigger, which the men of the battalion considered an insult to their race. That was much more accurate. But then he opined that the soldiers do not have a kindly feeling toward it that possibly most of the Southern Negroes do have. Snow seems to have believed that Houston's African American residents did not object to being called racist slurs. The chief of police, Clarence Brock, talked with Kress several times and used the opportunity to try to shift responsibility for the incident directly onto the soldiers. It seems that the boys at the Negro camp resented anybody calling them niggers, Brock said. But as this is a southern place, it is hard to keep people from calling them niggers instead of Negroes, and that caused a little friction. The fact that soldiers had expressed their anger over the segregated streetcar seating by sitting wherever they pleased in defiance of the Jim Crow regulations, and even going so far as throwing the colored signs out the windows, came up frequently in Kress's interviews. On 2 or 3 occasions in the last 2 weeks, General Hewlin of the Texas National Guard told him, responsible citizens stated to me that they feared there would be some trouble with the Negro soldiers. They seemed to think that they had greater privileges than other Negroes in the community, and that they were disrespectful and sometimes abusive to the citizens. One of Hewlin's regimental officers, Colonel John Hoover, had a slightly different perspective on the matter. Hoover was a Southerner and a Texan, but he was also a career Army officer, and he considered the problem more from a military perspective than from the conventional Southern view. There has always been trouble between the police of Houston and the Negroes, he told Kress. From conversations with citizens of Houston, it has been worse in the last 3 or 4 months than heretofore, and in my opinion, it is due to lack of discipline and leadership in the police department. Hoover believed the fault ultimately lay with the police. From what I can learn from indirect sources, he concluded, there was no teamwork between the police of the city of Houston. In fact, I do not think the chief of police of Houston knows the duties of the military police. Several of the 324 infantry soldiers Kress interviewed agreed with that assessment. Yes, sir, there was talk among the men that Texas had kind of a reputation for treating colored people badly, Sergeant Cecil Green of M Company told him. The men seemed to think they would be subjected to that kind of treatment. As provost sergeant, I would stop on my beat every now and then by some colored people who would talk about, for instance, I noticed the white people won't bother you colored soldiers, that you won't take what we have to. Since Green was one of the NCOs detailed to the military police detachment who were supposed to establish a liaison with the civilian police officers in the San Felipe district, he had direct knowledge of how Houston's police force had interacted with the battalion's provosts in the city. If Kress needed corroboration from the other side, he got it from Houston policeman J.E. Richardson, who told the IG that he knew no arrangements to work with the military police. Chief Brock had apparently never carried through on the promises he made to Colonel Newman or Captain Shakurjian that he would instruct his officers to cooperate with the soldiers serving as military provosts. On September 17th, while the Army continued its investigations, a rather strange letter arrived at the War Department in Washington, D.C. Addressed to Secretary of War Newton Baker, this letter claimed that the truth of what had happened in Houston and the identities of the persons who were really involved was being concealed from the government. The anonymous writer appeared not to be very well educated, and the handwriting was poor, but the allegations in the letter were startling. There are persons who can give a detailed account of what happened and the causes therefor, but they will never divulge the facts in Houston, he said, but suggested that, if the trial is held elsewhere, they may talk freely. The letter writer warned Secretary Baker that he was not being given the true story, and he should not trust the account coming out of Houston. Quite a deal of the evidence before the City Investigating Council is manufactured. They have a new information here, but the Negroes and some of the whites is afraid to be interviewed by him, Kress, because the local inquiry board will summon them before their board, and they fear intimidation. A list of 7 names followed, supposedly all people who could provide the government with a true account of the incident, and of information that was being covered up in an attempt to absolve Houston of any responsibility for the violence. From the addresses given with those names, it appears they were all black residents of the city. The anonymous writer signed the letter, "Yours for law and justice." It does not appear that any official investigator ever made an effort to follow up on the allegations in this letter, or sought to establish the veracity of these claims, and the letter was simply filed away in the War Department's archives, where it remained for nearly 50 years. Failure of command. Major Snow had certainly not distinguished himself by his conduct the night of the troubles, and the more he talked, the more obvious that became. At 5 a.m. that Friday morning, while the blood was literally still wet in the streets, he made his first official statement on the matter to Brigadier General Hewlin, the senior National Guard commander in the city, and the senior military officer on the scene until Major General George Bell arrived from Fort Sam Houston later that morning. Hewlin's aide, Lieutenant William M. Nathan, served as recorder during the interview and wrote down Snow's report in shorthand. Nathan was thoroughly unimpressed by 324 Infantry's commanding officer. "I remember distinctly Major Snow's inability to direct his thought with clearness," Nathan wrote in the margin of his typed transcription of his shorthand notes. At any rate, he was a weak and rotten disciplinarian. He wavered when he needed firmness. According to Snow's version of events, he had diligently tried to intervene when soldiers began pilfering ammunition and weapons, and he said that when the panic broke out in the camp, he got down in the line with the men and shoved their rifles to the ground and told them not to do it. But they paid no attention to me whatsoever. When the shooting started, Snow claimed, a considerable amount of it seemed to be directed at me. Captain Bartlett James, who stayed with his soldiers that night and was in the midst of the uncontrolled firing as long as it lasted, contradicted the several statements Snow made claiming that he was deliberately fired at, or that mutinous soldiers had tried to kill him. James thought none of the shooting was aimed fire, and he was certain that it was not aimed at the officers in particular. If anyone had truly wanted to kill the battalion officers that night, it would have been easy enough to do so. "Did you consider that during the firing in camp you were in imminent personal danger?" one of the Army investigators asked him. "No, except by accident," James said. "I am surprised that 50 or 75 men were not killed in camp. They were firing in all directions, up and down the company streets. but the idea that I would get shot never entered my head. As James recognized, the only danger when all bullets were stray bullets, and it was a very real danger, was that a man might get hit by an unaimed round. Even so, that risk never kept him, Shakurjian, and the other 2 officers from functioning and doing their jobs. Snow was the only officer in the battalion who claimed to have been deliberately shot at, or to have narrowly escaped attempted murder. In his statement to General Hewlin, Snow glossed over his panic-stricken, headlong flight from the camp with a single anemic sentence. "I endeavored to get to Camp Logan, but was unable to do so." After he abandoned his battalion, nothing prevented Snow from going to Camp Logan. Several soldiers did so that night. Snow claimed the shooting in the battalion camp stopped at about 8:15 that night, by which time a considerable number of armed 24th Infantry men were marching in the direction of San Felipe Street. That was information he could only have gained after the fact, because when Sergeant Henry led most of India Company out of camp, Snow was no longer there to see them leave. He had already fled. Over the next 2 days, Snow made several public statements in which he attempted to shift any blame for the incident off himself. A serious reckoning was coming. Everyone knew that, and Snow knew it too. What only remained to be seen was whether the prosecution would be in a civilian or military court, and exactly who would find themselves facing charges. Several of the pronouncements Snow made to the press were not only self-serving but also highly prejudicial to future legal proceedings. 2 days after the incident, the Waco Morning News reported that Captain L.F. Snow, commanding the battalion, said late tonight that the action of the Negroes was practically mutiny. The reporter got Snow's rank and first name wrong, but otherwise quoted him accurately enough. Snow said, "There was repeated disobedience of commands among the soldiers, and insisted he had done everything in his power to control men who were determined to throw off military authority." He told the reporter, "After leaving camp, the Negroes committed murder," a statement that any defense counsel worthy of the title would later have protested vehemently. Snow barely knew more than anyone else about what actually happened that night after he abandoned his post, or who had done what, but he was never one to wait on the evidence. He was now scrambling to avoid the consequences of his personal failures as the commanding officer of a battalion that seemed to have mutinied and disintegrated into lawless violence. Snow was questioned several times in different settings by people with varying levels of authority. 2 days after the incident, he managed to sidestep a summons to testify before the Citizens Commission. Snow attended the commission's session just long enough to say, "I am here in answer to your summons, but I am under instructions from the War Department that I cannot testify. I came here to tell you that." The civilian board could not compel his testimony, but official Army investigators could. As IG of the Southern Department, Colonel Kress ordered Snow to give a statement under oath. Lying in a sworn statement would be an act of perjury, and Snow seems to have been mindful of not telling a completely fabricated story. Instead, he gave Kress the most anemic version possible of his actions, leaving out almost every damning or critical detail about his panicked flight from the camp that night. When the shooting started in camp, Snow said, he suddenly found himself alone and completely unsupported by his company officers and NCOs. "I was unable to connect myself with anyone at all," he told Kress. "I did not see any non-commissioned officers around there. I concluded that the situation was getting to be a general mix-up and that I had better push out from camp." Push out was a decidedly understated description of his headlong flight from camp when he abandoned his post, but Snow was not finished smoothing over the truth of his actions. "I went to a telephone somewhere down on Washington Street in the direction of town," he went on, "and called up the police. And just as I was starting to talk, the wire was cut or disabled so that the conversation was interrupted. The firing at that time was dying a little. Not quite so much going on. I tried to call up Camp Logan to get the Illinois troops over, but could not get Camp Logan." The closest Snow got to accurately describing his loss of composure and panicked state of mind was when he told Kress, "I was about all in that time." Resuming his narrative, Snow said, "As quick as I could, I got back to camp, but the firing had subsided by the time I reached there. The firing lasted from about 8 to 8:30, or a little later. The men were quiet when I got back to camp." Thus, Snow admitted he left his battalion to fend for itself, and took off on his own without attempting to help the company officers deal with a volatile, dangerous situation. When he finally got himself back to camp, as quick as he could, which was actually several hours later than he claimed, all was quiet, and some semblance of order had been restored, all without any orders or direct action on his part. In his statement to another Army investigator, Snow gave an even less accurate version of his departure from the camp. "I went out to the officers' line to Washington Street," he said, "and I found a Ford machine down the street someplace between Fire Engine House number 11 and the camp, and I asked the driver if he would take me to a telephone, and he said yes." This was his only description of his panicked interactions with R.R. McDaniel, the civilian who drove him to the drugstore, and then on to the fire station. "At the Fire Engine House, I had some policemen turn in an alarm to police headquarters, and went further down the street and attempted to get Camp Logan on the phone," Snow concluded. Kress asked him why he had not sent another officer or one of the NCOs to get help, rather than going himself. "I didn't see a single officer or man whom I recognized during the time of the firing," Snow replied. "I hadn't seen any of the other officers and was afraid they were killed. I didn't have anyone I could send that I could trust. I considered that I should get help as quick as I could." Snow then described how, when he finally returned to his battalion, he found Kilo, Lima, and Mike companies all positioned in a defensive perimeter around the camp, with most of the men oriented along the western edge of the camp. "What was the object in placing them on the west side of camp?" he was asked. "They could do less harm there than anywhere else, should any get nervous and start to fire, as there were less houses on that side," Snow said. "And I believe that, with the exception of I Company, the reason why the rest of the men joined in as much as they did was because they were stampeded and feared a white demonstration against them." "What orders did you give to the men in forming a skirmish line on the west side of camp?" "I myself gave no orders," Snow said. "Captain Shakurjian did that before I got back to camp." That was perhaps an inadvertent admission that he had left it to his junior officers to hold the battalion together in his absence. It was a critical point, and Kress did not let it pass unremarked. "How long were you absent from camp?" "I should think about 30 minutes, Snow replied. "Possibly not that long, but it seemed a long time to me." In fact, he had absented himself from his command for nearly 4 hours. The investigator then asked about the altercation between Corporal Baltimore and the 2 Houston policemen that precipitated the whole incident. "The man who was beaten up was one of the best men in the company," Snow told him. "He was a man who was very much respected and liked in the company, and it was a great shock to them all to hear of him being treated that way, and they seemed very anxious that he get justice out of it. They had the idea that every time a Negro soldier would be arrested, he would be knocked over the head with a gun." "How did Corporal Baltimore feel with regard to his trouble?" "The superintendent of police told me that he didn't seem resentful at the police. But when I was talking to the company, I wasn't exactly pleased with the way he did seem," Snow said. "He made the remark that he thought it was a pretty dirty deal. I think he tried to rouse the men himself. The men say, I was told by Alexander, who was quite willing to tell me anything he knew, Baltimore and Corporal Moore were placed at the rear of the column with orders to shoot any man who fell out, which would indicate that Corporal Baltimore was one of Henry's chief assistants. Not only was that hearsay, it was also a very dangerous allegation for Snow to make, because by doing so he was claiming that Charles Baltimore and Jesse Moore were leaders of a mutinous conspiracy that no one had yet proven. In fact, the U.S. Army's Infantry Field Tactics Manual called for NCOs to be assigned to the rear of any column in order to control stragglers and prevent men from falling out of the unit formation. If Sergeant Henry genuinely believed he was leading his column of troops out to meet an advancing threat, it stood to reason that he would position reliable NCOs at the rear of the element. Either Snow was unaware of that, or he chose to put a different interpretation on the fact. Army investigators were not dependent only on Snow's version of his actions that night, because they had testimony from other witnesses who offered very different impressions. Colonel John Hoover of the 5th Texas Infantry National Guard encountered Snow during the Troubles and had a vivid recollection of his appearance and behavior that night. Kress asked if Snow had presented himself as calm and collected when he reported to General Hewlin, nearly 8 hours after his battalion erupted into chaos and 6 hours after his junior officers had restored order without him. Major Snow was considerably agitated, Hoover recalled, and said he was suffering pains in the stomach. He also said that he had been shot at several times by unknown members of the 24th Infantry. Snow's claim to have been deliberately fired on by mutinous soldiers was something no other witness corroborated. At one point during the chaos that night, while sporadic gunfire was still sounding in the streets, Captain F.S. Haines found Snow in conversation with the officers of the Illinois National Guard at the San Felipe District Fire Station. Haines, along with another Army officer, had inadvertently driven into the middle of Sergeant Henry's column a short time earlier. The soldiers had not fired on them, but made them dismount from their vehicle. Haines said he knew where the errant 3rd Battalion soldiers were inside the San Felipe district and offered to lead a detachment to intercept them. Referring to this, Kress asked Snow, "Did you go with them?" It was a pertinent question, since those were Snow's soldiers, many of whom he knew personally. They certainly all knew who he was, and if any officer should have been expected to be able to talk them down, it would have been their own commanding officer. Once again, Snow dodged his responsibilities. "I believe I had in mind to go to the police station first to get what reports they had been getting from the San Felipe district," he said. He told Kress he did not accompany Captain Haines and the National Guard troops who went into the San Felipe district, because he thought it more important that he send a telegram to Southern Department headquarters in San Antonio alerting them to the crisis, a task that any one of the dozens of officers of various units could just as easily have done. After completing that chore, he gave General Hewlin a full report of the event, which occupied most of the rest of the night. By the time he was done, the sun was up, the outbreak of violence was ended, and order restored. Only then did Snow return to his battalion and stay there. "I reached camp before reveille, and the camp was quiet," he told Kress. No trouble of any kind was reported. Despite Snow's efforts to portray his actions in the best light possible, so many witnesses contradicted him that Kress had to give serious credence to the possibility that 3rd Battalion's commander had completely lost his composure and his military bearing. When Kress interviewed A.F. Butler, one of the 2 policemen whom Snow encountered on the road that night when he was fleeing the camp in McDaniel's car, Butler put the time of the encounter at about 5 or 10 minutes past 8 o'clock. Kress asked if Snow was alone when they saw him. "No, sir, he was in the back seat of an automobile with a gentleman who was driving." "Did you notice anything about the condition of the man who was driving?" Kress asked. "The driver appeared to be just a little excited, but he did not appear intoxicated," the policeman said, contradicting Snow's claim that McDaniels was drunk. "Was Captain Snow very much excited?" "I never saw a man so excited before in my life, I think," Butler said. "My partner asked him if he had been shot, and he said, 'I don't know whether I am or not.'" Testimony such as this was bad enough for Snow's reputation, but it was potentially even more damaging when the witnesses to his dereliction were fellow Army officers. Captain W.P. Rothrock was the U.S. Army engineer officer in overall charge of Camp Logan's construction. He also had encountered Snow at the San Felipe fire station the night of the Troubles, and had a vivid recollection of his bearing at that time. "He told me that the Negro troops were rioting and were beyond control of the officers," Rothrock told investigators. "I asked him if we could not help the officers by going out to the camp. He thought not, as either the officers would have been killed or would have the troops in hand by that time." If Snow actually said that, it was an indefensible statement. By his own admission, he was willing to either abandon his junior officers to death at the hands of mutinous troops, or assuming that they were still alive, leave them to handle things without him. Either way, it was clear that he had no intention of returning to the battalion for which he was responsible. He said that he anticipated that there was going to be trouble earlier in the evening, Rothrock said. I asked him why he did not get in touch with the junior officers. He said he had thought they would be able to hold the troops in hand. The Army investigator asked, Was he very much excited or rattled at the time he was talking to you? Well, he could not take command at Washington Street, Rothrock said. He was not in physical shape or mental shape to take command, or I would not have assumed command. In the Army's culture and practice of command and control, that was a critical point, and it spoke volumes about Snow's apparent inability to function that night. No Army officer would presume to usurp command of another peer officer's unit, particularly not a unit of a different tactical formation, unless the necessity was dire and obvious. Likewise, no officer would voluntarily relinquish command of his own unit if he was still able to lead it. In the professional evaluation of his fellow Army officers, Snow was in such a state of mind that night that he was no longer able to function as 3rd Battalion's commander. As Kress worked his way through a long list of witnesses, he spoke with many of 3rd Battalion's NCOs. Most of the sergeants and corporals said they had tried to keep control of weapons and ammunition, and told of being overwhelmed in the chaotic scramble in the dark when their soldiers panicked at the shout that a mob was coming. For the most part, they had tried to do whatever they could to reassert military control in the emergency. Several of Kress's interviews, however, revealed that failures of leadership were not limited to just the battalion commander. Kress was particularly critical of the acting battalion sergeant major, William Washington. In his official report, he wrote that Washington had retired, gone to bed, when shooting commenced, that he remained intent until it was over, and then with Corporal Baxter reported for assistance to a lieutenant of the Illinois NG. Washington's own statement was an admission of dereliction of duty from start to finish. I was in my bunk at the time the shooting commenced, he told Kress. When they commenced to fire, I rolled out of my bunk and laid on the floor until the shooting was over. Don't you think it was the duty of a non-commissioned officer to help quell the disturbance in camp? Kress asked him. The idea that the sergeant major would just flatten himself on the floor and never venture out to where his battalion was tearing itself apart and losing all discipline was inconceivable. To make matters worse, Washington said that after the shooting stopped, he left camp with a corporal and sought shelter with another unit, without even informing any of the battalion officers that he was leaving. I gave them all the assistance I could by getting out, and if I saw any disturbances or anything of the kind, I would quell it as best I could, Washington insisted, referring to the days leading up to August 23rd. That night when the disturbance commenced, it was beyond anyone's power to do anything. The shooting was going on at that time. Kress asked him if he ever discussed the agitation in the unit with the battalion commander before things disintegrated that evening. No, sir, I had no talk with Captain Snow prior to then, Washington said. I heard they were disarming the men as they had been taking ammunition, and that Captain Snow had been out there, and that the non-commissioned officers should help. I said, Captain, I have helped all I can. I have quelled all the disturbance I have seen brewing, and I think the treatment of the police has driven them into this. You didn't go around the men and try to keep them from getting their ammunition and try to quiet them? Washington all but shrugged. I didn't see anything I could do, sir. Captain Snow had his non-commissioned officers assisting him, and I had been working hard all day, and sometimes I had to work to the middle of the night. I was tired. Kress was incredulous. Do you consider that sufficient for not helping in an emergency? I'm not giving that as an excuse, but I'm just stating the circumstances, Washington said. While I saw conditions were bad, I was quite sure the officers had the upper hand of the thing. I couldn't do more than they did. The idea that the battalion's sergeant major simply went to bed when his unit was in a state of alarm, chose to hide when trouble broke out, and never made any effort to help the officers and other NCOs in their struggle to restore order, was the absolute antithesis of everything expected of a senior non-commissioned officer. Kress asked him no more questions, perhaps because he concluded that there was nothing more to say about Washington's bald-faced dereliction of duty. but he wrote a scathing assessment of Washington's conduct in his report. In his professional assessment, Washington was guilty of outright cowardice. There was absolutely no question that India Company's first sergeant, Vida Henry, led the soldiers who marched out from the 3rd Battalion's camp that night. Almost every witness agreed that Henry ordered India Company to fall in with weapons and ammunition, and that he personally led the sortie. His death at the railroad tracks certainly proved he had gone into town that night. What his motivations were for doing so, and what his actual intentions were, however, remain controversial and still largely conjectural today. 2 theories have been put forward. Either Henry believed the camp faced an impending attack by an advancing armed mob, and he made a deliberate tactical choice to lead a company of infantry out to meet force with force, taking the offensive against the threat. Or he led the soldiers into town in an act of outright mutiny to enact a violent retribution against the Houston Police Department for their continued racist abuse, which had culminated in the beating and arrest of Corporal Baltimore earlier that afternoon. The first option can be seen as a legitimate, if hasty, military response to a perceived threat. The second can only be interpreted as a criminal act for which there is no excuse or exculpation. Determining which of those was actually behind his actions remains a challenge for historians. It was not much easier for investigators in 1917 to come to the truth of the matter, but they seem to have quickly settled on the second interpretation of his actions. Many of the eyewitnesses had different understandings of why Henry did what he did. When Kress interviewed Sergeant Roden Bond, India Company's supply sergeant, he asked him, "Did Sergeant Henry go out himself?" "Yes, sir, he went out himself." "How many men did he have with him?" "I don't know," Bond said. "I went to persuade him not to go out, but I saw he was in such a mood that I was afraid of him, and jumped over behind some planks. From rough judgment, he took 125 to 130 men with him." "What kind of man was Sergeant Henry?" "Sergeant Henry is a good soldier, in my estimation, beyond up until this time. I have known him since 1905. "Had he been drinking?" Kress asked. "No, sir," Bond said. "I don't believe the man had a drink." He concluded, Sergeant Henry had just lost his mind at the time and did not have any control over himself. For Henry was always obedient to the military, and when we tried to talk to him, he ran right over us. Sergeant William Fox agreed that Henry had led the men who marched out that night. "Do you know Sergeant Henry pretty well?" Kress asked him. "Yes, sir." "What do you think was the reason for him taking the men out?" "I think he thought that he was going to get killed anyway, from what he said," Fox said. "Why would he be killed?" Kress said. "I don't know about that. That is what he thought." "Do you think Sergeant Henry organized this trouble?" Kress asked. "I don't think there was any organized trouble," Fox said. "I think there was just a big scare and a stampede." He at least did not believe that a preconceived conspiracy to mutiny existed in the camp that night. "Did you see him try to stop the excitement?" "No, sir, not after it started," Fox said. "When I saw him after the firing started in the company street, he said, 'Fall in.' He had on a rifle and ammunition. It was dark. He said, 'Fill your canteens and get your rifles.' He said, 'We are in it now and have got to go.' I said, 'Where are you going?' And he said, 'To the hills.'" Fox was a combat veteran and an experienced NCO, and he thought that was a bad tactical choice. He and other NCOs argued that the better option was to stay and defend the camp, using the massed firepower of the battalion's rifle companies to hold a strong position against any approaching mob. "I suggested that we form a skirmish line around the camp," he told Kress. "Sergeant Barnes and I and others tried to talk to him, but he would not listen." "Where was Major Snow?" was Kress's last question, and Fox replied, "I don't know," which was everyone's answer to the question so many people had asked that night. The question of whether Sergeant Henry was the primary instigator in a mutinous conspiracy, or simply took charge of the chaotic situation and led the men out of camp because he sincerely thought it was the best tactical option, is hard to answer with certainty. Several sources immediately after the incident depicted him as the ringleader of such a conspiracy, and those interpretations are still widely accepted today. That assumption, however, leaves some important questions unanswered. One possible explanation, rejected outright in the later courts-martial, was that Henry truly believed the camp was under attack and took it upon himself to lead a proactive defense that turned out to be a fatal mistake. A more frequently repeated theory was that he had planned a mutiny all along, orchestrated its outbreak under cover of darkness, and used the manufactured threat of a race mob to cover his movements. Perhaps, some suggested, he might have sympathized with a group of angry soldiers who were already planning criminal vengeance, and then stepped forward to lead them once he was sure they were actually willing to not just talk, but act. One soldier, Private Leroy Pinkett, said that at about 6 p.m. that evening, a group of soldiers were talking, with several men saying it was time for them to get their own retribution against the police, when Sergeant Henry walked up. Instead of putting a stop to that kind of talk or reporting them to the officers, Pinkett claimed that Henry said, "Well, don't stand around like that. If you're going to do anything, go ahead and do it." The implication was clear, that Henry basically told the troublemakers to put up or shut up. When they committed themselves to actually making good on their threat, he not only joined them, but led them. Occasionally, the investigators' interviews turned up bits of information on Henry that were probably unexpected. During one of Cress's conversations with Captain Shakurjian, the adjutant told him, "I noticed during the night that Private Fields, the orderly at the telephone, was gone. Everyone had full confidence in Fields, and his absence was a shock. At reveille, the next morning, he returned and asked me if he did right, that he had run up to the Illinois camp for help as soon as the outbreak started, that as the men started to town, Sergeant Henry came to him at the telephone and said, 'Take a knife and cut that wire,' that he broke and ran. This wire was cut." If Fields was to be believed, then Henry's actions were a deliberate attempt to subvert lawful military authority, and that was the interpretation the Army took as the investigations continued. Shakurjian believed that Sergeant Henry was at the center of the whole affair, but he was less certain as to why he had done it. Cress asked him, "What do you think might have been Sergeant Henry's object when he reported to Captain Snow there was going to be trouble?" "I don't know," Shakurjian said. "Some officers seemed to think that he was trying to double-cross Major Snow. Inside of me, I believe that Sergeant Henry, up to this time, didn't intend to go himself, but was trying to protect himself with Major Snow. I think he was anxious for this to be pulled off himself for revenge. When he saw how things were going, he took charge to get quick action." "Did you regard Sergeant Henry as a leader?" "Sergeant Henry was the chief leader," the adjutant said, leaving no doubt as to his position on that question. As the investigators gathered more statements and conducted multiple interviews with 3rd Battalion's officers, a troubling theme began to emerge in the statements. The Army expected its soldiers not just to be obedient to lawful orders from their officers, but also to be loyal to their officers and support them in the mission. Loyalty goes both ways, however, and in several instances some of those officers made statements that suggested they were not loyal to the men under their command. When Colonel Newman gave a statement at Southern Department headquarters in October, he was asked, "Have you formed any opinion as to what brought on the riot of August 23rd? "I believe it was due to the brutality of Policeman Sparks that got all these men worked up," Newman said, but then added, "I have found the colored soldier a very impulsive man. He acts on the spur of the moment, and I don't believe he reasons very much about anything. I think he acts entirely on impulse." Captain Lindsay Sylvester was already the target of official criticism for his decision to leave camp that night to keep a social engagement in town. Even though he knew how unsettled the battalion was at the time, and even though he thought it necessary to warn his supply sergeant to keep a close watch on the ammunition stocks, he still did not stay with his company. When General Chamberlain took his statement, it quickly became clear that Sylvester had no sense of loyalty to the men in his charge. "You had perfect confidence in your company and felt that you could depend on them?" Chamberlain asked. I have never had confidence in them since I have been assigned to this regiment, Sylvester said. How long have you been with the regiment? Since October 1915. You have never had any confidence in them, but still that fact did not keep you in camp that night? No, sir. I have kidded myself into believing that I was loyal. Chamberlain seemed taken aback by that. I do not understand that remark. I was assigned to them and have made the best of it, Sylvester said, and added that he resented being assigned to a black regiment. Is that the spirit in which you have gone through your duties thus far in your military career? That you have kidded yourself into thinking things? Sylvester tried to walk his statement back a bit. No, sir, I have taken them very seriously. Chamberlain pressed him on it. I don't understand what you mean when you say you kidded yourself into believing that you were loyal. I thought I was loyal, Sylvester said, but I am convinced now that there was no question of knowing that the colored soldiers will not stand up. In his opinion, the problem was not his failure of leadership, but that he could not rely on his soldiers because they were black men. Captain Shakurjian had acquitted himself well that night, but in the days that followed he also made statements that put a disturbing racial cast on his views of the men in 3rd Battalion. Chamberlain asked him, What rumors had you heard, if any, or had you heard anything which caused you to fear that there was going to be trouble that night? We always feared trouble, sir, Shakurjian replied. Why? Just because of the Negro nature, combined with actual or fancied wrongs. Chamberlain focused on the second part of that statement. What actual or fancied wrongs had they received outside of the Baltimore affair? They continually complained about men in town calling them niggers. There were several cases of fighting because they had been called niggers, the adjutant told him. The fact that Chamberlain never reacted to the phrase, just because of the Negro nature, suggests that he knew exactly what Shakurjian meant by it, and that he accepted it without comment. Even Colonel Kress, who at least tried to keep more of an open mind than Chamberlain in his investigation, and who concluded that Houston's racism lay at the heart of the troubles, expressed that same troubling attitude at least once in a racist generalization that impugned every soldier in 324 Infantry simply because they were black. In the official report he filed on September 13th, Kress listed the issues he believed had the most bearing on the outbreak of violence the night of August 23rd. The first items he pointed to were the lingering effects of the East St. Louis race riot on the soldiers' state of mind, the general treatment and attitude of the citizens of Houston to the Negro race, and the disrespect those citizens showed to African American soldiers of the U.S. Army. Hundreds of pages of testimony from a variety of sources supported those three conclusions. Farther down his list, however, he stated, the tendency of the Negro soldier, with firearms in his possession, unless he is properly handled by officers who know his racial characteristics, is to become arrogant, overbearing, and abusive, and a menace to the community in which he happens to be stationed. By the time the first court-martial convened on November 1st, nearly every official comment on the Houston troubles was being rendered in that sort of language, leaving no doubt that the Army was not just taking the racial element into account as a factor in the incident, but also interpreting everything about the soldiers themselves through a lens of racist tropes and stereotypes.